Green was initially very clean, it got contaminated by love. Damn, the dude upstairs sure is cultured. Forest triangle hat, green, only 3 left. Those who are interested better act quick, only 3 left. I'll buy, but let it be clear, it's for my troops, not for me. Troop. I'm, like, really grateful for you. Anyone interested in this pretty good looking Kamaran silver dining knife? Its handle is adorned with intricate floral engravings. I'm looking to trade it for 5 soul crystals. Are you out of your mind, mate? Apart from its appearance, it serves no purpose and you actually think of trading it for 5 soul crystals. It's a collectible, an artifact, don't you get it? Soul crystals can be used to recruit troops and save lives. What can your fancy artifact do? Help trim toenails. I kind of agree, plus we don't live the Western lifestyle. We use chopsticks and you want to charge such a high price for a dining knife. Will you sell that silver dining knife for 1 soul crystal? Suddenly, someone interjected. Deal, let's exchange. What the hell? Someone was actually willing to buy it. Indeed, there are so many rich guys in this channel. Ding. While Fang Hao was idly browsing through the regional forum, he received a private message. He opened it to find a message from Deng Bin, the lord he gets his flax from. A large patch of flax fields lies outside Deng Bin's fiefdom. When Fang Hao was buying flax, the two decided to cooperate, with Fang Hao trading resources for Deng Bin's flax. Their cooperation had been going pretty well until then. As the great Lord Fang Hao here. Just wanted to ask, is there a high demand for flax from your side? Demand. Fang Hao was planning to set up a textiles shop and had also increased the number of skeleton tailors. One could say, the supply of flax was stable. But, why would Deng Bin suddenly ask him this? Does he plan to raise the price? Just as Fang Hao was about to hit send on his reply, the demand for flax is average, he got another message from Deng Bin. Lord Fang Hao, I've gotten into some trouble on my end. If your demand for flax is high, I'd like to discuss a change in the way we trade it. Getting this message, Fang Hao understood what Deng Bin was hinting at. He deleted his unfinished message and replied, what happened? Is there anything I can do to help? Bandits have discovered my fiefdom and we've already had a few skirmishes. I want to trade you flax for some equipment. Deng Bin's fiefdom was in a good location. After trading flax with Fang Hao, his resources kept steadily increasing. He would exchange anything he needed with flax from Fang Hao. Sometimes, reselling those goods would earn him even more. But recently, a large group of bandits had stumbled upon his fiefdom. They had already had a few clashes which cost Deng Bin many lives. The bandits had now surrounded his castle, stopping his villagers from gathering resources. They were stuck in the castle, slowly eating away the food stored in the granary. After waiting for 2 days without the bandits showing any signs of leaving, Deng Bin decided it was worth a try. He'd been buying a lot of soul crystals from the channel. His troop count was now up to 500. Once he gets some more equipment from Fang Hao, he was ready to take on the bandits. If he wins, he loses nothing and could even try to occupy the bandit camp. If he lost, he'd be done for anyway, and the equipment and fiefdom wouldn't matter anymore. What's wrong with the equipment in the channel? Asked Fang Hao. There were tens of thousands of pieces of equipment listed by Fang Hao in the regional channel. These were either his troops' old gear or repaired loot. Wasn't that enough for Deng Bin? Lord Fang Hao, that's what I wanted to talk about. I don't have many troops, so I absolutely need to have an advantage in equipment. So, I'm looking to exchange flax for 500 high-quality pieces of equipment. I promise to sell you flax at half the previous price from now on, what do you think? Maybe it was because they'd chatted a lot. Deng Bin's this message was quite long. But he explained everything clearly. Since the bandits outnumbered him, in order to win, Deng Bin needed to have better equipment. That's why he couldn't make use of the white and green equipment available in the channel. So, he thought of this method to try his luck with Fang Hao. Fang Hao didn't reply immediately. He was considering the equal exchange, and the possibility of buying flax at half the price from now on. If they could strike up a long-term partnership, Fang Hao was willing to part with the equipment. But Fang Hao was doubtful about the truth of Deng Bin's words. It's possible that for some reason, Deng Bin no longer wanted to work with him and was trying to trick him into giving his equipment for free. I can accept your terms. But how do I know I can trust your words? Fang Hao replied bluntly. The other party fell silent. After several minutes, another message came in. Image, this is me, we're in the same area, we'll inevitably meet. If I deceive you, you can kill me when we meet next time. Fang Hao clicked on the image. It was a photograph taken from the Book of Lords. Standing beneath a torch was a person, short fair hair in a short-sleeved shirt, their exposed left arm marked with colorful tattoos. Even though they were dressed neutrally, one could still tell it was a woman. It seemed that she was not someone one could mess with even before crossing the worlds. Tell me what kind of equipment you need, in detail, so that I can send it to you. The other party stated that they could be killed if they were dishonest. What else could he say? All right, thank you, boss, I'll remember this favor. 500 sets of armor, 300 spears, bows and arrows. As Deng Bin spoke, Fang Hao set up an offer trade with the equipment she required. The transaction was completed quickly, and Fang Hao received a lot of flax. As agreed, the price of any flax sold by Deng Bin in the future would decrease by 50%. Provided she survived. To Fang Hao, it was a favorable deal. The next day, finishing his morning workout, Fang Hao saw that it was already past 8 a.m. Pulling Angia from under the covers in the bedroom, they went downstairs for breakfast. Having finished breakfast, he took Angia and headed towards the Frostwind Mountains. The Bone Dragon landed in Frostwind City. Lord, the skeleton hero, Skullcrusher, and the orc shaman, Clyde, came out to greet them. Skullcrusher, take me around the mines. Fang Hao was still sitting atop the Bone Dragon. The purpose of Fang Hao's visit to the Frostwind Mountains today was to replace some equipment in the various mines. In addition to the white steel mining drafts, minecarts and railways have also been made to increase the efficiency of the mines. Yes, my lord. Skullcrusher got on the Bone Dragon and pointed out a mine. The Bone Dragon soared into the sky, heading in the given direction. They began creating minecarts and railways one mine at a time. On the other hand, the border of the Crescent Heights, where the Undead had recently established a massive camp. A 700,000-strong Undead army was already ready for departure, and the orc messengers were already scattered among the ranks. Commander Demetria, the army is ready and can depart at any time. The Blood Hunter landed beside Demetria and spoke softly. Demetria looked up at the sky, and then at the thick fog within Crescent Heights. Crescent Heights was shrouded in clouds and fog all year round. Even during the day, the sunlight was dim under the cover of the clouds and fog. Depart, Demetria ordered. The signal flags were raised high, and the large troops set off. Stepping into the fog, the road was relatively smooth. The dense fog made the environment somewhat damp. The tree trunks were covered in fungus, like tumors growing after an illness. The rocks were also covered in green moss. As they delved deeper, Demetria became aware of a problem. The fog was getting thicker, and the farther they went, the harder it was to distinguish directions. He needed a guide who was familiar with the local terrain. Rustle. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves came from the shrubs ahead. The next second, a figure jumped out from the shrubs. Barely had they steadied themselves when they saw the Undead army staring at them. After standing dumbfounded for a couple of seconds, they immediately turned around and fled. Catch him, commanded Demetria nonchalantly. Whoosh. The Blood Hunter spread his bat wings and shot out in an instant. He pushed the fleeing individual to the ground, and with a dagger, he pried open the person's mouth, inspecting their teeth. 2 hours ago. Crescent Heights, Burns Village Number 4. The management system of Crescent Heights differs from the outside world. Every Blood Clan member is responsible for their own village. The villagers are more like slaves raised by the Blood Clan, having to complete assigned tasks and pay blood tax on time. If other Blood Clan members cross the boundary to seize population or collect blood they are not entitled to, this could lead to conflict. Burns Village Number 4. This is the 4th village managed by Blood Clan member, Burns. Inside a simple dwelling. Captain, this girl won't last much longer, says a pale-blooded individual wearing a heavy hood. In front of the pale blood, lies a pale, thin girl. She is in a deep coma due to excessive bleeding. But the pale blood continues to draw blood, letting fresh red blood fill the containers. The pale blood referred to as the captain looks up at the unconscious girl. He then glances to the side where two withered corpses lie. These were the girl's parents, who had also had their blood forcibly drained until they died. The captain just looks at them, and calmly says, since she's like this anyway, just drain her until she dies. The castle needs corpses. We can send her there when the time comes. All right, we'll do as the captain says the pale blood, as he continues to draw blood from the girl. Bang! Just then, the door is forcefully swung open, and a young man bursts in. He glances at the two corpses on the floor. His gaze then lands on the two pale blood and the unconscious girl. Kong Yong, have you had enough of your life? Don't you see we're working here? The pale blood are the Blood Clan's guard dogs and the enforcers of Crescent Heights. Nobody here would dare to provoke them. Sir, if we keep drawing, she will die. I will make up for whatever is missing, says Kong Yong, rolling up his sleeve. Get lost. Your turn will come soon. The pale blood curses, before resuming his work. At the sound of the curse, Kong Yong's gaze narrows. He gives a signal to one of his remaining militia members while silently drawing the silver dinner knife concealed at his waist. The dinner knife had been sharpened to a sharp point, razor-edged. In the next second, he leaps at the captain, covering his mouth. The dinner knife pierces his neck. The silver dinner knife cuts through the skin, causing the pale blood's neck to swell and rupture. Kong Yong stabs again and again, turning the pale blood captain's neck into a bloody mess. On the side, the militiaman is already engaged in a brawl with another pale blood. Kong Yong quickly steps forward. He stabs the dinner knife into the pale blood's heart. Both pale bloods are dead, the room reeking of thick blood. Luckily, the village houses are separate, so they wouldn't attract other pale bloods for now. Kong Yong, out of breath, hears the rustling noises outside the door. He takes a deep breath and says, you clean up here, I'll go explain to the villagers. We must leave before dark. Yes, sir. Walking outside, a number of villagers have already gathered. They look pale and quite perturbed as they watch Kong Yong. The village is small, with not many inhabitants. A lot of them must have heard the screams of the pale blood just now. Everyone listen to me. This time, the Blood Clan wants to reduce the number of villages. They plan to drain everyone's blood and kill us all. Maji's parents are already dead in the house, you all can go in and see. Kong Yong sits down and starts to speak. None of the people below actually go to check, they just stand there in silence. Kong Yong continues, I have already found a way out. Before dark is our only chance. Everyone, follow me and we'll go live in the city of humans. Can we really get out? A villager asks. Yes, I wouldn't joke about my own life. Everyone, go back and pack your things. I'll go confirm the route again, and come back at noon to lead you all out. Kong Yong's gaze hardens and he warns in a cold voice, please watch each other. If anyone snitches to the Blood Clan, none of us will make it. The villagers hesitate for a moment. But he still didn't have any other options, so he could only agree and nod his head. Kong Yong slung his backpack over his shoulders, opened the large map in the Book of Lords and started walking towards the border. He pressed onward. He could feel the mist becoming increasingly thin. He should be nearing the edge now. Thinking about finally leaving this damned place, his steps lightened considerably. He dutifully leapt over the shrub in front of him, covering great distance in one single jump. However, as soon as he landed, the color drained from Kong Yong's face. A dense force of white-boned soldiers had blocked his way. What the damn hell was happening? He instantly turned around and started running. But after only 2 steps, a formidable force knocked him down. A chilling dagger pried his mouth open and a bony finger started probing his teeth. Human, and not a thin-blooded one either. The blood hunter casually tossed Kong Yong in front of Demetria. The disoriented human on the ground was in his 20s and had been thrown around mercilessly by the blood hunter. Demetria looked at the human on the ground and said, "I ask, you answer. If you answer well, I will let you live." The sight of a lizardman slightly startled the human, causing him to take 2 steps back. However, compared to the seemingly infinite army of white bones, a single lizardman wasn't so terrifying. The human nodded, indicating that he understood. "What is your name?" Demetria asked. "Kong Yang." While answering, Kong Yang's pupils suddenly constricted. Ancient Blade. Demetria, Orange Tier 8 hero. And the bat-wing skeleton that had been probing his teeth was also a hero. Blood Hunter, Blue Tier 5. What the hell was going on? He had only seen green hero templates shared in the district channel before. But now, 2 heroes had appeared at once. And the lizardman leading them was an orange tier hero. "Alright, Kong Yang, why are you here?" Demetria continued to interrogate. Kong Yang carefully assessed his chances of escaping, before honestly answering, "I am trying to escape this mist." "So, you live here?" "Yes, I live in a nearby village. The Blood Clan recently increased the blood tax, and many villagers have already died from excessive bloodletting. I am hoping to find a way out," Kong Yang explained. To the transmigrators, who were more adaptable in their mindset, the blood clans who sucked human blood seemed a lot less fearsome compared to these lizardmen and undead. "Good. Kong Yang, I can sense your bravery. If you were born in a human city, you would have been a righteous warrior, or perhaps even a hero," Demetria said. Kong Yang furrowed his eyebrows at the sudden praise from the lizardman. "Kong Yang, we need a guide right now, someone who can show us the way," said Demetria before Kong Yang could say anything. Kong Yang, who had just stood up, lost his balance upon hearing the words. A skeleton immediately supported his arms from behind. "So, what do you think?" Swallowing his saliva, Kong Yang asked quietly, "Are you looking to cause trouble for the Blood Clan?" "Yes, a lot of trouble." Kong Yang remained silent for a moment before raising his head. "Fine. I can guide you. But first, help me rescue the villagers. Once darkness falls, the Blood Clan will kill them." "That's acceptable. With you here, we can distinguish between villagers and blood slaves." After glancing around, Kong Yang hesitated before asking, "Could I have a sword, just for self-defense?" Demetria handed him a gleaming silver one-handed sword. The continuous bloodletting had kept Kong Yang weak for a long time. The weight of the sword felt like a burden in his hand. "Alright, Kong Yang, now show me where your village is and where the Blood Clan is located." Kong Yang nodded and pointed in the direction. With Kong Yang as the guide, they quickly bypassed dangerous terrain, accelerating their journey. About 10 minutes later, the army halted in the woods on the west side of the village. "My lord, that is the village I told you about. The ancient castle behind it is the residence of the Blood Clan's Burns. It's guarded by the Dampiers," Kong Yang explained. Ahead was a small village. And beyond the village, a castle's silhouette could be seen through the fog. If the Blood Hunter still retained memories from the past, he would find this castle identical to his own Shadowwind castle in its architectural style. The situation in the village was dire. Someone had leaked information to the Dampiers. Now all villagers had been gathered at the central area of the village. On the ground, 2 bodies lay. One of the corpses was the only surviving militiaman who had followed Kong Yang when he abandoned his territory. Seeing this scene, Kong Yang clenched his fists, an unquenchable anger burning within. The man who vowed to slaughter the Dampiers and rescue the villagers from the vampires was teary-eyed. Even though he had witnessed so many deaths, he still couldn't come to terms with this reality. Demetria glanced at Kong Yang. "Do you know the person on the ground?" "Yes." Kong Yang gritted his teeth. Without saying much, Demetria immediately ordered, "Bolton, lead your men to rescue the villagers. The rest will storm the Blood Clan's castle ahead." "Yes." Everyone acknowledged. The undead army rolled out of the forest, barreling towards the castle. Bolton led his small undead squad to surround the village and rescue the villagers. The Blood Hunter unfurled his bat wings, leading a swarm of skeleton giant bats into the sky, charging forward. With the help of the Dark Deception skill, He navigated through the thick fog. Arriving over the castle, he swooped down. The blade in the blood hunter's hand swung out, instantly slaying 2 Dhampirs. The skeleton giant bats following closely behind swarmed like a plague. They enveloped all Dhampirs around the castle. When they dispersed again, all that was left of the Dhampirs were their picked clean, bone-white skeletons scattered on the ground. The battle was over in a flash. Hundreds of Dhampirs were wiped out cleanly. Demetria and his troops arrived. They walked straight into the castle, ascending to the 3rd floor via the staircase. The 3rd floor's bedroom was dimly lit. The windows were sealed shut with thick curtains. In the middle of the room, there was an exquisitely designed corpse-raising coffin. The coffin lid was tightly closed. It seemed the soundproofing here was excellent. Despite hundreds of Dhampirs being killed outside, Burns, inside remained undisturbed, still resting. Demetria gestured. 2 Baron tomb guards stepped forward, one on each side of the coffin lid. With a simultaneous exertion of force, the coffin lid was prized open. The moment the vampire inside opened his eyes. Swish. Demetria's sword came slashing down. The vampire's head and half of the coffin fell, rolling into a corner. Move the body out, Demetria ordered as he sheathed his longsword and walked downstairs. Vampires possessed a strong vitality. Despite decapitation, it wasn't dead yet. It stretched out its arms, flailing and thrashing around. A skeleton warrior next to it drew its argent short sword from its waist, hacking at the squirming body several times. Only then did it slowly quiet down. Outside the castle, the rescued villagers were gathered in an open area. When they saw the 2 coffin halves being carried out, along with the casually held head of Burns, by a skeleton, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief and fear. The vampire was dead. They had never thought that even a vampire could be killed. Demetria looked at the chaotic and sickening crowd below. Bolton. Bolton immediately rushed forward. Lord Demetria. Guide these villagers out and set up a camp for them at the back of our base. Anyone who dares to try to leave or send word to the Blood Clan will be executed on the spot, Demetria loudly declared. Upon hearing the words, executed on the spot, the already frightened villagers began to tremble even more. Yes, sir. Bolton took the order and began to lead the villagers away. The villagers left. Demetria did not plan to halt his troops either. In the combat strategy, he and Fang Hao had a fixed time arrangement. Kong Yang, you did a great job this time. Demetria praised him openly. Kong Yang had already calmed his emotions. The death of Burns and the Blood Feeders were considered as a revenge for his militia. Thank you, my lord. I know of few other locations of Blood Clan's castles. I could lead you there. Kong Yang had never thought that killing the Blood Clan could be this simple. The undead army he guided had, in the blink of an eye, killed the mighty Burns. It was as simple as killing a chicken. No rush. Demetria shook his head and continued, the extermination of the Blood Clan is not the priority right now. I need you to guide me to somewhere else. Sir, I might have limited knowledge, but I can definitely guide you anywhere I'm familiar with, Kong Yang reassured him. Tanho Lake. Upon hearing the name, Kong Yang momentarily froze. The Book of Lords map did not include Tanho Lake, but he knew of its location. Because it was a place strictly prohibited by the Blood Clan. Anyone who approached it, none have returned alive. Is there a problem? Demetria noticed the tension in Kong Yang's expression. My lord, that place is a land of death. The Blood Clan has strictly forbidden anyone from approaching it. Everyone who has ventured in has died, Kong Yang explained, his voice trembling a bit. Are there Blood Clan soldiers there? Tanho Lake, as a vital part of the Beating Heart mission. It was quite reasonable that the Red Duke had stationed heavy troops there. If nothing was there, it would indeed be worrisome about the authenticity of the intelligence. I don't know. Nobody who got close came back alive, Kong Yang replied. Demetria nodded. He firmly said, show me the way. When we get there, you can stay at the back of the troop. Kong Yang took a deep breath and pointed out a direction. The undead army continued to march forward. The undead army steamrolled everything in their path. The ancient castles they encountered along the way were conveniently raided by the undead, eliminating all the Blood Clan and the Blood Feeders inside. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, the army finally arrived at their designated location. The fog was growing thicker, and the dampness in the air had started causing the accompanying orcs to cough violently. The dim light could no longer penetrate the dense fog, as if it was already deep into the night. Ahead was a thick forest. Through the gaps in the trees, one could see the rippling surface of a lake. There was no sign of any enemies, and there were no traces of any wildlife. Is the fog always so dense here? Demetria asked. Yes, when you enter this place, it's hard to tell day from night. Kong Yang answered. Looking at enormous trees ahead, through the dense branches and leaves, there lay the murky sky above. As if being engulfed in the gloom, a feeling of danger surged in their hearts. The signal flares. Demetria demanded sternly. Someone in the back of the team ignited a signal flare. Whoosh. The signal flare exploded in the air, casting an orange glow illuminating the surroundings. The next second, two bright red dots suddenly lit up among the dense branches and leaves. 4, 6. Countless red dots appeared, filling the entire forest, all looking at the intruding undead army. The fleeting light also allowed everyone to see the situation ahead clearly. This wasn't a lush vegetation. Instead, gigantic bats hung all over the barren trees. Bats, archers get ready. Whoosh. A rustling sound came from ahead, fluttering wings of hanging bats began to take flight, leaving only tall dead trees in what was once a lush forest. Ferocious bats Tier 3. The body size of the ferocious bats is comparable to that of an adult hound, completely black in color, hanging upside down, with their black bat wings covering most of their bodies. Quietly waiting for the prey to approach. In the eyes of the Blood Clan, these specially bred ferocious bats are more useful than the falcons tamed by human aristocrats. Once their bloodthirsty nature is aroused, they will plunge into the enemy's lines without hesitation. Fang Hao and Demetria also made a simple guess about Tanho Lake. Considering the character of the Red Duke, a lot of forces would be deployed here. Even a large number of dusk banqueters. However, they didn't expect that what would greet them would be tens of thousands of giant bats. Upon further thought, Fang Hao and Demetria realized they had fallen into a misconception. This place was the territory of the Blood Clan. To enter Tanho Lake, it is necessary to go through a series of the Blood Clan's castles. The Blood Clan and the Thin Bloods in these castles are, implicitly, the guards of Tanho Lake. Ferocious bats obscured the sky, swooping down in groups towards the undead army. These Tier 3 bats often rely on their numbers and mobility as their advantages. Even if they found that the number of enemies is dozens of times larger than their own, and they are a bunch of bloodless skeletons, they wouldn't turn and flee, but only knew to plunge fearlessly into the rank and file. Attack. Demetria gauged the distance and calmly uttered the command. Fire arrows. Fire arrows. Magic missile. A dense clanging of bowstrings was followed by the sounds of arrows cutting through the air. 200,000 archers fired simultaneously. The arrows were like a giant wave, slamming towards the oncoming flock of bats. Thud thud thud. Arrows hit the ferocious bats. In the blink of an eye, a large number of ferocious bats were filled with arrows, falling down like raindrops. The first round of volley firing ended. The undead mages at the rear had also condensed the dark missile. The Death Whisper wand pointed into the sky, and 100,000 magic missiles formed a curtain of light that exploded in the sky. Boom boom boom. The bats that couldn't evade in time were instantly blown to pieces by the explosion. Pieces of flesh fell with the rain of blood. Only in the first clash, more than half of the bats were killed or had lost their ability to fly. The remaining bats continued to approach. Archers switched from volleyed fire to free firing. The bats that dived into the team knocked down a large number of warriors. When they revealed their fangs, intending to tear the enemy's flesh, they found that the body wrapped under the armor was just hollow white bones. The skeleton soldiers of the side took this opportunity to kill the bats that had fallen to the ground. The battle didn't last long. Besides consuming a large number of arrows, the casualties were negligible. Demetria took another look at the silent deadwood forest and ordered, maintain the formation, advance, and collect the arrows along the way. It was still uncertain whether there was danger ahead, so they needed to maintain their vigilance. The team moved forward in formation. The archers at the rear collected the arrows along the way. Stepping into the deadwood forest, an anomaly occurred again. Decaying corpses crawled out of the ground, wearing rotted armor, and launched an attack on the team. But the rank of these rotten corpses was not high, nor did they have a numerical advantage. The undead army didn't stop. Marching forward, they casually exterminated all these emergent rotten corpses. At the front of Tanho Lake. The lake was still calm, like a giant mirror, with a few broken arrow shafts drifting on it. Kong Yong was dragged over from the back of the team by a skeleton warrior. Does the village have any sayings about this lake? Demetria asked indifferently. Tanho Lake was too calm. Given the Red Duke's nature, apart from the bats and rotting corpses on the shore. The bottom of the lake was a perfect place to set up an ambush. If there was anyone who wanted to salvage the body from the bottom of the lake, it would be an ideal chance to kill the enemy. Kong Yong's legs were shaking. He didn't want to get near that damned Tanho Lake. Hearing Demetria's inquiry, he started to recall any rumors he had heard about the lake. Thinking for a moment, he said, "Some say there are treasures at the bottom of the lake. And that's it. Nobody dares approach this place, not even the Blood Clan or the Half-Bloods." Kong Yong said. "All right, I get it." Demetria spoke out. Kong Yong moved to the back of the team. Demetria called over 2 Baron Tomb guards, "Go down and check. If you find any coffins or anything, bring them up." The 2 Baron Tomb guards plunged straight into the lake. However, soon enough, the center of the lake started churning and then the bleached skeletal remains floated up. Seeing this, there was no need for further thinking. There was indeed danger at the bottom of the lake that had killed the Baron Tomb guards who went down. "You, go down." Demetria ordered nearly 100 Baron Tomb guards. He took several nightstones out of his backpack and put them around the necks of the Baron Tomb guards. Plop, plop, plop. The Baron Tomb guards dived into the lake and descended towards the bottom. Demetria also jumped into the lake, maintaining a certain distance from the sunken guards. He was carefully observing the threats that might emerge from the surroundings. The trait of underwater breathing in the lizardmen race made him even more flexible in water than on land. On the other hand, the Baron Tomb guards, despite not needing to breathe in water, moved quite awkwardly and sluggishly. They might not even be able to exert half of their original strength. Everyone descended quickly. The nightstones illuminated the surroundings, while also attracting creatures from the bottom of the lake. At this moment, 4 massive fish-like creatures began to approach. Each fish was nearly 6 meters long, with scales similar to crocodiles covering their entire bodies. They rapidly swam towards the sluggish Baron Tomb guards, opening their enormous mouths that were full of sharp teeth, biting and shaking one of the guards. The Baron Tomb guards waved their white steel giant swords, influenced by the water. The strikes left only shallow scratches on the heavy scales. Perhaps it felt that the bones lacked flavor. One of the creatures turned its attention towards the swimming lizardmen from behind. Shouldering past the skeletal remains, it opened its enormous mouth and bit towards one of the lizardmen. Demetria glanced indifferently at the massive fish charging towards him. He shifted his body and instantly dodged the attack. His longsword swept out. Raging slash. A red sword aura sliced through the massive fish's neck. The fish's head was still lunging forward with biting motions while the body was already separated, slowly sinking to the bottom of the lake. The death of one massive fish, blood diffusing into the water, sent the remaining 3 into a frenzy. Their biting became even crazier as they tangled with the Baron Tomb guards. Demetria confirmed no other creatures were there. He started swimming quickly as well. Approaching the remaining massive fish, he mercilessly executed them with his sword training. Having eliminated the threat at the bottom of the lake, Demetria continued to dive deeper, leading the few remaining Baron Tomb guards. As they neared the bottom of the lake, Demetria finally saw their target. In the center of the lake bed, there was an approximately 2 meters high humanoid iron coffin. The iron coffin stood upright at the bottom of the lake, and a female face was carved on the front of it. At the eerie bottom of the lake, the glow of the nightstone gradually dimmed. An image of a young girl on the iron coffin seemed all too lifelike. This made the atmosphere even more bizarre and terrifying. Demetria, along with the barren tomb guard, swam forward to inspect. There were no more threats. The iron coffin stood erect at the bottom of the lake, its base connected with 4 metal chains. The chains secured the coffin to the boulders around it. To take the coffin out, the chains had to be broken. Red Duke had really gone to great lengths to prevent this coffin from being taken away. Leaving aside the forces he placed outside, the depth of the lake alone was enough to prevent most living creatures from approaching the iron coffin. The intelligent races of Crescent Heights were mostly humans and orcs. Even heroes would have a hard time reaching such a depth and trying to salvage the heavy iron coffin with their physical strength. Unfortunately, Red Duke underestimated one thing. He did not take into account the appearance of the Transmigrators and Fang Hao's undead faction. Even without Demetria's involvement, it was only a matter of time before Fang Hao could salvage the iron coffin from the depth of the lake. Demetria tugged at the heavy metal chains, unsheathing the long blade at his waist and swung at the chains. Clang, clang, clang. The 4 chains snapped as ordered, and the surface of the lake was disturbed by the resulting waves. Soon enough, Demetria came back up to the surface. How was it? Blood Hunter, who had moved forward, asked. Prepare the ropes down there. Ropes were thrown into the lake one after another. Demetria picked up one end and sunk back into the lake. He tied up the iron coffin and the bodies of the 4 enormous fishes with the ropes. On the lakeshore, dozens of ropes penetrated the surface of the lake, with skeleton warriors waiting for the final signal. When Blood Hunter saw the signal conveyed by the ropes, he ordered the ropes to be pulled. Under the combined efforts of thousands of skeleton warriors, the heavy, 2-meter-high iron coffin was gradually hauled out of the water. They dragged it to the lakeshore, leaving a trail of wet mud. Demetria quickly followed it out of the lake greater than. He glanced at the scene and ordered, "Fall in, return to camp." The skeletons lifted the iron coffin and the 4 huge fish, and the army began to retreat the same way they came. On the way, the corpses of the dead bats were collected. And all the corpses and valuable items in the looted castles were taken away. The army left the mist and returned directly to the camp. At 6 p.m., Fang Hao and Angia returned to the main city. They had spent the entire day in the Frostwind Mountains, creating production tools for the various mines. Fortunately, they had Bone Dragon to serve as their mount, otherwise, it would have been difficult to complete the journey across the treacherous mountain terrain even in 5 full days. Upon returning to the city lord's hall, the maid served fruit wine. Sitting in the chair, he let out a deep breath. But as soon as he had sat down, Little Yu quietly stepped into the city lord's mansion. She slightly bent her legs, lifted her long skirt, and curtsied slightly, "My lord." 2 days ago, when Fang Hao got the Absolution Curve Sword, he went to give it to Little Yu but found that she was not in her room. So, he left the curved sword on the tea table in her living room. It seemed that she had come back and found the curved sword. As expected, the disaster song Hilda, Green Tier 4 hero. Little Yu's rank had indeed risen from level 2 to tier 4. For other heroes, leveling up is quite difficult, but for Little Yu, it's as simple as drinking water. As long as she acquires a weapon from the Absolution series, she can level up. This method of leveling up, however, seems somewhat unscientific. I didn't see you the day before yesterday, Fang Hao asked with a smile. Little Yu rarely leaves her room on usual days. Fang Hao always thought she was hiding in her room and didn't want to come out. It wasn't until the day before yesterday that he found out that Little Yu was actually not at home. "My lord, I had gone to a few orc villages in the north. It was nice there, and I made a few friends." Little Yu sat down and answered nonchalantly. Little Yu's image has become very close to that of a living creature. A pretty girl, especially in her manners and behavior, she resembles an elegant noblewoman. Her property is, however, still marked as undead. It seems her recent trips to the orc villages have been successful. She even made a few friends. Although the undead lack emotions, her willingness to make friends and interact with others is not a bad thing in Fang Hao's eyes. Especially since Fang Hao had previously advised her to go out more and not to stay cooped up in her room all day. After thinking for a while, Fang Hao continued, "Since you're willing to interact with humans, I'll assign you a task." "Sure." Little Yu's eyes lit up. In the past few operations, Little Yu had taken the initiative to find Fang Hao. She had asked why he didn't assign tasks to her. Now that Fang Hao was taking the initiative to assign her a task, she was delighted. Cruel City in the west is now a subordinate city of our territory, and I've appointed the cloth merchant Tavik as the city lord. I'm worried the Blood Clan will seek revenge on him. You go and protect him for a few days, Fang Hao briefly explained the situation. This territory isn't afraid of retaliation from the Blood Clan. Apart from the butterflies in the backyard garden, not even a bird can fly into the territory. It's like a no-fly zone. The primary target for revenge would be Tavik. The Blood Clan's invasion had put Demetria under pressure, which might provoke them to harm Tavik. My lord, I don't know this city lord Tavik, Little Yu frowned in response. Little Yu's facial expressions now have no difference from humans. I'll write a letter for you. You take it to the city lord's mansion, and Tavik will come to see you. Fang Hao thought for a while, but it seemed he was not very proficient in the script of this world. He changed his words. Take the letter and an object. He will confirm your identity. Okay, my lord, I will ensure the safety of the city lord, she replied. A maid brought a blank sheet of paper. Fang Hao dictated the letter and Little Yu penned it down. He returned to his study and took out the gold-tipped quill that Tavik had given him before. He handed both the letter and the quill to Little Yu. You can leave tomorrow morning. I'm just worried about the Blood Clan's revenge. It was getting late now, and according to the customs of Cruel City, it seemed it would be time to close the city gates. Understood, my lord. Little Yu bowed slightly and then left directly. Little Yu left. Aira served a sumptuous dinner. Smelling the savory aroma, Angia and Lori ran in and sat down waiting for dinner. Previously, Lori used to eat with the maids. But since last time when he had dinner at the Lord's mansion, he starts coming over whenever there's a chance. He doesn't talk, just sits quietly aside, waiting for the meal. Today's dinner was still very rich, including steak, vegetable soup, and a new dish developed by Aira. It was called baked shrimp in sheep milk, which seemed easy to make and tasted quite good. Everyone started to enjoy their dinner. Halfway through the meal. Woo! The Book of Lords emitted the sound of a blowing conch. Fang Hao immediately opened the storage space of the Book of Lords, and sure enough, the sound-transmitting shell had sent back a message. When he was heading towards the Coldwind Mountain range, he was worried that he would not receive Demetria's message and put the sound-transmitting shell into the storage space. He would check it from time to time. Unexpectedly, the Book of Lords was able to release the notification sound of the sound-transmitting shell. He took out the sound-transmitting shell, put it to his ear, and heard Demetria's voice. My lord, we attacked Crescent Heights today. We killed 5 of the Blood Clan and hundreds of hemotropes, rescuing nearly 2,000 villagers. As planned, we dredged up an iron coffin from Lake Tanho and have arranged for a bone dragon to send it back to your territory. After hearing Demetria's message, Fang Hao was delighted, slapping his thigh. Good. Ouch. What are you doing? Angia was eating and she rubbed her thigh. Nothing. Just a little excited. Excited. Why are you smacking my thigh? They had a quick dinner. Fang Hao headed straight to the Trade Alliance store. Skeleton merchant Dujin was in a meeting with other merchants. Seeing Fang Hao approach, he gave a brief explanation, allowing the skeleton merchants to disperse and attend to their affairs. Good evening, my lord, Dujin greeted with a bow. Good evening. Dujin, was there any update on the Dark Gold heroic contract that I mentioned last time? Sitting at the counter, Fang Hao got straight to the point. Demetria's side was making smooth progress. An iron coffin had been found at the bottom of Tanho Lake. According to the information collected, this coffin should contain the last part of the Heart mission. Using the Bone Dragon for transport, it was expected that the coffin would arrive at the main city by tomorrow morning. It would be better to have a heroic contract when the Dark Gold tier hero was resurrected. Not yet, my lord. Dujin pondered and said again, my lord, these high-level scrolls are hard to come by. Fang Hao understood this. Forget about Dark Gold, there weren't even any in orange for sale so far. Has the latest order come in? Fang Hao continued to ask. But immediately he dismissed the thought. Even if an order was placed, it was likely no one would sell them. Moreover, since the iron coffin would arrive tomorrow, there wouldn't be enough time. Yes, do you wish to fill one, my lord? Dujin asked. Not right now. Fang Hao shook his head. After chatting with Dujin for a while, he left the Trade Alliance Hall. He returned to his manor and went to the backyard for a hot spring bath. Night fell. The Crescent Heights, in front of Tanho Lake. The Red Duke gazed at the drag marks on the shore from where the iron coffin had been hauled out. His eyes turned a deeper shade of crimson. Even with the evidence right in front of him, he refused to believe that someone could so easily haul away the iron coffin at the bottom of the lake. Splash! At that moment, a member of the Blood Clan emerged, head first, from the lake. Your Grace, there is nothing on the lake bed except a few broken iron chains. The final flicker of hope in the Red Duke's mind was extinguished by these words. The iron coffin was gone. What happened exactly? The Red Duke bent over, eyes crimson as he lost his composure. In his rage, he resembled a wild beast that had lost its logic. Behind the Red Duke, all the members of the Blood Clan bowed their heads, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to speak. No one knew what had happened. Tanho Lake had been cleaned out completely. Aside the missing inhabitants, even the valuable items in the nearby castles were gone without a trace. Just as the Red Duke was about to unleash his fury and kill someone, a blood servant rushed over. Your Grace, there's a camp beyond the mist. It's filled with undead soldiers. They must be the ones who stole the treasure from the lake, he reported. Most of the Blood Clan had no idea what lay at the bottom of the lake. They only knew that this was a treasure that the Red Duke held dear. Undead. Endless rage flared up in the Red Duke's eyes. This anger was not only towards the undead but also towards the fear that came from knowing his secret had been exposed. The fear deep in his heart. If that woman was alive, the ways she might torment him. This fear made him want to leave right away. To leave Crescent Heights, to hide away. No, I still have a chance. Over such a short distance, the iron coffin might still be recoverable. As his sharp nails dug into his own palm, the ensuing pain forced him to calm down. The iron coffin must be recovered. Viscous blood dripped from the palm of a hand, the smell of blood making the Blood Clan members nearby swallow hard. Cold eyes turned to the blood servant, a voice coldly asked, how many of the undead are there? According to the Palebloods, a large fog has risen from the camp, and innumerable undead can be seen outside the fog. There most likely are hundreds of thousands, but these undead don't seem to be of a high rank. The blood servant answered, head bowed, daring not look into the Duke's eyes. Hundreds of thousands. At the mention of this number, everyone present felt a wave of shock. What did this imply? At least it represented the total force of a region. Even when humans and dwarves teamed up to attack the Blood Clan in the past, the number only approached 200,000. Red Duke narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and then looked at the Blood Clan members behind him again. Gather all of your people and attack the undead at midnight. Duke, the enemy's manpower is overwhelming. I fear we may fall into their trap if we attack now, a member of the Blood Clan ventured to speak softly. The enemy commanders would certainly anticipate a retaliation from the Blood Clan at night, and if they were not fools, weren't they walking into their own deaths then? Moreover, this kind of immediate counterattack was not an intelligent strategy. No sooner had the man finished speaking, the Red Duke's figure appeared before him. His throat was gripped in one hand, while the other hand directly ripped out his tongue. Blood sprayed from his mouth. I said attack at midnight. Did you hear me? The Red Duke repeated slowly, stressing each word. If he was not currently short-staffed, the Red Duke would not have hesitated to kill this over-talkative person. The Blood Clan member, his tongue ripped out, nodded his head fearfully. After being thrown out, He immediately ran into the lake, looking for his tongue he had lost. The Red Duke scanned everyone present again and reminded, "At midnight, bring all your people and take over the Undead's camp in one fell swoop. If we win this time, I'll offer you the opportunity to be promoted to heroes." "Yes, Your Grace." This time, no one dared to disagree, they all unanimously agreed. Midnight. Within the fog, the Red Duke held a crimson giant sword in his hands, staring coldly at the distant camp. No one would have thought that an undead army would cross Cruel City and have built such a large-scale camp in just one day. And they already led an army to kill several members of the Blood Clan, and stole the iron coffin from beneath the lake. The Red Duke possessed longer life and strength greater than normal humans. He enjoyed all that he had and did not want to lose it. Therefore, he must win this battle and recapture the iron coffin before those damned undead can proceed with their next plan. "Your Grace, the number of troops have been tallied. There are 50,000 armed peasants, 40,000 rotting corpses, 20,000 pale bloods, 10,000 ferocious bats, 3,000 bloodthirsty wolf bats, and 300 Blood Clan members," reported the Blood Servant, who was kneeling next to the Red Duke. The collected forces could be said to have come from Crescent Heights in full strength. Had Red Duke not been hurrying to retrieve the iron coffin, using the thick fog within the highland, they could have slowly dealt with the enemy. The former human allied army had not gained any advantage in the fog and eventually had to sign a peace agreement. "Have there been any changes in the enemy's numbers?" the Red Duke asked aloud. "No new messages have been sent yet," the Blood Servant answered. "All right, let's start the attack." "Attack!" the Blood Servant shouted loudly. Armies commissioned by Crescent Heights, under the pressure of the Blood Clan, began to move forward. Armed peasants holding distributed shields and iron swords walked up front. Behind them were Palebloods and the Blood Clan members, their eyes crimson red. They gradually approached the camp up ahead. "Let the ferocious bats take action," the Red Duke ordered again. Whoosh! The ferocious bats, at Tier 3, flew to the sky. Their bodies, pitch black, eyes crimson red. Round metal bombs were tied to their short hind limbs. Under the cover of night, they quickly flew towards the undead camp. At midnight, darkness engulfed the land. 10,000 ferocious bats flew swiftly towards the undead camp under the cover of night. Each ferocious bat carried a black round bomb. This bomb, known as the fire oil bomb, was a miniaturized, improved version of the fire oil tank. Although its power was reduced, it was easier to carry. There was no need for any special equipment to throw it. This was one of the Red Duke's tactics for fighting against larger numbers with fewer forces. The ferocious bats, carrying fire oil bombs, would recklessly crash into the enemy ranks once they reached overhead. When the bombs shattered, they would explode and ignite all units in the vicinity. And once this fire oil was ignited, it was challenging to extinguish. The more undead skeletons they could set on fire, the more intense the fire would become. The forces at the rear would hence experience less pressure. Of course, the outcome of the battle and the success of retrieving the iron coffin still relied on the infantry troops behind. Therefore, while maintaining a certain distance from the ferocious bats, the infantry continued to move forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ferocious skeletons got closer and closer to the undead from above. They were only 300 meters away. Whoosh. Suddenly, a flare shot up into the sky and exploded. The bright light illuminated the sky. Whoosh. Following the flare, the sound of arrows piercing the air rang out. The night was thick, making it hard to see the arrows. But the whistling sound of the arrows reached the ears of the Red Duke and the others in the distance. Bang! The first ferocious bat was shot down and fell from the sky. The fire oil bomb under its feet exploded violently, and flames rose from the ground. Subsequently, under the heavy rain of arrows, ferocious bats kept falling from the sky. As they hit the ground, they ignited fierce fires. The volley of arrows was so concentrated that there was no need for precise aim. Even if they couldn't hit the bats, they could easily shatter the fire oil bombs under them. Each fire oil bomb exploded in the air, raining down a cascade of flames. The night was lit up in a shade of orange. The Blood clan at the rear watched the bats falling from the fire rain like dumplings in a bewildered manner. They couldn't help swallowing nervously. More than 10,000 ferocious bats carrying fire oil bombs didn't even reach the air above the enemy camp. They were almost completely wiped out. If just one fire oil bomb were to fall into the enemy camp, it might cause a little panic, wouldn't it? As expected, the enemy was fully prepared, and it seemed they were just waiting for them to come and offer up their lives. The Red Duke to one side had a gloomy expression. Staring at the already dead vanguard, his face betrayed no emotion. At this point, there was nothing he could do. Even if he knew it was a trap, he had to walk into it. He had to retrieve the iron coffin from the enemy's hands. The dark mass of Blood Clan soldiers, under the urging of the Blood Clan, tried to form a coherent line as best as they could. Along the way, villagers whose legs had given out kept rejoining the ranks under the coercion of whips and batons. They were 400 meters from the camp. The Blood Clan furrowed their brows in confusion. What was going on? At this distance, it was well within the range of archers and mages. Why wasn't the enemy launching long-range attacks? Duke, the enemy may be running low on arrows. A Blood Clan member stepped forward and voiced his suspicions. The Red Duke glanced at him, silently cursing his foolishness. The enemy's leader had calculated everything so precisely, time and place, all arranged so appropriately. How could they make such a basic mistake? But the Red Duke did not refute him. Letting his subordinates think the enemy was a fool could boost morale to some extent. Charge, prepare to scale the city. The Red Duke commanded dispassionately. Yes. The Blood Clan officer stepped back, loudly relaying the order. Prepare the siege ladders, charge. The troops launched their assault upon receiving the order. The camp's wall was approximately 4 meters high. Since it had been hastily constructed, there were no spikes around it. The armed villagers and weaker members of the Blood Clan reached the wall. They began to set up the siege ladders. The second wave of troops at the rear were slow-moving dead bodies. They dragged their stiff bodies, edging ever closer. The Undead camp. Inside the commander's tent, Commander Demetria was polishing his longsword. The tent flap was thrown open. The Blood Hunter strode in. Commander Demetria, the Blood Clan army has reached the foot of the city. Demetria nodded, rose to his feet, and walked outside. Defeating the Blood Clan wasn't difficult. The real challenge was how to intercept the escaping Blood Clan after the victory. As Fang Hao intended, the Blood Clan would be completely annihilated here. If too many of the Blood Clan escaped, they would pose a serious threat to human cities. At least for the past few decades, Crescent Heights and the Human Federation had maintained a peace treaty maintained through willful blindness. Fire the signal flare and prepare to finish this, Commander Demetria said quietly. Yes, Commander. The two walked out of the tent. The Blood Hunter conveyed the next steps down the chain of command. Commander Demetria headed towards the city wall. Soon after, a second flare was launched from within the Undead encampment. It shot straight into the sky and exploded with force. Shortly after, another flare was launched from the center of the camp. It traveled straight upwards before exploding in the sky. On the flanks and rear of the battlefield, dense ranks of undead soldiers were concealed in the dark forests. These undead stood as motionless as statues. When the orc within the undead ranks looked up at the sky and saw the exploding flares, they instantly rose from the ground. Forward, they roared. With loud commands, the orcs led the undead army toward the battlefield. At the base of the city walls, the siege ladders had already been set up against the walls. The Pale Blood members, grunting in hoarse roars, urged the armed villagers to start scaling the walls. Suddenly, a flare exploded in the air. Immediately after, a torrent of arrows and magical missiles rained down upon them, covering the battlefield like a rain of arrows. Each magic missile trailed a tail of flame through the night, exploding amidst the crowds. The already chaotic formation started to see mass casualties. Even with the Blood Clan personally urging them forward, they were unable to get anyone onto the walls. Just as their assault seemed to have wholly stalled, the closed gates of the Undead encampment slowly began to open. Everyone paused, taken aback. What was happening? Why were they voluntarily opening their gates? The next moment, skeleton warriors, wearing heavy armor and carrying beast head shields, charged out in an alarming number, forming an impregnable steel shield wall at the gates, rushing directly into the Blood Clan's ranks and entering into fierce combat. Not far away, the Red Duke stood, his face cold. Although he could not guess the other party's intentions, he had the uneasy feeling of being manipulated. This feeling was very unsettling, extremely unsettling. Just as he was ready to personally join the battlefield, two figures made their way up the fortress walls of the undead encampment. A tall golden armored warrior, and an undead with bat wings. He was too familiar with the second figure. Giovanni. The fact that his own nephew had been converted into a skeleton was true after all. Could it be that Giovanni had leaked the news about the iron coffin? Damn that bastard. You all continue to attack, I will go and kill their commander, the Red Duke said coldly. Without listening to opinions from others, he spread his huge bat wings and took off in the direction of the undead camp. Not long after the Red Duke left, large groups of undead soldiers began to appear around the Blood Clan's forces. They began to encircle and slaughter the Blood Clan. The difference in numbers made it impossible to generate effective combat power. In the blink of an eye, the entire army was utterly defeated. The Red Duke flapped his large bat wings. And in an instant, he arrived above the undead camp. Just as he stopped midair, a torrent of arrows came whistling up from below. The Red Duke huffed coldly. His bat wings flapped with force, and before him, it was as though a sound wave had exploded. The incoming arrows exploded before him, turning to dust. After glancing at Giovanni, who had now become a skeleton, his gaze fell on the lizardman in golden armor. Where is the iron coffin? Hand it over to me, and I can forgive the actions of today, he said. Commander Demetria gazed calmly at the Red Duke above him. The iron coffin. It's in the camp. Whether or not you can take it away depends on your ability. The Red Duke's eyes narrowed instantly. A burst of blood-colored energy surged from his body into the bloody heavy sword in his hand. As the blood-colored energy enveloped the heavy sword, he swung it down violently. Woo! A blood-colored sword light slashed towards Demetria. Demetria quickly retreated, dodging the blow. Boom! A loud rumble. The entire city wall was shaking violently. The blood-colored sword light left a few meters long crack directly on the wall. It seems that you haven't reached the dark gold level yet. Feeling the power of the Red Duke, Demetria spoke calmly. Seeking death. The Red Duke's face turned even colder. He swooped down and his heavy sword once again sliced down. Demetria blocked with his longsword. With a reverse twist of his wrist, he stabbed out fiercely again. The two of them then started a fierce battle on top of the city wall. Blood Hunter walked down the city wall. He joined the main force below, which was finishing up. The entire battlefield had been surrounded by the well-concealed undead army. A solid barrier made up of heavy shields was gradually closing in from all sides, slowly shrinking the encirclement of the Blood Clan's troops. The enemy had no will to fight, and no chance to escape. A 10th-rank Dusk Banqueter tried to break through the defense line, only to be cut down by the flurry of sword blows in the next second. The encirclement continued to shrink, and the remaining Blood Clan soldiers were herded together. We surrender. Quickly, drop your weapons, we surrender. A Blood Clan cried out loudly, urging his comrades to drop their weapons. As soon as this Blood Clan spoke, he immediately drew the attention of others. Some Blood Clan, loyal to the Red Duke, shouted, "The Duke orders us to fight to the death. Anyone who dares to surrender knows the consequences." End of what? Look at the situation now. Will that old liar have a chance to save you? Even if faced with death, are you addicted to being a dog? The Blood Clan retaliated harshly, his tongue sliding uncontrollably out of his mouth as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, everyone looked up. An endless mass of the undead. Even if the Red Duke could kill the opposing commander, it would be difficult to save them. Moreover, considering the Red Duke's personality, the most likely scenario is that he would abandon them and retreat into the mist of Crescent Heights. The two began to argue. One side proposed to surrender, but the other side believed that even if they dropped their weapons, the enemy might not spare them. At that moment, Bloodhunter came over from behind. Looking at the mixed crowd of Village Blood Clan, fewer than 10,000, he said, "Kill all the enemies who have weapons." As soon as his words were spoken, the skeletons narrowing the encirclement showed no reaction. The Blood Clan, however, saw hope, dropped their weapons with a rustle, and knelt on the ground begging loudly for mercy. The undead began to bypass the surrendering enemy. Immediately, some people came up from behind and tied up all the surrendering people. The sun gradually rose. The duel between the two orange heroes on the city wall still had no victor. The Red Duke couldn't kill Demetria. And Demetria had no good solution against the flying Red Duke. The two remained in a stalemate until now. The Red Duke glanced at the sun. With some resentment, he swept his eyes over the camp and returned to the mist of Crescent Heights, filled with rage. After the Red Duke left, Demetria also descended the city wall. Clean up the battlefield. The skeletons began to move and start cleaning the battlefield. Commander Demetria, there are many Blood Clan and half-blooded among these people, how should we deal with them? Bloodhunter asked. Once the Blood Clan and the half-blooded are transformed, it's very hard for them to return to normal. Put them in confinement first, we can decide based on the Lord's intentions later. Yes. Early morning. Fang Hao was still woken up by the sound-transmitting shell. He sat up with a stupor from the bed and held the shell close to his ear. My lord, last night we engaged the Blood Clan in direct combat. The Red Duke escaped. We captured thousands of people. All remaining enemies were killed. We will lead the attack on Crescent Heights during the day. Hearing this news, Fang Hao's mood instantly improved. The Red Duke, an orange hero of the Blood Clan, had the advantage of flight. It was really difficult to keep him. But the fact that all the remaining Blood Clan were either captured or killed was definitely good news. The force at Crescent Heights was already scant, and now there were probably not many hands left inside. Fang Hao was in high spirits. He put on his clothes and went straight out of the room. Aira was preparing breakfast and waved hello with a smile as she left. Standing in front of the main castle, he glanced at the time. It was 6:40 in the morning. After making a round around the territory, he had just returned to the main castle when he saw a bone dragon slowly descending, carrying a huge metal vertical casket. Thud. The vertical casket hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The 2-meter-high casket, carved with the face of a young woman, gave off an eerie vibe. After a night's transportation, the casket was still covered in mud and water traces. Deadly Embrace, silver casket. Deadly Embrace, a silver casket. The casket had a name. How elegant. Moreover, this was not the iron casket that Commander Demetria mentioned. According to the description, it was made of silver. However, considering the properties of silver, it should also contain other metals like iron to increase its hardness. After a round of observation, there was nothing more to see. He called over a maid, "Get a couple of skeleton trolls here to carry the silver casket out of the territory." "Oh, all right, master," she said. The maid shuddered at the sight of the silver casket before quickly leaving. Fang Hao woke Angia up to ensure she would be there to protect him. Sitting on the white bone throne, he directly deployed the spell, God's Presence. The next second, Fang Hao's spirit descended upon a skeleton warrior patrolling outside the territory. Barely taking in the surroundings, he saw the maid instructing 2 tall skeleton trolls to move the silver casket outside. Fang Hao began the final part of his plan. Half an hour later, a makeshift awning had been erected above the silver casket. Skeleton warriors formed a tight shield formation around it, layering up several circles. Even though the quest indicated that if he helped her gather her body, she would be highly loyal to him. But without the constraint of a hero contract, Fang Hao was still nervous. He surely couldn't capsize in the gutter here. But as things stood, he couldn't back out now. "Open the casket," Fang Hao commanded. 2 skeleton trolls picked up their hatchets, bang, bang. 2 loud noises, and they directly broke the restraining chain, applying a slight force to the opening. Creak. A piercing noise sounded as the silver casket slowly opened like a door. As it gradually opened, Fang Hao saw the scene inside and felt a slight tension. The inner wall of the casket was filled with protruding silver spikes, indicating when the casket was closed. These spikes would pierce the body. With the casket fully open, a woman's naked body full of bloody holes was revealed. Her skin is ghostly pale and wrinkled, just like a drowned body that had been fished out of the water. The woman appeared very youthful. She didn't look any older than her early 20s. Of course, Fang Hao knew that the Blood Clan had a long lifespan and he could not judge her age by her appearance. The woman had a slim figure, her eyes firmly shut. In addition to the numerous holes made by silver spikes all over her body, there was a fist-sized hole at her heart. "Bring that heart over here," Fang Hao commanded. The throbbing heart was then brought over. As it drew near to her body, the heart began to beat faster and louder. When Fang Hao's skeletal hand held the heart near the gaping hole at the woman's chest, the flesh of the body and the heart began to reconnect. New blood vessels and muscles were growing visibly, and finally, delicate skin began to cover the hole in her chest. At the same time, the holes in her body began to heal up. The pale skin regained its color. The woman transformed from a drowned corpse to a beautiful young woman. The next second, the woman lying on the ground suddenly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, the sky instantly turned dark, and a cloud filled the sky, blocking the sun. Damn, don't tell me I'm going to capsize now, Fang Hao's heart tightened. The moment the woman opened her eyes, a curtain of black was drawn across the sky. Dark clouds, thick like cotton wool, covered the entire sky. The soul fire dancing in Fang Hao's pupils, a sudden sense of dread rose in his heart. Before he could make further arrangements, the woman on the ground abruptly stood up. Her eyes swept over everything, finally settling on the half-open metallic vertical coffin beside her. Ah! She let out a roar, her hands incessantly summoning taunts of blood-red spears. She threw them at the vertical coffin. Like a beast out of control, venting her inner rage. Accompanied by piercing metallic noises, the vertical coffin was totally destroyed. Until the flat ground deep down had turned into a massive pit. Fang Hao watched the wildly raging woman. While retreating to a safe distance, he ordered his army to pull back. Fortunately, she vented all her anger on the coffin, not affecting the undead army nearby. The beauty of the lonely night. Rolana and Tobias, dark gold 5th rank hero. Indeed a dark gold rank hero. A stunningly beautiful, madwoman of dark gold level. After a long time, the naked woman slowly calmed down. Huge bat wings detached from the territory and flew towards the woman, connecting with her pale back. The bat wings stretched out, enveloping her exposed body. Fang Hao tossed a piece of clothing to the woman from a distance. "You can vent a bit more, there's still plenty of time." The woman draped the clothing over herself, retracting her bat wings. Her cold eyes gazing at the low-ranking skeleton with a soul fire before her. "Where is the human?" The woman's voice was pleasing but ice-cold. Fang Hao was taken aback. He looked down to confirm his current appearance. How did she know about the human? "You are talking about the human." "A human, I could often sense his presence." The woman looked at the skeleton again. "So, did you guys kill him?" Fang Hao looked at the woman, not responding directly. The only thing he had in the realm was that pulsating heart. He had stored that heart in the Viscera Museum. He often checked on it, to prevent any changes in the heart that might endanger his domain. Could she sense his presence too? He hoped she hadn't also heard his plan to turn her heart into a viscera jar. This woman had a terrible temper. Does it make any difference whether he's dead or alive? He's just a human. Indeed it doesn't. Fang Hao continued, in accordance with our agreement, you have to help me build the realm. The woman turned around, looked at the towering city behind her, furrowed her brows slightly, your realm. The skeleton before her seemed not of high rank. Besides having a soul, he shared no difference with the dull skeleton warriors beside him. Even their attire was the same. Since when could a low-ranking undead build a city of such scale? My realm. Fang Hao confirmed. The woman thought for a moment, finally nodding. Fine, I did take that oath. But I have some personal matters to attend to. I can help you build the domain after that. Personal matters, it was clear that she wanted to take revenge on the Red Duke. Given the way the Red Duke treated her, anyone who survived would likely have vengeance as their first task. This was just as well for Fang Hao. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Due to the race barrier, it would be tough for Demetria to kill the Red Duke. If the woman were to take on this task and hunted the Red Duke, then his biggest problem ahead would be resolved. Alright, but I would like you to join the realm before you handle your personal matters. This should fulfill our agreement and won't take too much time, Fang Hao continued. The woman thought for a moment and found the skeleton made sense. She agreed, alright, great, I will take you to the Lord's Hall. There will be a set of clothes for you as well. You wouldn't want to go out like this. Fang Hao led the woman through the dense undead army, into the city. The woman curiously looked around the city. She was amazed by the number of the undead army and the scale of the city. Fang Hao saw the woman curiously examining her surroundings, so he took on the role of a tour guide, giving her a brief introduction to the territory. This allowed her to quickly adapt to her new environment. They arrived directly in front of the Lord's mansion. Fang Hao withdrew his god's presence and awakened from the white bone throne. The woman stepped into the Lord's mansion. Seeing Fang Hao on the throne, her eyes narrowed instantly. In the next instant, she stepped lightly, her figure quick as lightning. Extending her sharp claws, she reached for Fang Hao's face. Bang! A dull noise resounded, in front of the white bone throne. Time seemed to stop. The woman caught a punch from a young orc girl at her side, while her teeth clenched onto a tiny sword that had been thrust from the shadows. Everything had happened too quickly. Fortunately, his two heroes were prepared. Seeing the woman take the initiative, Fang Hao's expression immediately became serious. But one thing was clear, the woman did not intend to deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, she would have employed the magic she had used on the silver coffin. You keep your word, help me build the territory, said Fang Hao. The woman, now in close proximity, kept her gaze fixed on the young man before her. You're that skeleton. You can sit down, and we can chat. Fang Hao remained calm, but his heart began to pound furiously. The woman retreated and sat down at a position on the left side, her flaxen gown revealing a tantalizing curve. Angia stood beside Fang Hao, and Little Yu's sword retreated back into the shadows. So, you're the human who resurrected me, the woman spoke again. Yes, I caught a group of tomb robbers, and that's how I found your heart. Fang Hao explained that he found the map through tomb raiders. This explanation was easier for her to understand, and also concealed his own grave-digging activities. The woman didn't say much, and didn't carry on with this topic. You are human, leading a group of undead. The woman turned the conversation towards Fang Hao. Not only undead, but also humans, orcs, lizardmen. Fang Hao picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. Strange territory. According to our agreement, the territory now also contains the Blood Clan, doesn't it? Humph. The woman snorted coldly, clearly understanding the message behind Fang Hao's words. She stood up and moved to the middle of the room. Her movement instantly put everyone on high alert, and Fang Hao almost instantly activated his frost armor. I, Rolana and Tobias, am willing to serve you, my lord. The woman courteously bowed, once more bearing her difficult-to-conceal body. Dark Gold-ranked hero, the beauty of the lonely night, Rolana and Tobias, pledges her loyalty to you, do you accept? Accept. Without a hero contract, it seems that heroes are added this way. Welcome to the team, Rolana, Fang Hao said with a smile. He now had a dark gold-ranked hero. However, his smile froze the next second. The beauty of the lonely night, Rolana and Tobias' current loyalty towards you is 23. Damn it. This is dangerous. Rolana returned to her seat, crossing her legs to cover the vital areas. Come here, Fang Hao called softly. A maid cautiously peeked her head out. Master. Prepare some clothes for Rolana. Yes, master. The maid swiftly glanced at the strange woman before turning and leaving. Shortly after, the maid returned with the clothes. She carefully placed them on the side and then immediately left. There's a separate room over there, you can try them on and see if they fit. Fang Hao pointed to a room on the first floor that was being used as a bathroom. Ever since they got the hot spring, the bathroom had been barely used. Rolana picked up the clothes and went into the room. Fang Hao took this opportunity to check Rolana's attributes. With the dark gold ranked hero, he wondered if there'd be any surprises. The beauty of the lonely night, Rolana and Tobias, dark gold 5th rank hero. The beauty of the lonely night, Rolana and Tobias, dark gold 5th tier hero. Faction: the Blood Clan. Template: dark gold. Racial traits: Bat Wing, Moonwalker, Impure Divine Power. Army talents: Master of Deception, Dark Brilliance Aura, Magic Conductor. Skills: Crescent Shelter, Dark Moon Spear, Bad Nest Breeder, Moon Blade, Blood Slave, Night Storm. Innate abilities: Mastery of Territory Magic, Mastery of Territory Flight, Advanced Mastery of Swordsmanship, Advanced Mastery of Command. Bat Wing: this unit has the ability to fly. Moonwalker: in moonlight, this unit's attack power increases by 85%, magic power recovery is increased by 50%. Impure Divine Power: stolen divine power comes with a heavy price. They are estranged from living creatures, abandoned by divine spirits, living an existence of solitude in their dark castle. Master of Deception: at night, the army led by this unit is difficult to detect by enemies, movement speed increased by 75%. Dark Brilliance Aura: the army led by this unit will become Rolana's most loyal servants, will not retreat or surrender due to morale issues during battle. Magic Conductor: magic coagulation plus 25%. Crescent Shelter: the new moon protects her, causing the region to enter a bright moon state. Dark Moon Spear: launches a magical spear condensed with dark energy at its target, causing 200% magic attack on hit, with additional negative statuses such as darkness and corrosion. Bad Nest Breeder: comes with blueprints for the broken Bad Nest building. Recruiting this hero will automatically unlock these blueprints. Moon Blade: condenses a longsword with dark energy to unleash a bloody sword light with plus 120% attack, hitting with additional negative statuses such as darkness and corrosion. Blood Slave: causes living creatures to drink her own blood, converting them to Blood Clan. Night Storm: when the light disappears, the storm will be even more intense. The magic whirlpool will reduce the movement speed of enemies within its scope and deal magic damage. Airborne units take an additional plus 20% damage. Description: Rolana was born incredibly beautiful and noble. The lonely and cold castle, and an enviable beautiful love story, led the little princess of the Blood Clan out of the castle and into a human city. Closing parenthesis. Damn it, novels are harmful. Fang Hao couldn't help but sigh. After reading Rolana's attributes, he had a certain understanding of this Blood Clan woman. Rolana was of noble birth, and not a Blood Clan converted from others. Impure divine power should relate to the Blood Clan's immortality and fear of the sun. Eternal life that everyone longs for, but at a high price. The ability of Moonwalker is also very powerful, attack power increased by 85%, magic power recovery by 50%. Under the moonlight, attack power directly increased by 85%. That's not the most outrageous part. The most outrageous is the skill Crescent Shelter. After casting, the whole region enters a bright moon state, even turning day into night. Isn't this foul play? Among the army skills, Dark Brilliance Aura is also very powerful. The troops led by it will not flee due to low morale, exactly the same as enslaving the undead. The subsequent skills are also very powerful. No wonder the Red Duke divided her body into so many parts. Once resurrected, if she wants to kill, no one can stop her. Before long, Rolana walked out of a room on the side. She wore a maidservant's blouse, with a pair of trousers underneath. With her tall and slender figure, and shapely long legs, Rolana exuded an extraordinary temperament. As she walked out slowly, she looked every bit the part of a career woman. An aristocratic temperament, and an incredibly beautiful face. No wonder, that day mentioned in the diary when she went to the human city. All the men in the city became rivals over this woman. It looks quite fitting. Fang Hao praised. It wasn't flattery, he just wanted to find an opportunity to raise her loyalty a bit. He couldn't defeat her and didn't want to let a dark gold tier get away for free. Being a lord is so hard. Alright, give me a longsword, I have my own things to do, Rolana said indifferently. We are a certain distance away from Crescent Heights, I'll prepare a bone dragon and equipment for you, said Fang Hao directly. You also have bone dragons. What do you mean also? There are many in the territory. I can spare one for you when the time comes, Fang Hao continued. The troops in the territory have built a camp at the border of Crescent Heights. After you arrive, find Commander Demetria and he will provide you with support and supplies. Fang Hao briefly explained the battle situation. Meanwhile, he did not forget to describe some of the things the Red Duke had done to prevent her resurrection, in order to remind her not to be deceived by the enemy's sweet words. So you are at war with Crescent Heights. Rolana picked up a wine glass and tasted the fruit wine, her expression relaxing somewhat. Yes, otherwise, how do you think I resurrected you? How many troops have been assigned? 700,000. While we're talking here, the army had already begun the final assault, so you can get some useful information from Demetria if you go see him. Fang Hao continued to explain. Is there anything else to tell me? Rolana's voice was still calm. No more. Outside the manor, Rolana was clad in close-fitting leather armor. A hardened silver longsword hung from her waist. Sitting atop the bone dragon, she was about to set off. Why don't I get you some help? Just in case something goes wrong. Fang Hao suddenly doubted his equipment provisions. A formidable hero could hardly display their combat power with shoddy equipment. Rolana asked, is this bone dragon for me? Huh? Didn't you say you were giving me a bone dragon? Damn, did I actually say that? I was just being polite. Yeah, if you want, this one is yours. Fang Hao patted the bone dragon. Thank you. The beauty of the lonely night, Lorana and Tobias's loyalty to you has increased by 2 points. Current loyalty level, 25. Damn, only 2 points for my bone dragon. Okay, be careful. Come back early once it's done. Oh, don't forget the corpse of the Red Duke. He can be turned into a skeleton hero for the territory. Fang Hao instructed. Rolana glanced down and didn't say much. Patting the bone dragon lightly on its back, it flapped its wings and suddenly took to the sky. Heading in the direction of Crescent Heights. Crescent Heights. Today early morning. Except for the 100,000 troops stationed at the camp, the remaining 600,000 large army, under the leadership of Demetria, entered into the fog again. After last night's battle, Crescent Heights was essentially unstaffed. The undead started clearing the castles one by one, taking everything valuable and removable, transferring it all outside the fog. The lavish lifestyle of the Blood Clan yielded numerous valuables. The army swept through, beating the residual Blood Clan all along the way. By dusk, the army arrived at the dwelling of the Red Duke. The Blood Clan's castle. Without much resistance, the army entered the castle directly. But the Red Duke was nowhere to be found. Commander Demetria, we searched the entire castle. We only rescued more than 100 humans who were being used for blood collection in the basement. We didn't find any traces of the Red Duke. Bolton reported. Demetria took a moment to think and guessed a possibility. The Red Duke had run away. Where's Kong Yong? Demetria asked. Lord, I'm here. Kong Yong, clutching his helmet, ran over from behind. This undead team is truly fierce. They came today and directly routed the Red Duke's lair. The Red Duke has run away. Do you know of any other places he could hide? Demetria asked. Ran away. Kong Yong widened his eyes. A level 9 orange hero had run away. My god. Yes, do you know where else he might go? Kong Yong pondered carefully but ultimately shook his head. He was originally a villager, paying a blood tax to the Blood Clan. How would he know all these? Seeing his inquiry bear no fruit, Demetria also nodded. Kong Yong had just intended to withdraw, but he collided head-on with the skeleton hero, Blood Hunter coming from Skull Command. When he saw 2 skeleton soldiers carrying a bright white treasure chest behind Blood Hunter, his pupils suddenly shrank. Platinum chest. What's going on? How do they have a treasure chest? Wasn't it supposed to be only the transmigrator who could obtain treasure chests? Kong Yong was rooted to the spot. He crossed paths with the skeleton carrying the treasure box. For the past few days, he had assumed that this undead army was an existing power in this world. But now, he was beginning to harbor doubts. Could these troops belong to another transmigrator? He knew a bit about the development of other lords from the chat in the channel. Even if they were progressing well, they surely wouldn't be able to reach this scale. As Kong Yong mulled over this, something caught his eye. Could the appearance of the treasure box be because of him? Had him joining the army resulted in the appearance of this treasure box? Suddenly, the possibility seemed plausible. With that thought in mind, Kong Yong didn't rush to leave, but stood dutifully to one side. While he was filled with anticipation, he also waited. He planned to step forward and open the treasure box once these natives failed to do so. Bang! The platinum treasure box was thrown next to Demetria. The Blood Hunter spoke. Commander Demetria, the army is defending Blood Castle. Shall we notify the Lord to come over? Capturing the castle meant they had successfully occupied Crescent Heights. According to the plan, Fang Hao would come over to acknowledge his new territory after its safety was confirmed. Good, I'll notify the Lord right now. Demetria took out a sound transmitting shell and quietly relayed the message. Meanwhile, Kong Yong, who had heard the entire conversation, was stunned. So, this army did belong to a lord. But who could command such a large force? Kong Yong thought hard, examining the troops' equipment and comparing it to the information disclosed during normal days. The only person who fit the bill was Fang Hao, who had a strong presence and reputation in the area. This was because the equipment Fang Hao sold was in the tens of thousands, sufficient to fulfill the troops' requirements. However, the equipment Fang Hao sold was mainly green and white, while the undead soldiers here were equipped with blue items. Moreover, who could recruit lizardmen, these powerful orange heroes? The thought was almost unimaginable. If the community channel knew about these orange heroes, it would definitely cause a frenzy. Phew. While Kong Yong was admiring and observing the lizardman, an orc rushed in, running the whole way. In his hurry, he tripped on the steps, stumbling and bumbling. My lord, a strange woman came to our camp and asked specifically for Commander Demetria. As soon as she arrived, the orc spoke, his expression uneasy. The orc was responsible for guarding the territory outside the fog. The orc's sudden arrival took Demetria and the others by surprise. If they hadn't heard about the strange woman, they might have thought the Red Duke had brazenly invaded their base in broad daylight. What did she do? She slaughtered all the imprisoned Blood Clan and the Blood Diluters, the orc said in a rush. About 40 minutes earlier, a woman riding a bone dragon arrived at the camp outside the fog. Upon her arrival, she asked for Demetria, and went directly to the place where the Blood Clan was detained as if she knew the way. When the Blood Clan members, who had been quiet previously, saw the woman's face, they pleaded for mercy in fear. However, the woman slaughtered all the detained Blood Clan as if she was possessed. The Dusk Banqueters of the 10th tier were easily crushed under her hands like she was killing a sparrow. It was only after her rampage that she stepped on the sticky blood and inquired about the battle situation in Crescent Heights. Noticing the unusual circumstances, the orc hurried to Blood Castle to notify Demetria and the others. After listening to the orc's account, Demetria's face turned somber. The undead army's lack of aggression towards the woman revealed their hatred for the Blood Clan. Blood Hunter, you stay here, I'll go back to the camp to check. Before he could finish, a woman's icy voice echoed from the corridor connecting to the hall. Are you Demetria? Everyone looked towards the end of the corridor where a vague female figure was visible. The next second, that figure had already arrived in the hall, sitting on the central throne. Who are you? Demetria eyed the woman warily, his hand subtly moving towards his sword. Where's Chester? I hope he is not dead by your hand, the woman stated. Chester was the name he used during his human days as the Red Duke. The others weren't quite clear on this, but Demetria and the Blood Hunter knew about it. Demetria noticed the woman's leather armor and the hard silver single-handed sword strapped to her waist. Taking into account the woman's appearance at this time, He had some speculations about her identity. The Red Duke ran away, abandoned the castle and ran. As to where he ended up, we have no clues yet, Demetria replied calmly. Ran away. Ha, that's just like him, the woman sneered. We suspect he's still hiding in the fog. We're currently arranging manpower to search for him. Leave his affairs to me, you don't need to worry about it. She shook her head. Are there any members of the Blood clan still alive? Demetria glanced at the Blood Hunter, who replied affirmatively. There are 2 left. They led the way to the Blood Castle and are imprisoned outside. Bring them in, the woman commanded again. The Blood Hunter turned questioningly to Demetria. Not to the assertive woman in front of him. Demetria nodded and the Blood Hunter went out to bring the remaining 2 Blood clan members up. When the 2 Blood clan members were escorted into the hall and saw the woman on the throne, their red pupils instantly contracted. They started shaking uncontrollably. They knew this woman's face all too well. With trembling voices they fell to their knees and said, Madame Rolana, it was all Chester's doing, we are also victims. Rolana gracefully rose from her seat and walked over to the 2 men. She mildly crouched down to look into their faces. The old town, such nostalgic memories. You 2 have lived long enough, it's time for you to die. As she got closer, a flash of her sword passed by, cutting across both men's throats. 2 heads fell to the ground with blood spurting. You came all this way just to kill them. Demetria seemed confused. It's done. I will take care of Chester's matter. Rolana flicked the blood off her sword and spoke. You can find him. Rolana stood up and walked towards the exit. I can. You guys don't need to worry about this matter. Also, inform Fang Hao when the time comes. Demetria remained silent and followed the woman. After leaving the Blood Castle Hall, Rolana jumped off the castle wall. A bone dragon arrived with a roar, carrying the woman flying towards the south. In the Blood Castle, Kong Yong leaned against a wall, his legs shaking. Beneath him was the head of a Blood clan member, eyes filled with fear, staring dead at him. He gently kicked the severed head aside, trying to avoid the dead man's gaze. Not because he was afraid, but because of what had just happened. He admired the imposing orange lizardman hero, and then suddenly a dark gold hero appears. Her aloof persona and stunning beauty. Both aspects were what every male lord aspired to have. And before she left, the woman casually mentioned Fang Hao. He didn't think it was a coincidence. So, these heroes and armies are all Fang Hao's. Good lord, did they all transmigrate here on the same day? Is Fang Hao a favored son of heaven? Kid, why are you sitting here? Dinner is served and there won't be anything left if you wait any longer, an orc warned him, patting Kong Yong's shoulder forcefully. A forceful tap that caused him to sway a bit. Fine. I'm on my way. Kong Yong got up and swiftly walked away. It was more important to eat than be envious of others now. The next day, at 3 in the afternoon, Fang Hao, along with Angia, flew directly to the Blood Castle on a bone dragon. Without Rolana's speed boost, they flew for half a day and overnight to reach the destination. The moment the bone dragon landed, Demetria and the Blood Hunter immediately came forward to greet them. Lord, they all saluted. Demetria, Blood Hunter, you've done very well. You fought a wonderful battle, Fang Hao praised. Thank you for your compliment, Lord. Demetria followed Fang Hao from behind. Everyone entered the Blood Castle Hall. Fang Hao stepped on the soft carpet and sat down on the throne in the center. The system prompt appeared once more. Blood Castle has now become your subordinate city, where you can rename the city. You have control over all resources of the tribes and subordinate villages. The emergence of system notifications. It signified the official designation of Blood Castle as Fang Hao's subsidiary city. Crescent Heights was no longer under the domain of the Blood clan. It became a part of Fang Hao's territory. When he first arrived, he disliked the damp and cold atmosphere of the place, fearing the people living here were susceptible to rheumatism. He wasn't sure if the lingering mist was a natural phenomenon or a result of a spell. He planned to keep the city's name as it was, as he wasn't skilled at city naming. Checking city information. Blood Castle. City level. 6 level urban. Attribute. Rotten corpse conversion plus 25%, ferocious bats breeding plus 35%. Description: a city with attributes can bring various different enhancement effects, speeding up the city's construction and development. Blood Castle was a level 6 city. But its attributes, in Fang Hao's eyes, were of no use. He had no intention of transforming rotting corpses. Although both the rotten corpses and skeletons were undead, the skeletons were obviously cleaner and wouldn't produce a strong stench during summer. Fang Hao had yet to encounter ferocious bats. They must have appeared in the battles. But they held no significant attraction for him. Fang Hao thought for a moment, deciding to let it be for a few days until Rolana returned, then listen to her opinions. If it doesn't work out, he would consider transforming the city into a subsidiary city for the transmigrators. Unlock blueprints. Corrupt Land Construction Blueprint, Blood Clan, Wolfbad Nest Construction Blueprint, Blood Clan, Collapsed Bad Nest Construction Blueprint, Blood Clan, Blood Night Camp Construction Blueprint, Blood Clan, Pale Blood Camp Construction Blueprint, Blood Clan, Blood Prison Construction Blueprint. Quite a number of blueprints were unlocked. Apart from the Blood Prison Construction Blueprint, the rest were blueprints of the Blood Clan. These could only be constructed in a Blood Clan city. Blood Prison. Category: underground structure. Ability: fortification plus 20%, torture pain sensitivity plus 30%. Description: a solid yet terrifying playground. Anytime a new guest arrives, excited howls resound. Good heavens. The description was a bit scary. It seemed like a place where a serial killer held their captive. There was no place to imprison captives within his territory. Past prisoners were kept in iron cages and surrounded by numerous skeleton soldiers. If the prisoner was of high rank, they would be surrounded by several more layers of cells. After he returned, he would construct the blood prison. In case enemies or criminals appeared, it could serve as a prison. As for cruelty, there was no need to show mercy to enemies. Fang Hao finished checking the city's attributes quickly. People also started to fill up the hall. Among them, besides Demetria and the Blood Hunters, there were orcs from various villages who had participated in the battle. Today was not only the day Fang Hao took over Blood Castle, but also the day for post-battle rewards. You fought a splendid battle, beating down those self-proclaimed noble Blood Clan members who think they're invincible. Fang Hao stood up and began speaking. The heroes remained as composed as ever. But the orcs were clearly excited. They remembered Fang Hao's promise of rewards before they set out for battle. Demetria, as the general commander, you have led effectively. Once you return, receive 10,000 Warfire coins, Fang Hao spoke. Demetria was recruited by Fang Hao using a hero recruitment scroll. His loyalty was high. Fang Hao didn't hide anything from him and gave him anything useful from his territory. Now he could only reward him with money. Thank you, sir. Demetria expressed his gratitude. The orcs below, upon hearing the figure 10,000, erupted into a noisy commotion. This number was exorbitant enough to drive them all mad. Even 1,000 or 500 would be enough to buy their entire village. Everyone's expectation turned into excitement. They wondered how much they would receive when it was their turn. If they could get 10 Warfire coins, they could go to the slave trader and buy a beautiful orc woman of demon bloodline. That strong body, those thick leg hairs. It was simply a sight to behold. Observing the sudden pandemonium, Demetria turned around to take a look. The whole room instantly fell silent, even the orcs' breathing became softer. Fang Hao continued, Blood Hunters, as deputy commanders, you are rewarded 5,000 Warfire coins. In addition, the territory will fund you to equip a set of purple-grade equipment. As a skeleton hero, the Blood Hunters didn't have many places to spend their money. However, once they developed self-consciousness and once the territory developed further, they would have places to spend money. Most importantly, it was to get them new equipment. Thank you, sir. After giving a salute, the Blood Hunters stepped back. Fang Hao turned his attention back to the remaining orcs below. He smiled and said, everyone else who participated in this campaign also made invaluable contributions. Each person can receive a reward of 1,000 beasthead gold. Your villages will also receive priority support and funding from the territory. Fang Hao finished speaking, and the orcs began to count with their fingers. According to a 1-to-5 ratio, that would be 200 warfire coins. In an instant, the great hall resounded with cheers from the orcs. 1,000 beasthead gold. When they returned to their village, they would be richer than their village chief. How could they not be excited? Outside the Blood Clan Hall, Kong Yong was standing on an open-air terrace, leaning against the wall. Looking below, he saw the orderly undead army. After 2 days of interaction, he was no longer afraid of the undead army. Instead, he was somewhat envious of having such an army. Ah, if only this army was mine, I could level these vampires, Kong Yong muttered. He opened the Book of Lords and focused on the densely packed, regimented army below before taking 2 pictures. He had no idea how the other lords had developed. But not one of them could have amassed an army of this scale. Selecting a picture taken from a high vantage point, giving a view suggesting absolute control, he directly sent it to the regional channel. With the caption, "Picture awaken, my faithful servants. Carry out your unending duty with your undying loyalty." Damn it, what's going on? Why are there so many undead? Oh god, I think the boss got caught and sacrificed to the undead. Is this picture real? Why are there so many undead, and based on the angle it seems like it's reviewing troops? Could it be a hidden boss? Definitely, Boss Kong Yong, we are all on the same side. When the time comes and you come across my territory, please don't attack. Yeah, boss, just tell us what you want when you come. Please don't be hostile. Looking at the rolling messages, a smirk appeared on Kong Yong's face. Being called boss by others felt really good. While Kong Yong was enjoying the moment, a strong pat on his shoulder caught him off guard. Ouch! Kong Yong shuddered in fright. Turning back, he saw a tall orc. Sir, is there something? Kong Yong asked with a slight smile. Lord Fang has called you over. There's probably a reward for you. Ah, thank you, I'll go right now. Kong Yong quickly headed towards the Great Hall. Beyond his excitement at receiving a reward, he was also looking forward to meeting the region's #1 player. Kong Yong was following closely behind an orc. As he approached the hall, his heart began to race fiercely. Fang Hao had a high reputation in the local channel, but he was notorious. The man named Li Teng had his head chopped off by Fang Hao and posted in the channel. At that time, he himself was so scared that he had his own territory. Past the corridor was a spacious, bright hall. The hall was filled with orcs. Kong Yong's heart was pounding. He looked up to see a black-haired young man sitting on the throne in the center. So young. Judging by appearances, he was probably younger than himself. Speak, the orc reminded him. Oh. Kong Yong quickly came to his senses, took 2 steps forward to the center of the hall, and bowed ceremoniously, "Greetings to the Lord." This situation was clearly not the right place to address Fang Hao casually. On his throne, Fang Hao looked down at Kong Yong. When rewarding the others, Demetria specifically mentioned Kong Yong. In the whole battle, the fight ended so quickly, and the exact locations of all the ancient castles were found. The map in Kong Yong's hand had been crucial. Fang Hao looked down at Kong Yong. Kong Yong, you made significant contributions to the fight against the Blood Clan. You deserve a reward. He could naturally identify Kong Yong's identity as a transmigrator, but that was another matter. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Kong Yong was instantly delighted. Thank you, my lord. The villagers of Crescent Heights thank you for your life-saving kindness. It's not just that he helped Fang Hao. It could also be said that Fang Hao's army wiped out the Blood Clan, saving him and his villagers. Fang Hao nodded, finding Kong Yong to be quite intelligent. All right, you will receive the same reward as everyone else, 1,000 beasthead gold. I can convert it to warfire coins for you and provide some equipment support, Fang Hao announced. Kong Yong didn't respond, but he was carefully weighing his decision. 200 warfire coins and some equipment support. Perhaps it would enhance the strength of his territory a notch. But his territory had been abandoned for a long time, and its resources had been depleted after several missions. He had nowhere to use this money and equipment. Was he supposed to live in a human city with this money? After the money ran out, find another village and sustain himself through farming. As Kong Yong quickly thought, he made up his mind. My lord, I don't need this money. I have a small territory, and I would like to come under your protection, Kong Yong said. Plucking wool once was not as good as holding onto this strong thigh. With an army of tens of thousands, who could resist? If his territory could get Fang Hao's support, it could continue to develop. Fang Hao was not surprised. As long as Kong Yong wasn't foolish, he would likely make this choice. All right, I agree, Fang Hao nodded. Kong Yong's face brightened. Thank you, my lord. He nonchalantly lifted the Book of the Lords and handed it up. Angia took it and handed it to Fang Hao. You can devour the Book of Lords, level 1. Kong Yong's Book of Lords turned into a light and integrated into Fang Hao's Book of Lords. Devouring successful, your Book of Lords is currently level 5, the need for leveling up is 2/10. The last time he devoured Fu Lei's Book of Lords, the level reached 5, 1/10. Now it has become 2/10. The privileges of the 5th level of the Book of Lords have not changed at all. It didn't unlock any blueprints. You have obtained the decision power of Kong Yong's territory. Occupy, abandon. Occupy will become your subordinate territory, it can continue to develop. Abandon will gain 50% minus 80% of the resources of this territory, and this territory will be abandoned. Occupy. You occupied the territory and it automatically became a subordinate city. You can set up deputy governors in the Book of Lords. After choosing to occupy, the location of Kong Yong's territory also appears on the map in the Book of Lords. Indeed, it is in the center of Crescent Heights. Looking at the building level, a level 3 Lord's wooden house. Just level 3. Needless to say, this territory probably doesn't have any resources left. In the position of deputy governor, he filled in Kong Yong's name, and a book of the city lord split directly away. At the same time, it was returned to Kong Yong. How many villagers were saved? Fang Hao asked Demetria. My lord, a total of more than 2,000 people. They took the battlefield during the counterattack by the Blood Clan, Demetria replied. Such a vast region only had slightly more than 2,000 people left over. But Fang Hao didn't say much else. The battlefield is the place that decides life or death. Kong Yong, I'm entrusting these 2,000 villagers to you. Arrange for all the villages to resume production. Can you do that? Fang Hao asked. Yes, I can handle it. Good. I will assign these 2,000 people to you then. Don't disappoint me. I understand, my lord. I will definitely live up to your trust. Kong Yong's tone was firm. He also had his own ambitions, but unfortunately, his territory was seized by the Blood Clan as soon as it reached level 3. Now was his chance to rebuild. It wasn't only about not disappointing Fang Hao, but also about surviving better. All right, you can leave. Later, I will arrange for someone to co-defend your territory. Thank you, my lord. Kong Yong thanked him, retreated little by little, and left. Before leaving, Fang Hao spoke again. By the way, don't disclose the matter of the territory casually. Some things that get revealed are not good for either of us. Kong Yong's heart tightened as he recalled the photos he had uploaded showing off earlier. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Yes, I understand. Go. Kong Yong bowed again before leaving. According to his plan, he found those villagers. Many of the villagers from Crescent Heights were familiar to him. This time, leading them to rebuild their homeland, he was full of confidence. He could finally be a lord again. No, the term now would be city lord. With Kong Yong gone, the commendation ceremony was over. The orcs returned to their positions, their faces still excited. They were discussing how to spend the money. The hall quieted down. Accompanied by the rolling sound of wooden wheels, a sand table was pushed to the center of the hall. This was a sand table of Crescent Heights. A layer of mist shrouded the sand table. Watching from here, the mist wasn't thick. One could clearly see the forests, lakes, and the positions of each Blood Clan castle recorded on it. Detailed sand table, Crescent Heights. Crescent Heights sand table recorded. Can check the overall map of Crescent Heights on the Book of Lords, map page. Once the Book of Lords was opened again, the overall map of Crescent Heights could be checked. And it was the high-definition version without mist. My lord, do you find this useful? Blood Hunter asked, bringing over a beautifully carved wooden box. The wooden box was exquisitely made, and the box was carved with gorgeous gold patterns. Canopy Treasure Box Purple. Category: Sand Table Prop. Ability: Misty Canopy. Misty Canopy. Release the Misty Canopy centered on the sand table, covering the surrounding area in the mist. Description: a fantastic treasure box, sought after by those who loathe sunlight. Fang Hao somewhat bewilderedly examined the properties of the Skydome treasure box. He casually opened the lid. The fog in the sand table was sucked into the box like a vortex. Simultaneously, the mist enveloping Crescent Heights quickly dissipated. Dazzling sunlight covered the entire land. So, it can be used this way. Once the mist was all taken in, Fang Hao closed the wooden box. This operation was beyond Fang Hao's expectations. There were magic tools specifically for the sand table. This was much more useful than his own swirling mist, and Demetria's misty sky. The whole area was covered and it lingers all year round. If you say it's not a treasure, Fang Hao wouldn't believe it. He tossed it into the storage space and continued to a treasure chest not far away. Platinum Treasure Chest. Open. Obtained. Blueprint for Nightwalker Chestplate. Blue. Blueprint for Nightwalker Gloves. Blue. Blueprint for Nightwalker Helmet. Blue. Blueprint for Nightwalker Boots. Blue. Windswift Thick Leather Horse Mask. Blue. Sturdy White Steel Horse Armor. Blue. Bloodthirsty Longsword. Purple. Unclean Magnet Talisman. Orange. 255 Bloodstones. 742 Warfire Coins. A bright light flashed, nearly blinding him. This time, the equipment was plentiful. The only disappointment was that there was no orange hero recruitment scroll like last time. An orange hero could greatly increase the power of his territory. But it was still good. The quality of the platinum treasure chest was guaranteed. He checked the blueprints and equipment he'd gotten. Nightwalker Chest Plate. Blue. Category: Chest Plate. Defense. Level 3 Defense. Set effect: Attack power plus 2%, skill success rate plus 10%, 20% increased movement speed in the dark, harder for enemies to detect. Description: those who hide in the dark have already shown their sharp fangs. The Nightwalker set, judging by its properties, was suitable for use by the Blood Clan. But Fang Hao had no Blood Clan soldiers at his disposal. The only Rolana is a dark gold hero, and whether she would choose this set of clothes is still uncertain. In any case, he collected it first. If soldiers suitable for night operations appear in the future, they can be equipped accordingly. Windswift Thick Leather Horse Mask. 3 leather, 2 thick leather, 2 linens, 5 threads, 3 metal parts, 1 trace of wind. Description: a headgear made of thick leather that is sturdier than an ordinary horse mask and can utilize the power of wind. The horse mask, a type of horse armor. The use of horses for traveling within the territory is limited to heroes and himself. They usually rely on Bone Dragon for transportation. But regular soldiers still primarily use horses, so the horse mask was useful. When equipping a large number of cavalry, it will come into use. At present, the skeleton cavalry in his territory are primarily responsible for patrol tasks. Moving on, there was still more horse armor. Sturdy white steel horse armor. 12 leather, 8 thick leather, 15 linens, 8 cast iron pieces, 12 white steel ingots, 10 metal parts. Description: white steel horse armor made to improve defense. While providing good defense, the downside is that it's a bit too heavy. Horse armor. Not much to introduce here, also prepared for future cavalry. The cost for this horse armor is a bit high though. Enough to make quite a few white steel two-handed swords. After looking over the blueprints, the next few items were finished equipment. Bloodthirsty Longsword. Purple. Category: one-handed sword. Damage: level 5 damage. Effect: each enemy defeated increases attack speed by 1%, up to 10 stacks. Description: you are unaffected, just haven't tasted the sweetness of the fresh blood of living creatures. Very good. In Fang Hao's view, weapons like this that stack effects with each enemy killed are quite good. When used well, they can play a critical role. Just in time, the blood hunter used a longsword. And on top of that, he had promised to make him a set of equipment. Isn't this weapon right on time? Blood hunter, take a look at this sword, see if it suits you. Fang Hao handed the bloodthirsty sword to the blood hunter. The latter respectfully took it, waving it about a bit in his hands. The sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air echoed. Very good, my lord. The blood hunter replied. Then this weapon is yours, Fang Hao said. Blood hunter immediately replaced the one-handed sword at his waist. Thank you, sir. You deserve it. After giving the weapon to blood hunter, Fang Hao continued to look down. Unclean magnet talisman orange. Category: talisman. Skill: wound healing plus 70%. Description: Eternal Knight made an unclean divine power into a talisman, and will forever guard his friends. The talisman looks more like a pendant. A simple black chain, connected to a blood-red crescent-shaped jade pendant. It looks pretty good and feels warm to the touch. The most important thing is the ability attached to the talisman. Plus 70% of wound healing effect, but it's unclear how effective it is. He hung the necklace around his neck, and put the original mindful necklace into the storage space. Of course, the attributes of the mindful necklace are still good, allowing him to use God's presence. He plans to wear these two interchangeably, wearing the talisman when going out and wearing the mindful necklace when using God's presence. The bloodstones and warfire coins behind, Fang Hao also put directly into the storage space. Fang Hao finished looking at the spoils. Angia also came back with a box. Fang Hao looked at the box. In addition to the warfire coins and gold coins, there were many gold and silverware, gemstones, and some jewelry. This batch of blood clan led by the Red Duke was originally an aristocracy among the human clan. They are particularly fond of luxurious items. Naturally, there are many good things. I think the decorations here are good, why don't we take them all back? Angia looked at the gorgeous chandelier overhead and was eager to try. It was good that Lori didn't come along. Otherwise, if she discussed with Angia, they might just have dismantled it on the spot. Fang Hao thought for a while and shook his head. It's enough to rake in these money, leave these alone. This place is probably where Rolana lives. In the future, she is likely still to live here. If everything is moved out, if her loyalty drops, it will be difficult to handle. Alright, Angia didn't say much. There were too many things scavenged within the territory. Maids, rooms are equipped with chandeliers, and many are stored in the warehouse without a place to use. Moving these back won't be of much use. Fang Hao saw that all matters were handled. He continued to give instructions. Demetria, Blood Hunter. Sir. The two responded. Blood Hunter, you will garrison here for a few days and be responsible for the transportation of spoils. Demetria, you go back with me. Fang Hao thought for a while and gave instructions. Bats and corpses of the Blood Clan, along with furniture moved out from those Blood Clan castles, all need to be returned. This would take some time. With Rolana's addition, Fang Hao not only increased the strength of his territory but also had an additional sense of crisis. After all, the loyalty is not high and there are no restrictions on the hero's covenant. Who knows if she will freak out and leave him? Having Demetria nearby could also increase a certain sense of security. Yes, sir, the two answered in unison. Afterwards, Fang Hao continued to wander around the Blood Castle. After delegating all the tasks, he returned to the territory with Angia and Demetria. He didn't stay in Crescent Heights for long, most of the time was wasted on the road. When the three of them returned to the territory, it was already the afternoon of the next day. After dinner, Fang Hao ran a comfortable hot spring bath, then went straight back to the room to rest. He slept straight through until the next morning. After washing up, he came outside to breathe in the fresh air. After stretching his body, Fang Hao started his morning run around the territory. He was too busy these 2 days, even the morning workout was delayed. He felt his physical strength was declining more and more. When he jogged down to the wall of the Lord's mansion, he saw 2 bunny maids, bending over and peering into the crevices of the wall. The hem of the maid's dress hung down, outlining the round contour of their buttocks. Fang Hao was also curious about what they were looking at. He stopped and came behind them, and heard a shorter bunny maid whispering, "I don't know who was so perverted to build a wall here." "Yes, I didn't see anything when I came here last night," said the taller maid. "No worries, I brought tools. I'll dig a hole right here, hee hee," chuckled the dwarf rabbit. "Dig one for me too, but don't make it too big. We don't want it to be easily discovered." "Got it," came the reply. Fang Hao was standing behind them, listening to their risque laughter. These two rabbits, they behaved like peeping toms. As the two of them truly began to dig into the wall, Fang Hao quietly cleared his throat. Ahem ahem. The two rabbits, with their butts sticking out, froze. "Did I hear Master's voice? You check. I dare not. You check. Let's turn around together." They slowly turned around. Upon seeing Fang Hao, indeed, standing behind them, they flushed and stood straight up. Their tools were quickly hidden behind their backs. Fang Hao recognized the two rabbit women. One of them had left a deep impression on him. She was around 1.5 meters tall, with a baby face and white floppy ears. Most notably, her exaggerated chest size was unforgettable. The other rabbit woman was tall and slender with handsome features. "What are you two doing here?" asked Fang Hao sternly. "Oh, nothing, just strolling," responded the large-chested rabbit woman. "Right, we're just taking a walk, Master," echoed the other woman. Fang Hao looked at the two with resignation. They had learned to lie. He lightly tapped each of them on the head. "Focus on leveling up. Don't spend all your time playing." "Okay, Master," they both responded as they hurriedly left. After the two women left, Fang Hao resumed his morning workout. After concluding his morning workout, Era had prepared breakfast. Knowing that Fang Hao had a hard time on the road last night, she prepared an abundant meal this morning. There were 5 dishes, and some ingredients that were good for the body. Ding! Suddenly, the Book of Lords sounded off with a private chat notification. Upon checking, Fang Hao saw it was from Deng Bin, who had traded equipment with him a few days prior. A band of bandits had invaded Deng Bin's territory, and after several encounters, she had suffered significant losses. To combat the bandits, Deng Bin swapped a batch of equipment from Fang Hao, offering flax as the bargaining chip. It's been 2 days since their trade. It seemed that Deng Bin was victorious. "Thanks for your support with the equipment, everything is resolved now. We can continue our flax trade," said Deng Bin. It seemed that eliminating the bandits greatly improved her mood. "I'm glad to hear that. Now that the threat is over, you may want to consider expanding your flax growing." "I plan to increase my purchases in the future," replied Fang Hao. Deng Bin was a reliable person. Despite her mafia-like appearance, their transactions had been smooth so far. Fang Hao was more than willing to cooperate with her. It was a stable deal without much hassle. Additionally, Fang Hao's demand for flax was increasing. Besides the typical flax clothing, flax fabric began to feature among other equipment crafting materials. For instance, the horse mask and armor he acquired yesterday required flax linen and spun thread. Fang Hao speculated that future item crafting would possibly involve a large quantity of flax linen and spun thread. Therefore, he planned to increase his flax purchase significantly. Moreover, according to their agreement, future flax prices would be halved. After Fang Hao sent his message, there was a brief silence on the other end. After a couple of minutes, Deng Bin responded. "Big brother, if you promise to buy all my flax, I can arrange for a large-scale planting." Deng Bin's idea was quite simple. She could plant the crops, but Fang Hao had to buy all the produce. She didn't want to be stuck with an unsaleable surplus. "Sure, arrange for the planting. I'll buy everything," Fang Hao agreed. While others might worry about an excess of flax, Fang Hao certainly did not. Forget about his hundreds of skeleton tailors. Flax products were very marketable in the channels and orc areas. For the moment, his worry was more about not having enough flax, rather than having too much. "Great, big brother, I trust you. I'll arrange for planting right away." Cooperating with Fang Hao had been nothing but beneficial for Deng Bin. She could even gather the resources she needed through her flax trades. "Yeah, go ahead. Don't forget to develop your armed forces, advised Fang Hao. Okay. Thanks, big brother. Deng Bin expressed her sincere gratitude. Meanwhile, the villagers and soldiers around Deng Bin erupted into cheers upon hearing word of the flax planting agreement. In the future, flax crops would provide them with better livelihoods. After ending the chat with Deng Bin, Fang Hao grabbed breakfast and glanced at the regional channel. The atmosphere in today's channel was a little tense. After observing for a while, he finally understood what everybody was discussing. Apparently, a lord had posted in the channel last night saying that the loyalty of his militiamen had dropped to 32 points. He mentioned that the atmosphere in his territory had become quite strange, and he felt like his subordinates might kill him. Today, however, people noticed his absence. Someone added the Lord as a friend and confirmed that his private chat had disappeared. When they searched for the Lord, they received the message that this person did not exist. It was basically confirmed that this Lord had died the previous night. This news caused quite a stir. Everyone knew that low loyalty could lead to the negligence and defection of subjects. However, this was the first time there was actual evidence of subjects killing their Lord due to low loyalty. What the Lord did to make loyalty drop to 32 points was no longer important, because he was dead. He had become a negative example to others, highlighting the importance of subject loyalty. In other words, if loyalty drops too low, one must be prepared for the worst. Watching everyone's discussion in the regional channel, Fang Hao felt a slight tremble in his hand that was holding the wine glass. He rushed to the page that displayed the loyalty level. The beauty of the lonely night, Lorana and Tobias, current loyalty towards you, 25. It was indeed still 25 points. Someone else was killed at 32 points, and his was only 25. Fang Hao began to question whether recruiting this dark gold hero was a wise decision after all. Though he had no reason to provoke her. However, her past was somewhat tumultuous. What would he do if she was mentally unstable or had mood swings? Seems like he needed to be a little more careful. After breakfast, Fang Hao stepped out of the Lord's mansion. The warm sunlight brought comfort to his entire body. The sun was definitely more pleasant. He wondered how humans survived in Crescent Heights. After stretching his body, Fang Hao made his way to the Undead building area. He opened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint for the Blood Prison. The Blood Prison was a blueprint unlocked after capturing the Blood Castle. It was just perfect as there was no place to imprison criminals in his territory. He selected an appropriate spot on the vacant land to the east for the prison. Location was crucial for imprisoning criminals. The Blood Prison was positioned right within the Undead region. Even if any prisoner escaped, they would face an onslaught from the Undead army. Level 1 Blood Prison. 2,500 wood, 3,000 stone, 350 iron, 200 cast iron blocks, 150 metal parts, 1 trace of violence. Description: a sturdy and chilling playground. Every time a new guest arrives, excited wails echo from within. Commence construction. Light surged up in an instant. After 10 minutes, the light dispersed, and a semi-underground dungeon appeared in front of Fang Hao. The construction itself was built underground. The top protruded 10 centimeters above the ground, with 2 narrow windows at the front and back. These windows allowed for ventilation and brief exposure to sunlight. Construction completed. Fang Hao went down the stairs into it. The dim corridor was lined with individual cells, 4 in total. Constructed from stone walls and metal iron bars, it looked very robust. Escape would be extraordinarily difficult with guards posted. In each cell, various torture instruments were hung. There were iron shackles, whips, and some tools with uses that Fang Hao knew, even though he didn't know their names. Though the Blood Prison was only level 1, there were no actual prisoners in his territory, so there was no rush to upgrade it. Upgrades would be made when necessary. After a quick inspection, Fang Hao left the Blood Prison. After arriving back at the castle, the sky overhead abruptly darkened. A giant bone dragon arrived over the territory and dove straight down. With a gust of wind, it landed in front of the castle. Following that, the massive spider body, the spider Fateweaver, Domina climbed down from its back. Domina was a demon spider, and her body was quite sizable. The upper half of her body resembled a woman, while the giant spider form of her lower half was still dreadfully unsettling. Lord, Domina stumbled as she staggered forward. Her sharp spider legs clacked against the stone pavement. The normally flat, solid ground was left with pockmarks and cracks as if it had been punctured by a sharp sword. Domina, have you been drinking? Fang Hao curiously asked. No, it's my first time riding a bone dragon. I'm a bit dizzy, Domina replied. Her massive body then lay directly on the ground. Ah, it seemed she was experiencing the aftereffects of flying on the bone dragon. Fang Hao and his maids had experienced similar sensations of weakness in their limbs during their first ride on the bone dragon. You should take a moment to recover. After a brief rest, Domina was back to normal. She got up again and moved around slowly in a clacking manner. She controlled her strength carefully so she wouldn't fracture the pavement. It was like she was wearing high heels and walking across a floor. Master, I have brought a gift for you. Domina removed a giant white silk cocoon from the back of the bone dragon. The white cocoon was elongated and oval, wrapped in cobweb silk. Fang Hao frowned slightly at the sight of the cocoon. Had they captured a person along the way and brought him here like this? The person inside must be suffocating. Before Fang Hao could ask, Domina cut open the silk with her sharp legs. A crashing sound rang out. Along with the torn silk, a large pile of gold coins and gemstones fell onto the ground. What is this? Fang Hao relieved when he realized there wasn't a person inside. He hadn't expected Domina and her group to use this method to transport money. Master, we've had some deals with nearby villages and saved some gold coins, Domina said, looking at Fang Hao with hopeful eyes. Fang Hao glanced at the coins on the ground, then back at Domina. He understood what she was thinking. He nodded. All right, I'll accept it. You won't need to worry about the hero test either. I have it all planned out. He turned his head to look in the distance. The maids were hiding behind the door, curiously peeking over here. They were filled with fascination and wariness at the sight of this giant spider woman. Move the money into the castle, Fang Hao directed. Oh, all right, one of the maids responded. They proceeded to transport the cocoon money bag, teeming with coins and gemstones, together. Fang Hao turned back to Domina, asking, do you want to rest a bit or start the hero test right away? If possible, I'd like to take the hero test, she answered. All right, come with me. Fang Hao led Domina to the merit training grounds. As they walked, he casually explained the architectural style and characteristics of the city to her. Domina stared in awe at the grand scale and order of the city, much like how Fang Hao felt when he first saw the spider web dwelling that she had constructed. They passed through the city to its center. Various statues, the merit training ground, and hero altar had been erected here. They stood in front of the merit training ground. Domina was at tier 10, and if she passed the hero test, she would officially become a hero. Are you ready? Fang Hao took out a hero heart and 100 warfire coins from his inventory. The merit training ground was designed for hero tests and upgrades. Since its establishment, Fang Hao had learned quite a bit about it. The training ground was only for heroes, weapons and armor couldn't be brought in. This rule prevented people from getting ahead by relying on their equipment. Domina's face reddened slightly, whether from nervousness or excitement, Fang Hao couldn't tell. I'm ready, Master. All right, let's begin. Stay calm, Fang Hao advised, as he took 2 steps back. Yes, Master. Domina stepped into the training ground. A gentle light enveloped her, and in the next second, her entire body disappeared from Fang Hao's sight. At the same time, Fang Hao received a system notification. The merit training ground in the main territory is conducting a hero test. Another notification arrived. However, there were no options or further instructions. It seemed the notification was merely informative. Time ticked away. Fang Hao checked his watch. 12 minutes had passed. He couldn't help but worry. Would she fail? According to Domina, she had been at tier 10 for some time and had fought a few battles with the Gnolls. She shouldn't fail. After another 5 to 6 minutes, another announcement came. Military unit. The Spider Fateweaver has successfully completed the hero test and has been promoted to hero unit. Fateweaver, Domina. Slave contract has been automatically upgraded to hero contract. Seeing these notifications, Fang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Domina had succeeded. A green light appeared from the altar again. Domina's figure reappeared in front of Fang Hao, but this time, she wasn't a massive spider but a tall woman standing 2 meters tall. Her long, slender legs and buttocks were wrapped in black, chitinous armor that extended up to her upper body, covering her rather voluptuous chest. On her smooth back were 4 pairs of black spider legs. They were slim, glossy, and sharp as a sword at their ends. Master, I successfully ascended to be a hero and didn't let down your expectations, Domina, now kneeling on one knee, said with a joyful face. This was not only because she had met Fang Hao's expectations, but she had also fulfilled her long-held ambition. Loyalty of Fateweaver, Domina towards you increased by 5 points, current loyalty, 78. Upon successfully becoming a hero, her loyalty also rose by 5 points. Loyalty was incredibly important, even though a hero contract was already in effect. Fateweaver, Domina, Green Tier 7 Hero. Fateweaver Domina, Green Level 7 Hero. Faction: Spiderling Goblin. Racial traits: Living Creature, Sunlight Sensitivity, Spider Magic, Chitin, Dual Form. Legion Talent: Shaman Commander, Spider God Devotee. Skills: Multiple Attacks, Longsword Legs, Deadly Toxin, Webbing, Venom Spray, Curse. Innate Skills: Advanced Combat Mastery, Advanced Stealth Mastery, Advanced Magic Mastery, Advanced Action Mastery. Sun Sensitivity: In the sunlight, this unit is at a disadvantage, with all attributes reduced. Spider Magic: This unit is a natural spellcaster, capable of casting spells like Venom Spray and Curse without needing to learn or master them, and possesses a strong ability to learn magic. Chitin: This unit has innate chitin, hastening the dispersion of negative effects and enhancing its own magic resistance. Dual Form: This unit can freely transform between a human form and a arthropod form. Shaman Commander: This unit, leading a goblin army, gets all attributes plus 15%, magic resistance plus 5%. Spider God Devotee: Every time a unit of this unit's army dies, it automatically transforms into 2 giant spider hatchlings, which continue to fight alongside it. Multiple Attacks: Human Form causes multiple physical damages, Goblin Form causes multiple physical damages, with additional toxin damage. Longsword Legs: Sturdy legs tough enough to compare with sharp longswords, inflict piercing damage on the target unit. Deadly Toxin: The damage caused by the Goblin State attack will be unable to be healed by potions and healing spells for a certain period. Webbing: The Goblin State can release a magic spider web, causing slowing and binding effects on units along the way. Venom Spray: Release venomous foam to inflict venom damage on frontal units. Curse: Targets up to 5 creatures, releasing Curse, making them vulnerable and causing an extra 20% damage when attacked. Description: They were rejected by living creatures, and were driven into the depths of the dark territory, becoming hermits and hunters, wandering alone or leading giant spiders lurking near their lairs. Domina's attribute has not changed significantly. The most notable points are the added Legion skills and dual status. Transformed from a spiderling goblin, it can take on a human shape. When in between human and spider goblin, the effects of the skills are slightly different. So far, it seems that the skills are a bit stronger when in spider form. By then, it'll be up to Domina how to use them. How do you feel? Fang Hao asked with a smile. Pretty good. I feel stronger than before. Domina also revealed a smile. It seems the most significant changes are in her attributes, besides her skills. A rank 10 soldier can't be compared to a hero anyway. Let's go. Rest in the Lord's mansion. I have had some clothes prepared for you. Fang Hao continued. Domina nodded. She kind of liked the splendid clothes that the maids wore. Now that Fang Hao mentioned giving her some, she naturally accepted. He led Domina back to the Lord's Hall. A maid immediately brought in some fruit wine. Fang Hao told the maid, prepare 2 sets of clothes for her. Yes, master. The maid evaluated Domina and quickly departed. The territory has been getting stranger recently, with a woman who always seemed to be under a cloud coming the day before yesterday, and a spider person arriving today. When the maid left, Fang Hao spoke again. How's the mine? Are those gnolls behaving? Domina was holding the fruit wine, her back legs gently tapping on the rough clay cup. She didn't understand how it was made and why it could hold water. Oh, they were not very obedient before, but after I fed some of the troublemakers to the queen giant spider, they've become much more disciplined. Domina casually responded. Well, she fed the gnolls directly to the spiders. What about the leader of the gnolls? Didn't you sign a slave contract with him? Fang Hao asked further. She had directly let her sign a contract with the gnoll leader at that time. They should be able to keep those gnolls in check. After signing the contract, that guy's authority dropped considerably. Now he serves more like a supervisor, Domina quietly answered. In other words, after the gnoll leader signed the slave contract, his prestige plummeted. He is no longer recognized as a leader by the other gnolls. His current role is more like a foreman or overseer. He is responsible for discussing the gnolls mining the ore. Is the mining operation stable now? Domina nodded. Yes, it's steady now, my lord. Good, that's what I wanted. The mines near the webweaver camp are very important to Fang Hao. Mithril that can be mined there is a very scarce material. It needs to be mined steadily. If the efficiency of mining can't be guaranteed, he would consider letting the skeleton workers do the mining. While the two are chatting, the maid who was preparing the clothes came in. She brought several sets of clothes in her hands, including maid outfits, everyday linen dresses, leather armor, and a one-handed sword. The maid put the clothes aside, cautiously glanced at Domina, and quickly exited the room. Domina, you try them on and see if they fit, Fang Hao pointed to the clothes. Oh, of course, my lord. Domina agreed, picked up a beige linen dress, and started to put it on. Her body entirely covered by chitin, she didn't need to go to the changing room. The beige top was put on, and the black limbs on her back pierced through the garment. Her 2-meter height made the top somewhat short, like a women's midriff-bearing outfit. My lord, how do I wear this? Domina asked, somewhat embarrassed. The corset and leather armor were in the wrong order. Piled on her, it looked bulky. Fang Hao sighed, stood up, and walked over. He looked at the punctured linen top and reluctantly shook his head. A perfectly good piece of clothing was pierced full of holes. Wasn't this just wasting resources? He took all the clothes from her arms and tucked the sword under his arm. You aren't supposed to put all these clothes on at once, these are put together as a set, and these are another set for you to change into, Fang Hao explained. As he was speaking, he put clothes into sets and placed them on a chair nearby. Thump. The moment he turned around, the sword under his armpit smacked against Domina's chitin-covered butt. A crisp sound echoed as if hitting flesh. Fang Hao instantly stiffened, looking up to find Domina frowning back at him. It wasn't. However, Domina's loyalty to you has increased by 2 points, the current loyalty is 80. Huh, why did it go up by 2 points? Fang Hao curiously looked at Domina, then at the place he'd hit. He turned back around. This time, he hit Domina's backside with the sword even harder. Thump. An even more resonant sound came, Domina's body froze slightly, and the black spider legs on her back tightened, trembling slightly. However, Domina's loyalty to you has increased by 2 points, the current loyalty is 82. Fang Hao looked at Domina in surprise. She stood still, wearing a slightly short top, seemingly waiting. Fang Hao subsequently fell silent. Why would patting her behind increase loyalty? This seemed utterly unrelated. Did he just discover a bug for boosting loyalty? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Fang Hao discarded it. If this method could indeed enhance loyalty, he should have noticed it long ago among his comrades. Noticing Domina bend her upper body slightly with her rear end slightly raised, Fang Hao used his hand to give it a solid pat. Smack. That was louder, and left Fang Hao's hand feeling hot. This bug shell was like smacking on the sturdy leather, so hard. However, Domina's loyalty to you increased by 2 points, current loyalty is 84. As expected, increased another 2 points. Domina, do you enjoy this? Fang Hao asked curiously. Domina's face blushed slightly. Not bad, my lord. Well, all right then. It seemed that Domina in her human form did have some peculiar tastes. Just as Fang Hao was about to raise Domina's loyalty straight to 100 points, there was a sound of hurried footsteps from outside. Whoosh! A tall and short figure burst through the door, skidding a couple of meters into the center of the hall. Fang Hao, hand me the shepherd's flute, we're going to the river. Angia shouted excitedly. Following her was the Blackfoot cat, Lori, nodding his head in agreement. Before Fang Hao could reply, their gaze fell on Domina, eyes fully locked on the sharp limbs growing on her back. Who's this? Angia asked. This is Domina, the one you met last time, Fang Hao explained. Who's that? Before Fang Hao could reply, Domina introduced herself. Miss Angia, we met at the Webweaver camp. You even complimented that my house looked pretty. Oh, so it's you. Angia realized. Why did you transform into this? Those things on your back look cool. Thank you, Miss Angia. Angia glanced at their strange stance and asked curiously, what are you two doing? Fang Hao put the short sword aside and said, Domina just learned how to transform into human form. You could show her how to wear these clothes. Oh, all right. Angia took on this task, and she and Lori began helping Domina put on her clothes. In no time, Domina was dressed. However, the back of the dress required holes for her limbs. All right, it's on. Now give me the shepherd's flute, Angia demanded, extending her hand. Where are you two going to play in the river? Are you nuts? Isn't the hot spring enough for you both? Fang Hao said sternly. Oh come on, it's just the river to the north of our territory. It's not that deep. Fang Hao handed her the shepherd's flute with a word of caution. Be careful and don't be reckless, especially you, Lori. Be more cautious, stop coming back covered in injuries every time. Hee hee. Angia grabbed the shepherd's flute and rushed out with Lori. The hall was once again left with only Fang Hao and Domina. Domina was now wearing a maid's dress. The long black skirt matched the black bug shell on her legs, looking like she was wearing a pair of leather pants. Given Domina's attributes, the long skirt was quite suitable for her ability to switch between two forms. If she wore pants and then transformed into a spider, it would ruin the pants, but a skirt doesn't present such a problem. Fang Hao glanced at Domina, thought for a moment, and then picked up the iron sword next to him. Upon seeing this, Domina made the first move and leaned on the table in front of her. In the afternoon, Domina, holding a large package, mounted the bone dragon. Fang Hao used a brutal method to directly raise loyalty to 90 points. Although Domina still preferred this method after it reached 90. Her loyalty didn't increase anymore. It's getting late. Domina returned to the Webweaver camp, finishing this game after a few hours' journey. As for whether Domina has other quick ways to improve loyalty, it can only be studied next time. After Domina left, the maids' topics were still about the Spider Woman. They were very curious about the spider form that suddenly turned into a human. Dinner was served. The goldsmith, Luke, sought Fang Hao again. He held several pieces of jewelry that he had made previously for Rebecca, the wife of the city lord of Lys City. The craftsmanship of the goldsmith is even more complicated. 101 goldsmiths, after such a long time of work, had only just produced trial samples. The two had a simple exchange and Fang Hao remembered what Luke had sought to advise him. The next day, early in the morning, as the sky was beginning to light up and night was slowly fading away, Fang Hao opened his eyes and began to wash. According to the plan he had made with Luke the previous night, he would take the goldsmith's trial samples to Lys City for Rebecca to try on. Era had already started preparing breakfast. Fang Hao went to Angia's room, woke her up, and once again confirmed that slapping her bottom was not a bug to raise loyalty. After a simple breakfast, Fang Hao, together with Angia and Demetria, mounted the bone dragon. The bone dragon's legs powered and headed towards Grey Bear Stronghold. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the three arrived at Grey Bear Stronghold. They switched to the swift purple-scaled horse, and arrived at Liss City by dusk. The location of Liss City was enjoyable hotpot restaurant. My lord, Winnie, the lady boss, and the bandit Grey Bear, both bowed in unison. They were somewhat surprised by Fang Hao's sudden arrival. When can it be the opening? Fang Hao sat down on a chair nearby. This house was originally a tavern. After being purchased by Fang Hao, it was planned to be turned into a hotpot restaurant. Winnie had been renovating this place for several days. According to her own promised time, it should be about time for opening. The sign can be hung up tomorrow. As long as the ingredients and staff are in place, we can open for business, Winnie answered. Good. Arrange it as soon as possible. I will inform others to collaborate with you, Fang Hao nodded. Understood, my lord. Winnie also revealed a smile. This shop was much bigger than her tavern. And Liss City was even larger, with a greater population. It was enough for her to showcase her skills. After dinner, Fang Hao washed up again and put on a set of prepared formal attire. He went directly to the Lord's house. This time, Rebecca didn't attend any dances. He followed a maid and stopped in front of a room. The maid knocked lightly on the door. Madam, Mr. Fang Hao is here. Let him come in. The door opened, and Fang Hao walked in. This was a study room, a desk in the middle of the room, and 4 bookshelves against the wall, filled with a variety of books. There were also several exquisite paintings on display. Rebecca, wearing a casual long dress in light blue, was writing something at the desk. When Fang Hao came in, she merely briefly glanced up. Do you always like to visit other people's homes at night? Rebecca spoke with a slight hint of resentment, and there was a hint of fatigue in her face. Fang Hao didn't care about her blame. There's nothing I can do. The client won't provide board and lodging. I am leaving first thing tomorrow and can only save 1 day's food and lodging costs. A slight smile appeared on Rebecca's face at Fang Hao's teasing. She rolled her eyes at him. He made it sound as if she had mistreated him, and was saddling her with the matter. Okay, you're not just here to complain about the food and lodging fees today, are you? Rebecca asked about Fang Hao's intentions. Fang Hao didn't want to waste too much time. He opened his backpack directly and took out all the jewelry inside. During the journey, these items were stored in a storage space. Here, in order not to cause trouble, they were put into the backpack. The accessories for the dress are ready. I came here today to let you try them on. Once we confirm they're good, I'll then proceed with the final production. So soon? Rebecca said with some surprise. Jewelry is different from clothing. Jewelry making, metal melting and engraving, are all very time-consuming tasks. One piece of jewelry worn by nobles is invaluable, not just for craftsmanship and materials. It also includes the time consumed by the process. I have many craftsmen working for me, so the piecework production is a bit quicker. Fang Hao explained indifferently. There are 101 gold carvers in his territory. Not only are they numerous, but their craftsmanship is also extremely close to each other. There would not be a big difference in their skills. Well, let's see how it turns out then. Rebecca stood up, a look of anticipation in her eyes. She had high hopes for Fang Hao's design. Throughout these years, his works provided the only innovation and breakthrough. She ordered a maid to bring a full-length mirror. Rebecca emerged from behind her desk and stood in front of the mirror. Seeing that the maid had no intentions of helping her, Fang Hao stood up, picked up the jewelry on the side, and stood behind her. As soon as he approached her, he could smell the faint fragrance from Rebecca. Her light blue leisure dress could not hide her graceful figure. The collar of her dress was a deep V, revealing her enticing cleavage. Fang Hao put the blue necklace inlaid with blue gemstones around her neck. The white neck and the blue necklace made from sapphires complemented each other very well. With Rebecca standing in front of the mirror, she was subtly swaying from side to side, looking at herself in the mirror. She nodded subconsciously, even though it was just a fitting, and many steps were still incomplete. However, the overall effect of the set of accessories was already on display, exuding a feeling of lavish elegance. A pleasant feeling welled up in her heart, and a smile appeared on her face. From the corner of her eyes, she saw Fang Hao, staring at her. She struck up a conversation. Did you hear? There's been quite a commotion in Proul City recently. Lis City and Proul City are neighboring cities, so they pay close attention to each other's news. Yes, indeed. Fang Hao responded casually. Cyril has participated in many Federation battles and made outstanding contributions to humanity, so it's unexpected that he died at the hands of the Blood Clan, said Rebecca with a hint of sigh. Tavok was elected as city lord. He had reported the situation of Proul City to the Federation. He attributed the death of Cyril to an attack by the Blood Clan and provided some evidence. It seems that Rebecca had also received the news, otherwise, she would not have mentioned Cyril. Rebecca continued to put on her bracelets and earrings, her smile becoming more radiant. How beautiful, she couldn't help but exclaim in her mind. Will humans go to war with the Blood Clan? Fang Hao continued to ask. If humans started a war directly with Crescent Heights over this matter, it would indeed be troublesome. Then humans would directly attack Crescent Heights, wouldn't that mean his stationed army would have to fight? It's difficult. Even though there is a formal agreement between humans and the Blood Clan, some Blood Clan can't control themselves and frequent attacks on humans still happen. Rebecca gave Fang Hao a glance. The murderer has already been executed by Tavok. The Federation should issue a warning to the Blood Clan. The likelihood of war is small. Fang Hao nodded but didn't say anything. It would be better if there was no war. When the warning arrived at Crescent Heights, he would have his people accept it and it would pass. That would save him a lot of trouble afterward. Now that all the accessories were fitted, they made Rebecca look even more regal and dignified. I really like them. These accessories are very creative and beautiful. Rebecca happily nodded. She wished she could wear the custom-made dress alongside the set of jewelry right now. I'm glad you like them, so when I get back, I'll arrange for the final pieces to be made, said Fang Hao. Okay, start making them. Rebecca removed the jewelry with a bit of reluctance. Fang Hao took the jewelry from her and packed them all away. After the jewelry fitting session was over, Fang Hao was just about to leave. Thump, thump, thump. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Rebecca, hurried knocking sounds were heard from outside the door. The door opened. A guard dressed as a warrior walked in and gave Fang Hao a wary look. Madam, the guard team is back and they have brought back several corpses. They're asking if you would like to take a look. On hearing the guard's words, Rebecca's expression turned serious instantly. Let's go. Let's take a look. Then, she completely forgot about Fang Hao as she briskly followed the guard out of the room. Fang Hao stood awkwardly in place. He couldn't stay here, so he had no choice but to follow them out. Walking down the long corridor together. In his mind, he thought that after leaving the Lord's mansion, he would say goodbye to Rebecca and then head back to where he was staying. However, after hearing what the guard reported back, Fang Hao developed an interest in the case. Despite the guard speaking in a low voice, he still heard about the abduction of a special group of people. As he left the Lord's mansion and was planning on continuing to follow them, he was stopped by the guards. Without saying much, Fang Hao simply nodded and went straight out of the Lord's mansion courtyard. He glanced in the direction Rebecca left and went straight back to the inn where he was staying. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao went back to the inn with Angia. He gave Angia a simple explanation before lying down on the bed. The skull ash sparrow beside him, after the soul fire lit in its pupils, flapped its wings and flew out the window under the cover of darkness. Using the night as cover, it flew back to the sky above the Lord's mansion. The Lord's mansion had a tight defense. In addition to the guards on duty, there were also many hidden sentries. Using the direction Rebecca left, Fang Hao began to search. Soon, he found a brightly lit, large building. Entering through a narrow vertical window at the top, he spotted Rebecca. She was standing below, surrounded by guards. When Fang Hao's gaze found 5 corpses laid out on the ground, his heart pounded fiercely. The gray-brown body bag had been opened, exposing the bodies that had been dead for quite some time. All over the bodies were densely packed wounds that had turned into bloody scabs, revealing they suffered intense torture or abuse before death. The corpses were both male and female, of different ages. But they had one thing in common. Black hair. Looking at the bodies below, a sudden sense of danger welled up in Fang Hao's heart. He had no idea where Rebecca had gotten these bodies. But the physical features of the bodies told him that they were all transmigrators like himself. Damn it. Fang Hao cursed inwardly. Someone was capturing transmigrators and subjecting them to some form of execution and torture. Down below, Rebecca was having a conversation with a captain of the guard. From the stern looks on their faces, it was clear they were discussing something serious. The hall was not lit by nightstones, but by lit candles. Under the dim candlelight, Fang Hao flew from the top and hid behind a flag hanging against the wall. At the same time, he overheard the conversation between the two. Did you not capture anyone? Rebecca's voice was tinged with anger. No, it seems our actions were discovered. There was nothing left when we arrived. The soldier's voice was subdued, but his suppressed anger was still detectable. Damn it, Rebecca cursed. She took a deep breath and asked, are these the only bodies? There's another person who's heavily wounded and unconscious. We've sent them to the temple, but it's uncertain if they can be saved. The guard spoke in hushed tones. Hearing that there was a survivor, Rebecca's expression improved considerably. If this survivor could wake up, they might provide some useful information. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rebecca continued, keep this information confidential. Have someone guard him. No one else is allowed to approach him except for me. Yes, ma'am. The two ended their conversation. Rebecca turned to leave without giving a second glance at the 5 bodies on the ground. Fang Hao lingered behind the flag for a while. Seeing no other leads, he controlled the skeletal sparrow to fly back to the window he had entered from. The candlelight cast a large, dark shadow on the wall. Before the soldier could turn around to look, the sparrow had already flown out the window, disappearing into the night sky. Withdrawing from his avatar state, Fang Hao woke up in his room at the inn. Sitting on the bed and gazing at the star-studded night sky, he remained silent for quite some time. The next morning's dawn. Fang Hao woke up from his bed. Demetria had already fed the horses, and Angia had packed some food for the road. We're not leaving today. Angia, come with me for a little while. Fang Hao stepped outside at a leisurely pace. The two were taken aback, surprised by Fang Hao's decision. The sudden change of plan suggested that something unexpected had come up. What happened? Aren't we going back? The food here is so bad, Angia grumbled quietly. A snort from the innkeeper echoed from inside the inn. We'll go back first thing tomorrow morning. Get ready to eat now, Fang Hao said. Oh, the two agreed, and made their way back into the inn. After breakfast, Fang Hao took Angia out of the inn. Strolling along the main road, Fang Hao bought some unfamiliar fruits. Seeing that no one was looking, he quickly put them in his storage space. Angia held some snacks in her hand and continued walking while stuffing her mouth full. She also kept talking non-stop. The two walked along the main road and gradually came upon a grand temple. Watching from a distance, they saw residents entering and exiting freely, with no guards stopping them. They continued up the stone steps. There was a round flower bed. Acolytes wearing religious robes were busily doing their work. Acolytes were believers from various human cities. They came to the temple to act as messengers of God, receiving donations and faith from believers. But whether the gods would hear the voices of the people was debatable. Perhaps if your prayers weren't answered, your faith wasn't devout enough. The temple housed 2 statues of gods. The god of light and the goddess of harvest. It seemed that most living creatures of different species had a significant number of believers in the goddess of harvest. Sir, how may I assist you? A young woman wearing an acolyte's robe approached. Fang Hao examined her attributes. Just an ordinary person, with the attributes of a Tier 1 farmer. The acolytes are non-clergy personnel who assist with various tasks within the temple. Most of these acolytes are women who possess knowledge related to midwifery and healing skills. I'm a new cloth trader from Lis City. Fang Hao slowly walked forward with the woman acolyte curiously following behind him. About me, well, I have a peculiar, he began. Oh, are you here for treatment? Said the woman acolyte, realizing his point. My peculiar thing is that I have money, and I plan to donate to the temple to affirm my faith. Fang Hao finished his talk in one go. Hearing about the temple's donation, the acolyte's eyes lit up instantly. People like Fang Hao are most welcomed at the temple. Having faith is important, but the best part is their willingness to donate money. That's wonderful. Please come in, I'll immediately call our high priest, the acolyte hurriedly said. She led Fang Hao into a building next to the temple. It was a clean and tidy corridor with individual rooms on both sides. In one of them, there were 4 guards standing by the door. Is there some important person here? Fang Hao asked. The acolyte glanced at the guards and whispered, the person brought in last night appears to be from a significant family. I heard that their injury is quite severe. Did they not die? If they died, wouldn't they have been carried away already? Why would they still be here? That makes sense, Fang Hao agreed. The acolyte guided them to a separate room, asked them to wait a while, and went out to find the priest she mentioned. Fang Hao didn't bring Skeleton Gray Sparrow with him. No matter how brave he was, he didn't dare to bring the Skeleton Gray Sparrow into the temple. Fang Hao casually strolled down the corridor, apparently appreciating the temple, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the guarded room. When the guards threw him a wary look, Fang Hao casually walked back to his room. After a while, the door opened, and an elderly crone came in. Leaning on her tree root cane, she seated herself across from Fang Hao. Sir, I heard that you intend to donate to the temple. The old woman asked. Temple priest, tier 10. Fang Hao's eyes slightly narrowed. Surprisingly, she was tier 10. Do you have the final say here? Fang Hao curiously asked. I've been in charge here for a long time, so naturally, my word carries weight, the old woman nodded. Despite her age, her voice didn't hold any fluctuations. Fang Hao nodded. It seemed a tier 10 priest was the strongest force in this temple. It should be legit, there was no temple in Proul City. As Proul City's neighbor, the fact that Lis City had a tier 10 priest in their temple was quite impressive. Alright, I wanted to ask, what kind of donations does the temple accept? Are you a trader? Many traders would donate items they produce. Of course, we also accept gold coins, the old woman continued. The temple did not discriminate against donations. Whatever you've got, they'll take it. Donating your products was fine, giving them cash so they could purchase what they needed was also acceptable. I'm a cloth merchant. Does the temple need clothing? Fang Hao asked. Yes, it's been a long time since the temple received a clothing donation, the elderly priest immediately answered. One more thing, if I added some advertisements on the donated clothing, that wouldn't be a problem, would it? Fang Hao suddenly had a new idea and asked for confirmation. What is an advertisement? The old priest asked, slightly furrowing her eyebrows. Fang Hao pointed to his chest. Well, here, there'd be the name of our cloth store printed, showing that these clothes are made by us. That would be fine, the old priest nodded. Oh, then could you count how many people are there in the temple and give me the clothing styles? After I get back, I'll arrange for the clothes to be made, Fang Hao said. This time, the idea of donating clothing came to Fang Hao on the spot. By then, both officials from the city lord's mansion and the temple would wear clothes from his cloth shop. Probably, his cloth shop's name would be known across the city overnight. It just depended on when the cloth shop would be officially started. Okay, wait a moment, please. There are not many people in the temple, so it won't take long to count, the old priest said with a hint of a smile visible on her weathered face. Can I take a tour around the temple? Of course, you can. The two of them went out together. Just as they stepped into the corridor. Suddenly, a terrified wail came from ahead. I don't know, I've told you all already, let me out, let me out. Following that, a person dashed out, shoving aside the guards. He charged out of the room towards them. A young man barreled past the guard in front of him and dashed out of the room. He ran down the corridor and shrieked, in a fit of hysteria, I told you, let me out, let me out. Stumbling all the way, he ripped open his fresh wounds. Blood started soaking through his linen robe. He barged through all the people blocking his way. However, as he passed by Fang Hao, his pupils dilated abruptly and he staggered, falling to the ground. Fang Hao tried to step forward to help, but was blocked by Angia, who shielded him behind her. The young man, drained of energy, looked at Fang Hao and said, "They are coming after us, those maniacs, get out of here, hide quickly." "Who are they you're talking about?" Fang Hao asked. "Them, get moving, they're all madmen, they kill, they kill." The man's speech was incoherent. When Fang Hao asked who they were, his eyes were full of fear. "Who are they? What did they ask when they captured you?" The man was still gripped by panic, his gaze was vacillating, looking around surreptitiously. He kept repeating words like escape, "They are devils, they are lunatics." At this moment, the guards from behind caught up. They helped the man up and took him back to the room he was in before. Under the guards' orders, the gathering crowd quickly dispersed. The corridor grew quiet again. Only Fang Hao, Angia, and the old, crone-like priest were left. "What happened to that man just now?" Fang Hao asked the old woman. The old woman eyed Fang Hao and said slowly, "He's a patient sent from the city lord. It seems he's involved in some violent incidents, but I'm not sure of the details. We in the temple only look after their treatment. So, he's not in a lethal condition." Fang Hao followed the old woman, walking ahead. "His life is not in danger, he's just been shocked and needs some time for recovery," the old woman replied. Fang Hao nodded slightly, deciding not to ask further. Last night he saw 5 bodies, perhaps he knows more than the old woman does. This was not a simple case of violence, but someone was capturing transmigrators to interrogate and murder them. The old woman assigned some assistant priests. She took Fang Hao for a tour around the temple. Soon, the temple staff's number and uniform style were also delivered. Temple uniforms always have specific religious symbols, but they do not fall within the category of equipment blueprints. They cannot be mass-produced and need tailors for processing. By the time they left the temple, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Fang Hao had a haircut, then strolled through the other commercial streets. He looked to see if there were any shops for sale and evaluated which ones had better business. By the time he finished strolling along the commercial street, it was already getting dark. Angia felt that the food at the inn was not good, so they decided to eat in the tavern instead. Upon pushing open the tavern door, they were met with an onslaught of noise. Fang Hao took a seat at the bar. The tavern owner also walked over. "It's been a while since you've been here." It seemed the owner still remembered Fang Hao. "Just occasionally coming here for improved dining," Fang Hao replied with a smile. He didn't mention that he had just arrived in Lis City. "What do you plan on having today?" The owner wiped his hands with a rag. Fang Hao looked at Angia. "Order whatever you want to eat, just don't order too much." Angia began ordering, while Fang Hao turned his attention to the notice board on the side. The notice board in the tavern. It has always been an important source for obtaining maps. The rewards on the notice board are all local trivial matters. However, 2 single-page maps caught Fang Hao's attention. Map. Bandit Camp. Map. Chaotic Stone Forest. Fang Hao casually plucked them off the board and immediately started studying them. Map. Bandit Camp. Chaotic Stone Forest. Type. Single-page map. Description. A map drawn by a traveling merchant, recording the route and terrain of unknown ruins. There was nothing special about either of the 2 maps. A single-page map that recorded the place. "Boss, I'll take these 2 maps," Fang Hao said to the boss. The boss was busy on the side, just looked back and nodded, indicating Fang Hao should put them away by himself. Fang Hao directly removed the 2 maps and put them into his backpack. Once he returned, he would record them using the Book of Lords. Not long after, the beer and ordered dinner were also served. The 2 chatted while devouring their food. Bang! At this moment, the tavern door was forcibly pushed open. Several strapping men walked in aggressively. The noisy tavern quieted down instantly. The burly men stood at the entrance, scanning the room. Their gaze finally stopped at the corner of the tavern. They stepped forward briskly. From under the table, pulling a thin, dark-skinned man. Lie go boss, why are you all here?" The thin dark man smiled fawningly, his eyes dodging. Slap. The strong man called Boss Ligo slapped him across the face and said, "Less fucking bullshit, the boss asks you when you're going to pay back the money. Give me a few more days leeway, as long as you give me a few more days, I'll soon have the money." The thin dark man said with his face covered. "You've already got plenty of time. Boss said if you don't refund today, we'll break your leg as interest first." Ligo said coldly. "Don't, boss, give me 2 more days, and I will definitely get the money." The man fell to his knees and begged loudly. Ligo apparently had heard enough of his excuses and lifted him up and walked out. The tavern was silent, only the sound of pleading and dragging on the floor, knocking over tables and chairs. When the strong men took the thin, dark man out, the tavern became noisy again. Everyone acted as if nothing had happened, the drinkers drank, and the braggers bragged. The boss, wiping his hands, returned to the counter. "What just happened?" Fang Hao asked the boss in a low voice. The boss's gaze was still towards the door. "This guy likes to gamble, but he's very lucky. Every time he leaves the city, he can pick up a not so small gemstone, sell it to the jewelry shop, and take the money to gamble." Pick up gems. Where did he pick them up? Fang Hao was shocked. He could pick up gemstones. "If I knew where to pick them up, I wouldn't be running this tavern anymore. I would be out picking up gemstones every day." The boss filled up the wine for a nearby customer and continued, "Don't disbelieve. This is true. He has shown off his gems in this tavern more than once, this big, wrapped in a brown leather bag." The boss gestured to describe the size of the gemstone. Hearing the boss's description, Fang Hao's eyes narrowed instantly, and something occurred to him. So, he hasn't been able to get gems lately, and can't pay his gambling debts, right? Fang Hao verified again. "Yeah, it looks like he's not going to keep one of his legs." The boss nodded, confirming Fang Hao's thoughts even more. If all the details were connected, it would not be difficult to know where the gambler got his gemstones. "Just take it away, doesn't the city care? I see the security here is pretty good." Fang Hao continued to ask. "Those people just now are all Lei Li's men. Who dares to manage? Besides, an IOU is also impossible to manage." The boss wiped the table. "Lei Li is very powerful. Boss Lei Li is the boss of the underground area of Lis City, you mustn't provoke him." The boss leaned in and reminded in a low voice. "Oh." Fang Hao acknowledged. After dinner, the two also packed some food for Demetria. When they left the tavern, it was already a bit darker. There were also considerably fewer pedestrians on the street. Walking down the road to the hostel, a carriage slowly drove past them. As they passed by, the face of the coachman made Fang Hao frown slightly. The captain of the city lord's guard. It was him who had gone with Rebecca to check the body last night. "Follow the carriage to see where it's going." Angia nodded and rushed towards the direction of the carriage. This was a street within the city, and the carriage was not fast. It was not difficult to follow. The night was silent. In a 2-story building near the civilian area. The room was still brightly lit. A young man lay on the bed, looking haggard. From time to time repeating, "Let me go, let me go." Squeak. The door was opened, and Rebecca, flanked by guards, walked in. With a slight frown, she looked at the man in front of her. In a softened tone, she said, "You are safe now, tell me who abducted you." Hearing Rebecca's voice, the man in the sickbed abruptly stopped his repetition. His gaze was fixed intently on the several people in the room, howling, "What the hell do you lunatics want to know? We are humans too, why do you treat us like this?" Faced with the man's howling, Rebecca frowned and looked at the guard beside her. The latter gently shook his head, indicating that he hadn't done anything to this man. "I saved you. Now, I need you to tell me what happened so we can apprehend those people," Rebecca continued. Perhaps Rebecca's words were effective. The man's emotions gradually stabilized. "You saved me. Yes, I am Rebecca, the wife of the city lord of Lis City. I will arrange for someone to ensure your safety, so you don't have to worry." Rebecca moved 2 steps closer, sat down on a chair nearby. "I need you to tell us more details." After a moment of silence, the man slowly began to speak. "Some people are capturing us." You mean your team?" "Yes, we come from the same place. Those people captured us and forced us to reveal everything we knew, the man said, lowering his head. Everything. Like what? How we got here, why we ended up here, what we used to do. Everything was of interest to them. The man fell into memories, gradually becoming fearful. Rebecca frowned and looked at the guards behind her. She found it hard to understand why they would capture them just to ask such questions, rather than seeking out important intelligence. Even the location of a treasure or some aristocratic secrets would be more valuable than knowing where they came from or what their former jobs were. What are they doing with this information? Rebecca asked. I don't know. They would jot it down in a notebook as if they were collecting some sort of intelligence, the man continued. One last question. Did you recognize any of them, or see any distinguishing features? Rebecca pressed on. I don't know any of them. The man took a covert glance at the people in the room and shook his head. All right, I understand now. Rest easy, there won't be any danger here. Rebecca stood up and walked out. When can I leave? The man suddenly asked as she was leaving. When you have recovered more, you can leave, Rebecca replied, and walked out of the room. Once the man's emotions have stabilized further, they will need to inquire further. After Rebecca left, the room fell silent again. Due to the commotion at the temple during the day, Rebecca had him moved to a new location. The night darkened, and the man gradually fell asleep. A nightmare awoke the man, who wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. But he saw a skeletal bird standing by the window. The hollow pupils, flickering with a faint blue light, were staring at him. The man shuddered violently, his mouth wide open, looking terrified. The skeleton sparrow said, Don't shout. I'm from Earth too, we've met before in the day. Burp. The next second, the man rolled his eyes and passed out. A long time passed before the man slowly came to. I told you, we've met before. Why get so worked up? The skeleton sparrow asked. The man opened his mouth wide, as if his throat was jammed, and stammered without uttering a word. So, does this mean I'm dead? The man seemed to suddenly make sense of it all. You're not dead. We met during the day at the temple. You warned me to watch out for those people. I purposely came to see if you were in any danger, Fang Hao said softly, detailing as much as possible to help the man recognize his identity. But why do you look like this? The man was in a state of confusion. It's just some minor magic tricks, you don't need to worry about them. The skeleton gray sparrow jumped onto a table nearby, continuing to inquire, who exactly captured you, and why do they want to capture us transmigrators? I'm not sure, I don't know them, but they seem to be very interested in us. They meticulously recorded all the information they managed to extract. What value do these things hold for them? I don't know, but they care about it a lot. You don't know those people. Do you have any details about the group they're associated with, or any identifiable symbols? Pressed Fang Hao. Rebecca only asked if there were any distinctive facial features of the person. It seemed that she knew some of the intelligence, but was just not aware of the specific identities of the group. Fang Hao had no choice but to ask more detailed questions. The kidnapping of transmigrators hung over his heart like an ominous sword. Humankind persecuting its own kind. Everyone could potentially be the culprit, enhancing the sense of danger. After a moment of contemplation, the man suddenly perked up and said, I recall the wax seal they used for passing messages. It seemed to resemble two intersecting scythe blades. It's very familiar. It's reminiscent of a game logo I once played. Fang Hao was stunned on the spot, his heart slightly shocked. Two intersecting scythes, when looked at from the front, does it looks like a hood. The No Faces hut. This symbol was the identifier of the No Face. That said, there were two possible interpretations. Someone may have posted a task through the No Faces hut, with the intention to collect information about transmigrators. Alternatively, the No Face themselves might be thinking that transmigrators have information worth mining, hence they're gathering it. Yes, indeed, do you know them? Are you familiar with them? The man appeared somewhat thrilled. I don't know them personally, but I've heard of them. Fang Hao paced back and forth, isn't there any way to track them down? I previously used the Book of Lords to seek help from my friend, passing two photographs which might hold some clues. The man suddenly remembered. Where is your Book of Lords? It was taken by them long ago, but I've sent it to my friend. His name is Gao Lin. The man mentioned. Okay. And you were saying, you are Ren Jun. Just as Fang Hao was about to ask further, noises from outside the room interrupted him. Who are you talking to? Fang Hao immediately flew back to the windowsill, instructed, you can relax now, Rebecca will ensure your safety. After you get out, do not go back to your territory, head to the enjoyable hotpot restaurant, I will arrange for someone to rendezvous with you there. Following his words, the skeleton gray sparrow flew off out the window, disappearing into the night sky. Click. The door was slightly ajar. 2 guards popped their heads in to take a peek. Who are you talking to? The guards entered the room, igniting the candle that was off to one side. The man was sitting on his bed, staring blankly out the window in silence. I didn't say anything. How did you hear me talking? Was I talking in my sleep? Once the guards had completed a full scan of the room without discovering any sign of others, one of them muttered to himself, haunted by what had just happened. They then shut the door behind them and left. The room was once again engulfed in darkness. The man was gazing at the window, in the direction where the skeleton gray sparrow had flown off to. From the regional channel, only one person could open a hotpot restaurant. The next morning arrived. Fang Hao and his associates woke up early. They opened the city gates and rode a swift purple-scaled horse to leave Lis City. They switched to the Bone Dragon at Grey Bear's stronghold. By 5 p.m., the trio returned to their territory. As they arrived at the Lord's mansion, they saw a skeletal hero waiting for them, seated upright in silence on a long bench. Black Sword, it's an honor to meet you, Lord. The skeletal hero kneeled on one knee and spoke. Black Sword, Blue Tier 7 hero. This was the last one out of the 3 hero corpses obtained after the battle between the mountain range of Chillwind and the mountain range of Bloodshed. In the battle against the Frostwind tribe and Troll tribe, Fang Hao had obtained 3 hero corpses. Nelson created an orc skeleton hero, Skullcrusher, purple 9th rank hero, and a troll skeleton hero, Giant Wall, blue 7th rank hero. Right now, the third and the last of the 3 was in front of him. Black Sword, blue 7th rank hero. Welcome to join us, Black Sword, Fang Hao said with a smile. Blackthorn and Black Sword were 2 generals who had previously served Skullcrusher. Thank you, my lord. Black Sword rose to his feet, his tone relaxed. Didn't Sir Nelson come out? Fang Hao asked again. Sir Nelson is still working and didn't come out, Black Sword replied. Right. Fang Hao remembered. Nelson was still preparing City Lord Cyril's corpse, the former City Lord of Cruel City. He was also a hero, who was killed by Fang Hao when conspiring with the Blood Clan. Ah, Black Sword, you can go to the storage area and see if your equipment is there. If not, pick some useful ones, said Fang Hao. These heroes had their equipment when they were alive. Much of it would be left undisturbed in storage. But who knows, if they were severely damaged, the blacksmith might have melted them directly into iron blocks. Yes, my lord, Black Sword agreed and turned to walk towards the storage area. Fang Hao opened the hero attributes to check. Black Sword, blue 7th rank hero. Faction. Undead. Template. Blue. Race traits. Undead. Hollow skeleton. Weakness to light. Legion talents. Insensitivity to pain. Infantry commander, sword and shield instructor. Skills. Pain slash, toughness, slamming, furious slash. Innate skills. Advanced tactical mastery, advanced shield mastery, advanced command mastery, advanced one-handed weapon mastery. Insensitivity to pain. For every 15% reduction in health, the morale of the troops led by this unit will increase by plus 50%, and attack power plus 5%. Infantry commander. Attack power of infantry troops increases by 8%. Sword and shield instructor. All attributes of sword and shield units increase by 5%. Pain slash active, strike the target heavily, causing severe bleeding injury. The wound ignores any healing effects for a certain period, including but not limited to healing magic, bandaging, and healing potions. Toughness passive. When the unit's health goes below 35%, the skill cost is reduced by 50%. Slamming active. Bash the enemy with the shield, causing 50% damage, with a chance to stun. Furious Slash active, swing the sword in a furious slash, causing 75% additional damage. Description: a product of the immortal corpse witch, not recognized by the god of Undead, this hero cannot level up or advance. A modest infantry template. It has no particularly outstanding features, but no major weaknesses either. Among the Legion skills, insensitivity to pain is relatively good. For every 15% reduction in the health of the troops under his command, their morale would increase by 50%, and attack power by 5%. While it wouldn't be too significant for a single battle, it could very well mean the difference between victory and defeat. An increase in morale by 50% signifies that this troop will never collapse and run away due to morale, as long as they participate in combat. But most of the soldiers in his territory were undead creatures who had no concept of morale. It's a useful skill, but not greatly useful in his case. The remaining skills were all damage boosting skills, nothing special. Before long, Black Sword returned. He was wearing a suit of metal armor, and in his hand was a black sword and shield. Fang Hao instructed him to find Giant Wall first, and planned to assign him tasks later. Entering the Lord's mansion, Aira was preparing dinner. Fang Hao sat down, and a maid brought fruit wine. After resting for a while, he directly opened the Book of Lords and typed Gao Ellen in the name search bar. Survivor Ren Jun secretly took photos using the Book of Lords and sent them to his friend, named Gao Lin. Confirm the search. The next moment, more than 100 people named Gao Lin appeared. This left Fang Hao stumped. He had overlooked the problem of people having the same name. It wasn't a good idea to question each person individually, and he also had a limited number of times he could use the chat function. Directly, he added a note in the exchange column, Gao Lin, the friend of Ren Jun, please contact me. This was a dull, yet rather effective method. Having rested for a while, Aira brought dinner up. Lori scampered in from outside the door and silently sat down. He didn't say anything, just waited patiently for dinner. Then it was time for Angia's performance. She started telling stories of what happened in Lis City to both Aira and Lori. From the gamblers who ran up their tab at the tavern to the lunatic who rushed out of the temple, every story was told in details. They both listened with great interest. After dinner, the skeleton tailor Soy and the dwarf jeweler Luke walked into the hall one after another. Fang Hao simply explained to them what happened on his trip to Lis City, and then gave them each their assignments. Dwarf jeweler Luke would finalize the production of Rebecca's jewelry. Meanwhile, Soy would arrange for extra staffing to work on the temple's clothing. They were to be sure to add the brand name and logo of the Bone Textile store. Just the thought that clothes from the temple would carry a brand name with bones in it was sure to cause quite the sensation. Perhaps overnight, the whole city would know of his store. Having dealt with everything, the sky was gradually getting dark. After a comfortable hot spring bath served by Aira, he returned to his room to rest. Worn out from the 2 days in Lis City, he fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Early the next morning, Fang Hao woke up as usual. After a simple cleanup, he walked right out of the room. Following his morning jog, Aira's breakfast was ready. After breakfast, Fang Hao took Angia and boarded the Bone Dragon, leaving the territory. At 10 a.m., the Bone Dragon arrived above Zhongbin's city. After landing in the open ground, Fang Hao could see busy residents and the operating advanced mills. He was surprised that Zhongbin had built 12 advanced mills. Did he have such a demand? Boss. Zhongbin hurriedly walked over with 2 guards. Anyway, he was a city lord, so having 2 guards was normal. Your place is far busier than mine, Fang Hao said with a smile. In terms of actual age, Zhongbin was older than Fang Hao. But Zhongbin always called him boss. Fang Hao had listened to it so much that he was now used to it. Boss, there is no comparison between the two, don't joke around. Zhongbin laughed heartily, scratching his head. He led Fang Hao and his companion into the city lord's hall where servants brought wine. Zhongbin spoke directly. Boss, there are a total of 12 subordinate villages to the city, all of which are developing agriculture. The problem now is transportation and the defense of the farmland in the villages. Even under Fang Hao's protection, Zhang Bin was still working hard. Back on Earth, he was a salesman. Upon arriving in this world and becoming a city lord, it was as if he had found his niche. With all the oratory skills he had acquired in his lifetime, he persistently persuaded neighboring towns and villages to become his affiliated villages. The villagers were honest and simple, and they needed someone powerful to depend on. Someone who could help them get rid of the wild beasts and the bandits who often came down from the mountains. Thus, one by one, they agreed to his proposition. Zhang Bin's city now had the most affiliated villages among all the cities owned by transmigrators. One day when Fang Hao came by to visit, Zhang Bin opened up about the difficulties he was facing. "Let's go. Take me to see some of the nearby villages," Fang Hao said, standing up. "All right, I will arrange for our transportation immediately," Zhang Bin responded. Soon enough, Zhang Bin, accompanied by Fang Hao and a few soldiers, left the city on horseback. The group headed towards nearby villages. There have been incidents involving the capture of transmigrators lately. "Be careful when you go out," Fang Hao said casually to Zhang Bin as he held the reins. Capture transmigrators. Zhang Bin was slightly taken aback. The term, transmigrators, was likely unheard of by the indigenous people. "Yes, in Lis City, I met a man named Ren Jun, who happened to be one of the survivors," Fang Hao began, recounting the basic events concerning Ren Jun and the Faceless Cottage. It wasn't certain whether the Faceless Cottage was the one behind it all, or whether someone had bought the information. This could have led to the Faceless Cottage capturing and torturing transmigrators. Either way, it was better to be cautious. Hearing that people had died, Zhang Bin's expression immediately darkened. Living in this world was hard for everyone, and now with an intelligence organization prying into the secrets of transmigrators, it made him nervous. It seemed that even their fellow human beings were rejecting them. After more than an hour, the group arrived at a village. It was the village closest to Zhang Bin's city. Ahead of them was a wooden wall surrounding the village. Outside, there were vast fields. In the fields, villagers dressed characteristically were hard at work. "Lord City Master, what brings you here?" An old man quickly came out from the village, looking thrilled. "Just came to see how everyone is doing. Do you need anything in the village? How's life treating everyone?" Zhang Bin asked with a smile. Zhang Bin asked these questions with a smile but didn't mention Fang Hao. This was part of their agreement. Fang Hao didn't need to be introduced. His role was just to observe. "All's well, nothing lacking in particular. Lots of goodwill on your part," the village head welcomed them into the village. Turning to Zhang Bin, the village head said, "My daughter isn't that young anymore. She's been talking a lot about you lately, wondering why you haven't come by. She's been down in the dumps." "Oh, well, I've been pretty busy lately." Zhang Bin's face went red immediately. He threw a quick glance at Fang Hao and laughed awkwardly. After hanging around the village for a while, they moved on. They visited 3 other villages and returned to the city in the afternoon. Fang Hao then went directly to the Heavy Sword Infantry training ground to recruit soldiers. Heavy Sword Infantry. 4 soul crystals, 20 food. Recruitment count. 20. Triggering Hundredfold amplification, recruiting 2020 Heavy Sword Infantry. A light appeared, as 2,000 hefty Heavy Sword Infantry men stood before Fang Hao. "Greetings, sire," they saluted in unison. "All right, you will be under City Lord Zhang Bin's command from now on," Fang Hao instructed. The Heavy Sword Infantry turned their gaze towards Zhang Bin, saluting once again, "City Lord." "All right, you guys go to the warehouse and get your equipment. I'll assign you your tasks later," Zhang Bin told them. "Yes, sir." After the Heavy Sword Infantry left, Fang Hao continued to the archery range to recruit archers. Militia Archer. 2 soul crystals, 10 food. Recruitment count. 20. Triggering Hundredfold amplification, recruiting 2020 Militia Archers. Soon, another group of 2,000 archers appeared in front of Fang Hao. As before, they were handed over to Zhang Bin for management. With all matters dealt with, they returned to the City Lord Hall. "I will get the orcs to come over later to pave the roads for you, so don't worry about that," Fang Hao said. Zhang Bin's face brightened. Thank you, boss. Right, when the food you've prepared is ready, arrange for it to be sent directly to the Windy Mountain Range. The demand over there is still quite big. The Windy Mountain Range used to trade the ores they mined for food and daily necessities. Fang Hao has been in control of the Windy Mountain Range for a month now. Initially, the food was bought from the grain merchants of Cruel City and transported to the Windy Mountain Range. Now that Zhang Bin's production has stabilized, and Tavik has become the city lord of Cruel City. Gradually, their own production began to meet the food needs of the Windy Mountain Range. But the cooperation with the grain merchant continues. Got it, boss, Zhang Bin confirmed confidently. Also, come up with a way to make the villagers accept the undead. They can help with development. Oh, alright, I'll think of something. After chatting with Zhang Bin for a while and handling all the matters, Fang Hao returned to his territory on the Bone Dragon with Angia. After dinner, as night fell, Aira assisted him into the hot springs, and he enjoyed the enveloping warmth. Ding! At that moment, a private chat notification from the Book of Lords appeared. Opening it revealed a message sent by Gao Lin. This was already the fifth person named Gao Lin that contacted him today. The previous few were all frauds. Fang Hao, bro, I know Ren Jun. Did something happen? Ren Jun said he sent you some pictures before. Could you send them to me? Fang Hao asked, testing the waters. It still wasn't clear whether this person was the Gao Lin he was looking for. Yes, here they are. Picture. Is Ren Jun still alive? Gao Lin quickly sent the pictures and asked. Fang Hao opened them one by one, revealing a dim room with a figure wearing a hooded mask. The pictures were real, but all the faces were covered, making it impossible to identify anyone. It seemed this person was authentic. He's alive, his Book of Lords was stolen, but he's fine, Fang Hao replied. Oh, thank you, bro. Sure. The two shared a couple of simple sentences before the conversation ended. Fang Hao magnified each of the three pictures, carefully inspecting the details. Hopefully, he could find some clue that would lead to a breakthrough. Even knowing which direction to go for further investigation would be a good start. Suddenly, Fang Hao's eyes widened as he quickly enlarged the second picture. The pixel quality of the Book of Lords was excellent. Even after enlarging it dozens of times, it remained clear. In the lower right corner of the image, there sat a man carrying items. Clad in a black robe with a mask on, what caught Fang Hao's attention was the piece of skin that peeked out between the collar and the mask as the man bent down to pick something up. The skin was twisted and knotted, likely scars or disfigurements from an injury. This reminded Fang Hao of one character. Lai Go. The strong man who had stormed into the tavern in Lis City and beaten up the gamblers. He had the same type of scars on his left face and neck. After thinking for a while, Fang Hao said to Aira, "Go and get little Yu." "Yes, master," answered Aira, and she walked out. A moment later, the shadows nearby started to squirm, and little Yu's figure gradually appeared. "Master, you called for me." "Shit." Fang Hao jumped in surprise. He glared at little Yu. "Little Yu, could you maybe use the door next time?" "Oh, okay, master," little Yu replied softly, seemingly not taking the advice to heart. "Little Yu, the reason I called you was to assign you a task." Little Yu's eyes lit up. "Yes, master. Please instruct." "Go to Lis City and capture a man for me. I want him alive." First, Fang Hao explained the situation of Lis City to little Yu. Then he opened the Book of Lords and showed her the pictures. However, it was not possible to print photographs at the moment, otherwise he would have printed a copy for little Yu to take with her. "Sir, am I to bring this person back?" Little Yu pointed to the figure in the lower right corner of the photo. "Yes, judging from the wound around his neck, it must be Lai Go. Find a way to bring him back." Fang Hao nodded. "I understand, sir. I will definitely accomplish the task," little Yu assured him loudly. "Well, leave tomorrow and take care." "Yes, sir." Having said that, little Yu disappeared back into the shadows. After little Yu was gone, Aira came back. Kneeling at the side, she softly massaged Fang Hao's body with her gentle hands. "Master, Millie has now reached Tier 4. Era suddenly spoke. Millie was that petite, white lop-eared rabbit maid. At just 1.5 meters tall, she had displayed an unfathomable combat prowess after taking the strength potion, which was a stark contrast to her height. Incredibly, she had reached Tier 4 in such a short period of time. Fang Hao had a deep impression of her. Just 2 days before at the thermal springs, he had caught her digging holes in the wall. Never taking her mind off playing, she was still able to improve at such a rapid rate. It seems she truly has some talent. Fang Hao was surprised. Fang Hao had asked his maids to take the strength potion not because he had hoped that they could enhance the combat power of his territory. After all, there were no shortage of troops in his territory. With millions of troops, adding 1 or 2 combat maids wouldn't have much of an effect. The main reason for them to take the potion and train was for them to be able to protect themselves in the future when they left his territory. Otherwise, with their power, they would be in great danger. Unexpectedly, there was actually one among them with distinct talent, improving her strength at such a quick pace. Master, Millie's improvement has been slow staying in the territory. If there are any external training tasks available, could we let her experience the outside world to help control her playful nature? Era softly suggested. Fang Hao understood Era's point. The Rabbitman clan had not inherited the sturdy physique of the orcs, and rarely produced strong warriors. As such, they had been oppressed within the orc community. Seeing Millie's rapid improvement this time, Era saw hope and wanted to train her well. Of course, Fang Hao was also willing to train these obedient maids. Also, the rules of the slave contract were there. If he could train 1 or 2 of them into heroes, then he would make a huge profit. Okay, I'll check if there are any safe tasks for her to try when the time comes, said Fang Hao. The moment Fang Hao finished speaking, outside the walls behind them, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Great! We're done for. Run." Then came the hurried sounds of footfalls retreating away. Fang Hao sat up, surprised at the direction the footsteps were fleeing. Meanwhile, Era merely sat by, smiling. Early the next morning, Fang Hao woke up from his sleep, stretching his body before sitting up on the bed. He looked at the watch on the bedside table. It was already 6:30 in the morning. After dressing and washing up, just as Fang Hao was about to leave his room, he suddenly heard the sound of the sound-transmitting shell. He opened the storage space of the Book of Lords to check. It was a message from Bronze Bull. Picking up the sound-transmitting shell to his ear, the voice of Bronze Bull emanates, "Sir, an orc merchant convoy has arrived at Manam Market from Tazgo City, and wishes to establish a shop in the market." Fang Hao had heard of Tazgo City before. It's an orc city to the east of his territory. It was where Domina, the Spider-Woman, had planned on promoting herself to a hero. It's a major orc city in the nearby region. Fang Hao had also considered reaching out to the orc city, but the reckless character of the orcs had caused him to further delay his plan. Unbeknownst to him, the other party's merchant team had already arrived at Manam Market and started doing business on his territory. After storing the sound-transmitting shell back into his storage space, he left his room. He informed Era to keep breakfast simple, then woke Angia, who was still sleeping on the second floor. After breakfast, Fang Hao, along with Angia and Demetria, rode on the Bone Dragon to Bronze Bull City. From there, they changed to horses and headed straight to Manam Market. Upon arrival at the Chieftain's Hall, one could see a large carriage parked outside, pulled not by horses, but by 2 rhinoceros of elephantine size. The giant rhinos were quite docile and stood peacefully, while a Tauren guard was preparing fodder for them. Fang Hao took a look and walked straight into the Chieftain's Hall. Bronze Bull was sitting in the middle, and sitting by his side was a robust orc in fancy clothes and several orc guards. Seeing Fang Hao enter, Bronze Bull got up. "Ahem. Mr. Fang Hao, this is Mr. Matva from Tazgo City." Bronze Bull also introduced the orc merchant on the side. "This is Mr. Fang Hao, our partner in running Manam Market. Telling the world Manam Market has been occupied by humans may not be beneficial." Thus, Bronze Bull announced Fang Hao as a partner to avoid any complications. "Orc Matva, twisted his gold thumb ring, his eyes assessing the three newly arrived strangers. Human, orc, lizard man. A peculiar combination. After listening to Bronze Bull's introduction, Matva also got up and said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Fang Hao. I am Matva. May you be strong and wealthy." Matva followed a human custom, which was quite fitting for a businessman. "Please sit down, Mr. Matva. I heard you came here intending to open a shop in Manam Market. What kind of shop do you plan to open?" Fang Hao asked straightforwardly. Rars. Merchantry mainly sells weapons, armor, slaves, some leather goods, and blueprints for props, Matva replied. The Rars Mercantile is the official merchant guild of Tazgo City, and is quite famous. Initially, orcs had no interest in trading, even believing that trading was just accumulating wealth for others and thought plundering was quicker. However, the Rars Merchantry gradually changed the orcs' mindset. Having Tazgo City as its backing, it quickly rose by accumulating vast wealth. The Rars Merchantry had set its sights on Manam Market. Because Manam Market's growth had been too rapid. Even the villages around Tazgo Orc City sent people to Manam from a great distance for trade. This is what Rars Merchantry valued, otherwise, they wouldn't go to such lengths to set up a shop in this remote place. Oh, but Manam Market has its own weapon shop, Fang Hao looked at Bronze Bull. The latter also nodded slightly. Yes, Manam has its own weapon shop. If Rars Merchantry opens a shop here, there might be a conflict. The weapon shop in Manam Market sold equipment made by Fang Hao. It mainly sold white and green equipment, which was easy for Fang Hao to make and was a good way to accumulate wealth quickly. Just from the sales of weapons, nearly 10,000 Warfire coins were credited to his account every week. Haha. You don't have to worry about that. I have seen the scale of the weapon shop here. There's not much variety. I don't think we will have a conflict, Matva said. The current weapon shops in Manam have limited types of goods on sale. This is because Fang Hao doesn't have many equipment blueprints, but the quantity he produces is plentiful. No matter if you're buying a single item or bulk buying, it's always in stock. What Matva meant was that the type and quality of the equipment sold in both shops were different, and catered to different kinds of customers. Therefore, there would be no conflict. Mr. Matva does make a good point, Fang Hao nodded. Fang Hao was well aware that the establishment of weapon and armor shops by the Rails Commerce Guild would inevitably affect his sales. But this was something he could not prevent. Manam Market had developed so rapidly and had gained the trust of the Orc tribe because of the improved conditions and the military's protection of the trade routes. Most importantly, trade was free and unrestricted. Therefore, they couldn't stop the Rails Commerce Guild from opening a shop. Of course, Matva laughed heartily. His gaze towards Fang Hao now carried a touch of disdain. To be young and inexperienced, easily swayed by a few simple words of his. Once Matva hushed his laughter, Fang Hao continued, "Since our business does not interfere with each other, Chieftain Telok, why don't we also arrange for someone to open a shop in Tazgo City?" Bronze Bull slightly nodded. "All right, we have sufficient manpower, Mr. Matva can take our people along when he departs." Merchant Matva was slightly taken aback, but then quickly understood the implication of their words. So, this young man was waiting for him here. Agree to let the Rails Commerce Guild open a shop, and they would also open a shop in Tazgo City. He smiled slightly. Of course, if Manam Market needs it, I can help introduce some lucrative trade routes. Both parties had met their objectives and the atmosphere of the conversation improved. Soon after, it was announced that lunch was ready. Mr. Matva, Mr. Fang Hao, lunch is ready. Bronze Bull summoned the two men. Both of them smiled as they rose to their feet and headed to the dining room. Matva's visit was just a preliminary negotiation. The selection of the shop site and tax issues still needed to be discussed. When Matva left Manam, Bronze Bull arranged for manpower to accompany him to Tazgo City to familiarize themselves with the route and check out the situation in the city. Preparations were made to open their own shop. Fang Hao and Bronze Bull walked around Manam, discussing the areas that needed improvement. It wasn't until sunset that they began to return to their territory. As night fell, Liss City. The bustling streets were almost deserted. From the dim alley laden with garbage, moans of pain could be heard. In a damp corner, a slender man leaned against the wall. Aside from the bruises on his face, his left leg was twisted out of shape, apparently broken. Found you. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from the entrance of the alley. Just from her voice, one could tell that this woman was beautiful, even more so than the women selling their company at the street corners. The woman slowly approached, squatting down in front of the man. Seems like you're not dead yet. The man weakly lifted his head, but due to the dimness, he couldn't see the woman's face, only her attractive silhouette. He did not pay any attention to the woman, who was possibly some young miss from a noble family, coming to mock him for her amusement. I need your help with something. If you do well, this will be yours. One to get you healed at the temple, the other 99 can keep you fed and watered for quite some time. The woman drew out a purse, shaking it in her hand. The sound of gold coins clinking together was sharp and melodious. The man's eyes flew open, staring intently at the purse in the woman's hand. A woman, coming here with so much money, not a smart decision, the man rasped. His previously weak body surged forward, pouncing on her like a wild beast. Thump. With a thud, the man was sent flying backward, crashing into the pile of garbage again. The pain from his injured left leg made him howl in agony. Swoosh. The next instant, the woman had a sharp rapier pressed against his mouth, silencing his screams. Well, do you want to earn this money or not? Wait another 3 days, and your leg will be useless forever, the woman continued. The man's pupils dilated, and he nodded slightly. The woman put away her rapier, and the man slid slowly down the wall, collapsing on the ground. What do you want me to do? The man asked hoarsely. I need you to help me get someone out of the city. Who? The man continued, guessing if it was a play of an affair between the nobles, where the husband kidnaps his lover. An old friend of yours, Li Go. At these words, the man's body shuddered violently. His leg had been broken by Li Go just 2 days ago, and he did not dare to provoke that death god again. Besides, he still owed him money, with interest upon interest, he could not afford to pay it back. What? Are you scared? The woman asked. Are you crazy? That's Li Go, why provoke him? The man shouted. Just lure him out, and you don't have to worry about the rest. With this money, you can live a good life in a village. The woman pulled out a dozen warfire coins and dangled them in front of the man. The man fell silent, his heart wavering. The debt he owed, he could never repay in a lifetime. If he could get this money, leaving here might be a good idea. After a moment of silence, the man lifted his head. Where should I lead him? It can't be too far. The woman smiled, of course. The next day, after a simple morning run, Fang Hao sat on the stone steps and opened the Book of Lords. He looked at the 2 maps he obtained from the tavern 2 days ago. Map. Bandit Camp. Map. Chaotic Stone Forest. Both maps are south of Cruel City. Compared to the nearer Grey Bear's stronghold. Fang Hao returned to his room, directly used God's presence. The next moment, he appeared right on the skeleton Grey Sparrow, in Grey Bear's stronghold. The view was clear, still Grey Bear's bedroom. On the white bone ankle of the skeleton Grey Sparrow, a thin chain was tied. It was probably to stop the skeleton Grey Sparrow from flying. Right in front, Grey Bear, wearing a linen shirt, was doing the same morning exercise every day. The shirt was thin and loose, showing her full chest with every push-up. As she sank down time and time again, squeezing and deforming on the floor. Very mesmerizing. 1975, 1976, 1977. Grey Bear counted in a low voice. Sweat droplets fell from her forehead to the floor, leaving a trace of wetness. If only Millie could be half as hardworking as Grey Bear. Grey Bear, Fang Hao called out. The gaze of Grey Bear hardened, and she looked up towards the skeleton Grey Sparrow on the bedside. Lord Fang Hao, is it you? Grey Bear sat up. Skeleton Grey Sparrow nodded, and continued to say, get ready, I will bring some soldiers over later. Is there a mission? Grey Bear inquired. To the southeast of your stronghold, there is a chaotic stone forest and a bandit camp. Do you know these two places? Fang Hao asked. Gray Bear frowned in thought for a moment, then shook her head. Lord, it is very chaotic around here. The original camps are eradicated by the Lis City army. I'm not sure who owns the new ones, and I have never heard of the chaotic stone forest before. I can arrange for someone to investigate right away. No need for that, just get ready, I'll bring people over later. Fang Hao instructed before the soul fire in skeleton Gray Sparrow's pupils extinguished. Gray Bear stood up, wiping the sweat oozing from her wheat-colored skin. Taking off her loose shirt, she used a strip of cloth to bind her breasts tightly. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but form a smile. Someone's about to be unlucky. She didn't know which group the bandit camp belonged to. But if Fang Hao had his sights on it, they were in for a bad time. After dressing and putting on her armor, she walked out of the room. 10 o'clock in the morning. 10 bone dragons, loaded with skeleton soldiers, landed in the territory of the Gray Bear. The Gray Bear led the backbone of the camp to welcome them. Curiously peering at the back of the bone dragon, Fang Hao and the lizardmen did not appear. Instead, on the dragon's back, were Angia and a skeleton hero holding a black sword and shield. Miss Angia, are you leading the team this time? The Gray Bear said respectfully. Angia supported herself with one hand and jumped down from the back of the bone dragon. Fang Hao is in command, he just didn't come. Oh, the Gray Bear responded subconsciously. How can someone who didn't come command us? Immediately after, Angia opened her backpack. A skeleton sparrow engulfed in blue soul fire flew to Angia's shoulder. It looked at the Gray Bear. How are the preparations? The skeleton sparrow spoke up. The Gray Bear immediately understood what she meant by command. He immediately replied, Sir, everything is ready, we can set off at any time. Outside the stronghold, torches, ropes, and handcarts were ready, along with close to 100 of his men, ready to set off at any time. Fang Hao nodded. The Gray Bear, a former bandit, was efficient in his actions. He informed the Gray Bear of the location of the chaotic stone forest, and the two groups began to act separately. The Gray Bear led his men to go first, while Fang Hao and his team would organize all the handcarts and tools they brought, to be carried by the bone dragons. After the tasks were assigned, the Gray Bear and his men set off from the stronghold in full strength. They pushed straight through the dense forest towards the target location. Boss, did you ever go to the territory of the Lord? I heard it's awesome, several times better than even Cruel City. A small fry kept walking, talking. The Gray Bear gave him a look. Who told you that? I heard it when Miss Winnie was talking to the bartender. She said the living conditions are good, the environment is good, there are even hot springs that can whiten skin, everything over there just sounds perfect. The small fry replied. A few days ago, the Gray Bear and his men escorted Winnie and others to Lis City. Although they traveled together, there was virtually no interaction between them. Gray Bear and Winnie, apart from work needs, basically stayed with their own teams. I haven't been there, but the place is full of undead, how could the environment possibly be good? The Gray Bear stated his speculation. The boss has a point, it's full of undead, how could the environment be good? Another one chimed in. What's wrong with undead? It's not like you have to sleep with them. What does it have to do with the environment? How could the environment where the undead live be the same as where humans live? Who told you that the Lord lives with the undead? Humans can live in the city while undead live in caves, right? The two pushed forward, their words getting increasingly heated. It seemed like they were on the verge of coming to blows. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow precisely hit the ground at the Gray Bear's feet. The arrow impacted the ground, its shaft trembling. Everyone instantly stopped, scattered around, and hid behind the massive trees. I don't know who's ahead, but I'm Gray Bear passing by, please let us pass. Gray Bear leaned against the large tree and said loudly. At the same time, he peeked from behind the tree towards what lied ahead. He could see 3 archers in the trees. There were also some people in the bushes below. So it's Gray Bear, look at this, it seems like family doesn't recognize family. A boisterous laughter sounded as a man, clad in iron armor and leather boots, stepped out. From the looks of his attire, he was similar to a bandit or a robber, wearing a hodgepodge of equipment. A few more fully equipped men followed the man. "Who are you?" Gray Bear didn't come out, but asked vigilantly. "I am Momu. Our stronghold has been destroyed, and I have formed a group with some of the brothers who were left without a place to go," said Momu loudly, thumping his chest as he spoke. "That's the way with bandits. If they're wiped out, they regroup. If one boss falls today, a new one will spring up tomorrow. As long as they can recruit a dozen or so followers, they dare to declare themselves boss." Gray Bear eyed Momu up and down, not showing much concern for him. She said bluntly, "Now that we are acquainted, I'm in a hurry, so Boss Momu, let us pass." She did not want to stay and tussle with Momu here. If things were delayed, Fang Hao would indeed settle accounts with her. "Ah, it's not really convenient today, guys, don't you agree?" Momu shouted out. "Yes." From behind the bushes came a chorus of voices, seemingly from over 100 men. The look on Gray Bear's face turned grim. "Momu, we're just passing through. Let us go, and you can continue to ambush your next prey. It's that simple." "It's not simple. You, Gray Bear, seem to have a particular destination in mind. Why not take us along? We might get a share of the loot too," Momu replied. Gray Bear's face turned even darker. Normally, she wouldn't give Momu a second thought. But if she fought him now, not only was he prepared, but she also couldn't afford to waste much time. Just as she hesitated, whoosh, whoosh, a massive shadow swept over them. Right after that, the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps came from behind. There was the Black Sword, holding a dark shield, rushing over quickly with his skeleton soldiers. Seeing Gray Bear standing still, Black Sword looked baffled. "Gray Bear, why are you stopped here?" "Lord Black Sword, these people are blocking the way, demanding a toll." Gray Bear eyed Momu and his men not far away. Black Sword glanced at Momu, who was slowly backing off. Splash! The skeleton soldiers had already encircled the bandits. No, it's nothing, Gray Bear, you can go. The road doesn't belong to anyone. Anyone can pass." Momu's legs started to tremble and he spoke hurriedly. Undead, near 3 meters tall, holding magic wands, Momu knew they were beyond his reach. He wasn't sure why Gray Bear was addressing the undead as Lord, but he did know that his recently regrouped group was no match for these creatures. Moreover, those whooshing past in the sky seemed to be of the undead as well. Looking at Momu and his men in the distance, with his hollow pupils, Black Sword casually uttered, "Kill them." Roar. The skeleton troll charged directly into the crowd, swinging its weapon at the bandits. These men were just a bunch of fugitive bandits gathered together with little to no coordination, thus they barely posed a threat. When they heard the undead were about to strike, some turned and ran. Those who stayed behind had no combat power at all. Amid painful cries, the battle ended in about 5 minutes. "Keep moving," Black Sword ordered. "Okay." Gray Bear nodded. Without giving the dead bodies a second glance, she led her people onward. After another half-hour's journey, by the time Gray Bear and Black Sword arrived, Fang Hao and the others were already waiting at the entrance of the chaotic stone forest. Ahead was a stone path leading to the mountain wall. The hard path was lined with randomly placed human-shaped stone pillars. They varied in design and stood about 2 meters tall. Some stood alone, while others were clustered together. It reminded Fang Hao of the human-faced stone statues on Resurrection Island that he had once seen on television. The stone statues were about 2 meters tall, with large heads and short, stout bodies. The limbs and body were clearly distinguishable. Fang Hao stared at these stone statues without being able to discern any information from them. Were they not monsters? Fang Hao had seen stone elements and stone monsters before. He had encountered the speckled toad that could camouflage itself as a rock, but he had never seen these stone creatures with large heads and short, stout bodies. Even though he could not probe their attributes now, Fang Hao did not think these were mere ordinary rocks. He did not rule out the possibility that this might be a disguise. When the speckled toad disguised itself as a rock, he also could not probe its attributes. Only when it moved or attacked, could he identify it. Just at this moment, Gray Bear and Black Sword, leading their troops, arrived from not too far away. The undead troops were in okay condition. The mountain bandits trailing behind Grey Bear, with their clothes wide open and weaponry hanging loosely on their bodies, were panting heavily like deserters. "Sir, we encountered some mountain bandits on the way and were delayed," Grey Bear explained, panting slightly. Fang Hao, standing on Angia's shoulders, nodded slightly. "You can rest a while," Fang Hao told Grey Bear. "Thank you, sir." Grey Bear thanked him, then turned to his men and ordered, "Rest on the spot, stay alert." Afterwards, he also returned to his ranks. Fang Hao then turned to Black Sword and asked softly, "Black Sword, have you ever seen these stone creatures?" Black Sword glanced at the stone statues ahead and shook his head. "Sir, I've never seen similar stone creatures." Neither Angia nor Black Sword had seen them before. It seemed that they were either not monsters, or they were some rarely seen ones. "All right, form up. We'll go in and check soon," Fang Hao ordered. "Yes, sir." This time, they brought along 10 bone dragons and 67 undead soldiers. Among them, 20 were skeleton warriors, 27 skeleton trolls, 10 skeleton archers, and 10 undead mages. For such outdoor enemies, in fact, just 10 bone dragons were more than enough for clearance. Unless it was like last time in the troop hiding cave, where they needed to infiltrate deeper into the cave, and the dragon breath of the bone dragons could not reach the enemy. Only then would the subsequent troops need to fight. Black Sword began directing the undead soldiers, and they quickly formed into ranks. Without any need for Fang Hao to remind him, Grey Bear also urged his men to put on their armor properly and try to form into neat rows. "Advance." Black Sword gave the order, and the undead soldiers began to move forward. Into the valley, the iron boots trampling on the hard ground echoed with a rhythmic clatter. When they were about 5 meters away from the stone creatures, the whole team came to a halt without stepping into the stone forest. "Did those stone creatures just move?" Angia suddenly asked. Simultaneously, a clamor arose from the mountain bandits at the back of the team. Some said they saw the stone creatures turn their heads. Fang Hao looked in the direction pointed out by Angia and also noticed something amiss. Previously, the stone creatures, with varying appearances, now each had their faces turned towards his direction. As if observing his party. It seemed like there was something wrong with these stone creatures after all. Bone dragons, dragon breath. 5 meters away was just within the range of the death breath attack. Hearing Fang Hao's command, 10 bone dragons formed a fan shape facing the stone creatures. Their slim necks stretched forward, starting to condense the death breath. Roar. 10 black pillars of light swept directly toward the assembled stone creatures. Bang, bang, bang. The stone creatures in front instantly exploded into tiny fragments. And the stone creatures behind, while they did not explode, began to vibrate. Their white stone eyes moved up and down, revealing pitch-black pupils. Then, their bodies began to move. Each one curled up into a huge stone ball and began to roll towards their ranks. "Form shield wall," Black Sword ordered loudly. The skeleton warriors erected their beast head heavy shields in front of them. Shield overlapped shield, forming a formidable iron wall. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of stone balls rolled swiftly down the mountain path, overturning the sturdy shield formation. Bursting into the ranks behind. They transformed again into large-headed stone men, swinging their stone fists and smashing at the undead soldiers. Gray Stone Man, Rank 8. Gray Stone Man, Rank 7. At this point, Fang Hao could also see the properties of these stone men. According to their size, they are basically at the level of rank 7 and 8. The hands and feet of the gray stone men can be used as weapons, continuously smashing at the surrounding targets. In an instant, a few archers and mages were injured and killed. Archers and mages, fall back. Skeleton trolls, surround them. Fang Hao commanded loudly. The skeleton archers and undead mages, upon receiving the command, began to run backwards, pulling up a considerable distance to continue attacking. The skeleton trolls, following Fang Hao's instructions, 3 or 4 surrounded and attacked one gray stone man. In their hands, the axes and wolf fang clubs they held caused sparks to fly upon contact with the body of the gray stone men. Fang Hao roughly counted. The number of gray stone men was 74, and the stone forest under the cliff had already been emptied. Angia, go help them, Fang Hao said softly. Okay. Angia agreed, and instantly darted out. Coming in front of a gray stone man, she punched out. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and a powerful force exploded. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the gray stone man's abdomen, sinking in directly. The gray stone giant glanced at his abdomen, raised his fist, and smashed towards Angia. The sound of the wind breaking whistled through the air. Angia squatted, skillfully dodged a strike by using her nimble body. Leaping up from the ground, she kicked out her right leg, like a heavy iron whip, hitting a stone man's head directly. Boom. The next second, the stone man's entire head exploded in an instant, and its body turned into rubble. Having wiped out the stone man in front, Angia didn't pause at all. She continued darting towards the next stone man. The fond of fighting attribute excites Angia, causing her to wear an excited smile. Upon reaching the next stone man, her fists rained down like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. The stone man's body quickly exploded, forming pits. A sweeping kick severed the stone man's legs, causing the body to lean forward and fall. Angia seized the opportunity, quickly turning her body around with an elbow strike, shattering the stone man's head once again. Again, she rushed towards another enemy. The gray bear and others stood far away, watching stupefied as Angia rapidly moved on the battlefield, shattering the stone with her fists. They could not help but swallow. In their opinion, among the guards by Fang Hao, this orc girl should be the weakest. But to their surprise, she now exhibited a combat power far beyond their expectations. And she seemed a little crazy. Even the black sword skeleton hero didn't demonstrate the combat level and rhythm that Angia was showing. Boss, can a fist also hit stone? One of the followers asked in a low voice. The axes and wolf fang clubs made clanging sounds when they hit the stone man. But they had never seen someone smash dents into stone with their fists. Stop talking nonsense, Gray Bear glared at his followers, then redirected his attention to the battle. Bang. With the stomp of the bone dragon, he crushed the last active gray stone man. The sight immediately fell silent. These stone men were more difficult to deal with than ordinary creatures. After they had turned into stone balls, like bowling balls, they knocked down all targets along the way. If these stone balls could be recruited, that would be a good way to break through the enemy formations. Clean up the battlefield, Black Sword ordered, and the undead soldiers began to act. They collected the items dropped by the gray stone men and the equipment of their fallen comrades. My lord, these are the items dropped by the stone people. Black Sword respectfully brought them over. Trace of the Earth 22, Trace of Combat 15, Essence of Destruction 5, Abyss Essence 3. The gray stone man and the stone element are similar. After death, they drop some rare materials. The value of these materials is much higher than ordinary equipment. As Angia okay? Fang Hao looked at Angia. I'm fine. Angia shook her fists. Fang Hao nodded and glanced at the tiger's claw in Angia's hand. When there is a chance, he should also switch Angia's equipment to better ones. Gray Bear, how's the situation on your side? Fang Hao shouted towards the back of the team. There were casualties among Gray Bear's people, and they were treating their wounds. My lord, it's not a big problem, a few people are injured. Gray Bear said loudly. The main combat was done by the undead troops and Angia, so these bandits only assisted. Therefore, they only had minor injuries, and no one was killed. Alright, you guys stay here as guards, and notify us if something happens. Fang Hao said directly. Taking Gray Bear and his people was not meant to let them participate in combat. These bandits could hardly unleash any combat power. If the next map, Bandit Camp, was not on the way, Gray Bear and his people wouldn't have been included. Oh, okay, my lord. Gray Bear nodded repeatedly. He was somewhat glad that they were not asked to go in, and they wouldn't have to fight later. Having given instructions to Gray Bear, Fang Hao ordered to move on. After extinguishing the gray stone man, the front instantly became empty. They crossed the area where the gray stone man was. The large team trampled the ground and continued forward. Upon reaching the mountain wall, they could see strange symbols, or rather, characters, carved on it. As a transmigrator, Fang Hao should be able to understand most of the characters of various races in this world. But he couldn't recognize any characters on the wall. It might be just some special symbols, or these characters may not belong here. Walking along the mountain wall, the symbols gradually transformed into bas-reliefs depicting some kind of ceremony, even if some places had been worn out and even become indistinguishable. From what was preserved, it was still recognizable that living creatures were offering tributes and conducting some grand ceremony. The last scene of the bas-relief was that the ceremony was successful. A god with large wings was summoned. The bas-relief was a bit rough, only a humanoid figure with large wings could be identified. Fang Hao, if those stone people turned into stone balls and rolled down here, wouldn't they knock us all over? Angia looked at the narrowing path and imagined. Whose side are you on? Fang Hao said unhappily. This was regretting that the stone people hadn't utilized their potential, right? Hee, those stone people are a bit dumb, but they're quite cute. You fought the hardest against them, but you still say they're cute. Fang Hao and Angia chatted low. The team continued to move forward. At the end of the bas-relief, there was no more path to go forward, instead, a square hole neatly chiseled appeared. It looked like a door frame, or the entrance to a tomb passage. You wait outside, and I'll take 2 people in to check. Fang Hao said directly. He chose a few skeleton warriors and was about to enter the cave. As soon as one foot stepped in, a shout came from behind. Fang Hao, something happened behind. Everyone turned around and saw Gray Bear was walking over quickly. He said to the black sword next to him, Fang Hao, more of those stone people have appeared behind, you go and check. Hearing Gray Bear's words, everyone was stunned. Gray Bear, are you talking to me? Black Sword asked in confusion. On the contrary, Fang Hao ordered directly, kill her. Crash. The first to act were the skeleton warriors around. They lifted their swords and slashed at Gray Bear. Gray Bear quickly dodged with wide eyes, looking at a skeleton bird that can talk, startled. Swipe. Black Sword also acted instantly, drawing a slender cut on Gray Bear's chest with his black longsword. Instead of blood, a thick black sludge flowed from the wound. Seeing that blood didn't flow from the wound, everyone was even more certain that the person in front of them was not Gray Bear. Kill her, quickly. Fang Hao urged again. The skeletons surrounded Gray Bear, and started attacking. The shape-shifting enemy, it seemed, did not have high attack power, and its combat power was only at the level of level 7 or 8 troops. Being surrounded by undead skeletons, the enemy was quickly killed. It transformed into a black human-like corpse without facial features, and then the corpse slowly melted and disappeared. Shapeshifter monster, level 3. Before death, Fang Hao saw its name. It was called the Shapeshifter monster. The biggest feature should be changing into the appearance of the enemy to confound them. But its rank was not high, and its combat power was also average. It didn't last long under the siege of the undead skeletons and died directly. What kind of monster was that? Angia came back and asked softly. It's called a shapeshifter monster. It can mimic people. Fang Hao replied softly. When it transformed into Gray Bear, the attributes that Fang Hao saw were also Gray Bear's. This can be said to be very powerful. Whoever has this ability will not fear being recognized when stealing things in the future. Black Sword, bring Gray Bear and his people here. It seems we've encountered enemies good at disguising. Fang Hao ordered. Yes, my lord. Black Sword left with a few skeleton soldiers. Fortunately, there was only one such shape-shifting enemy. And just now, the flaw was very apparent. It actually mistook Black Sword for Fang Hao, and Gray Bear himself never called Fang Hao by his real name. After a while, Gray Bear and his underlings were brought over. My lord, what happened? Gray Bear asked curiously. Nothing. We found an enemy that's good at changing into others, be careful. Fang Hao said. Oh, okay, my lord. Gray Bear and the others still didn't quite understand what had happened. Fang Hao pointed to a few skeleton trolls, and began to walk into the cave. Inside the cave was a staircase corridor extending downwards. The width of the stairs was limited, but it could still allow 2 skeleton warriors to walk side by side. The corridor had been reinforced, the walls along the way were also engraved with similar bas-reliefs. Along the way, there was a carved-out room in front. The scene in the room caused the soul fire in Fang Hao to tremble. The rectangular room of about 20 square meters was surrounded by walls made of skulls. A demonic room. This was identical to the room under the well in the village. Equally gloomy and terrifying, it was just like stepping into purgatory. In the middle of the room was a table made of stone. There was a golden treasure chest on the tabletop. Go check if there's danger. Fang Hao said. A skeleton warrior walked into the room and circled it, then brought the golden treasure chest out directly. The skeleton warrior swaggered out. No danger or surprises occurred. If the guardian of the demon room in the well last time was a mud monster, then the guardian of this room should be the shapeshifter monster we just met. It could be said that the characteristics of the shapeshifter monster are even more dangerous than the mud monster. It can take on the appearance of a companion, disrupting your thinking. Just imagine, your trusted partner being your enemy, what a terrifying thing that would be. That shapeshifter monster just now must have heard someone shouting Fang Hao's name and mistaken the black sword for Fang Hao. It was thus easily exposed by everyone. Seeing the skeleton warrior come out smoothly with the treasure chest, without triggering any danger or mechanisms. Fang Hao flapped his wings and flew into the room. Last time, he obtained pages from the Book of Demon in the demon's room. He wondered if he would find any this time. He carefully searched all the objects in the room. Apart from some rusted metallic utensils in his eyes, there were no valuable items. Nor did he find pages from the Book of Demon. Let's go. Leave here. Fang Hao flew back to the shoulder of a skeleton warrior. Upon receiving the command, all the skeletons left the cave. Outside the cave, everyone was waiting. When they saw Fang Hao return, Angia asked, "What's the situation below? Did you find any good stuff?" "Just a simple stone room. I've brought everything that can be taken out." Fang Hao looked at the treasure chest next to him. "Should I go in and search it again?" "You're not very observant," Angia said, somewhat unsure. "You're joking. There's nothing to search. Arrange for people to collect stones to block the entrance," Fang Hao directly ordered. The demon's room always gave off an ominous and eerie feel. Even if Angia wasn't afraid, Fang Hao didn't want her to go down there. "Oh, all right." Angia waved at several skeletons and began to collect rocks to block the cave entrance completely. Fang Hao continued to fly to Gray Bear's team. "Gray Bear, when did we first meet?" Fang Hao asked. Gray Bear was taken aback, failing to grasp Fang Hao's meaning. But he still replied, "Lord, are you referring to when my men and I ambushed your business caravan? I was misled by the mercenaries of the Ironblood Corps and didn't mean to make a move on you." "Indeed, Gray Bear, gather your men, interrogate them one by one with Black Sword, to prevent any remaining shapeshifter monster." Although Fang Hao thought that there was only one monster guarding the Demon Stone Chamber, he couldn't be entirely sure there wasn't a second one. The shapeshifter monster could imitate human appearance, but luckily it could not read the memories of the person it was imitating. As long as he individually questioned them, he could easily identify it. "Understood, Lord." Gray Bear finally understood Fang Hao's intention to confirm his identity. He immediately gathered all his subordinates, interrogating them one-on-one. In a camp, there were only so many people. It was like a small village. Everyone was familiar with each other and could easily find out if there were any outsiders. About half an hour later, the cave was completely blocked, and everyone on Gray Bear's side had been interrogated without any issues arising. "All right, let's set off and head for the bandits' camp. The sooner we finish, the sooner everybody can rest," Fang Hao ordered again. The large group once again set off towards the second map location, the bandit camp. At 3:20 p.m. In front of a low cave on the outskirts of Lis City. "Leader Li Go, this is the cave where I always seem to find gems. You promised me that if I found this place, you would erase my debt," a limping man told the muscular man in front of him. Li Go looked into the cave seriously. The cave was pitch black, with visibility covering only 1 or 2 meters. Enough with the nonsense. Is there any danger inside? Li Go cursed and asked the man to get to the point. I don't know. I only picked a 1 or 2 near the cave entrance. I was afraid of danger, so I never dared to go in. The limping man's voice trembled. Li Go glared at him. He was really a waste. They hadn't even entered, and he was already scared to this extent. Many people were aware of his knack for finding gems. If anyone else could do the same, they would have been rich by now. Who would live like him? Prepare the torches, Li Go said. The junior behind him ignited a torch and handed it to Li Go. The light of the fire flickered, reflecting on the cave walls, resembling a shape-shifting beast. Go in, you lead the way. Li Go picked up the limping man and threw him in front of the cave. The limping man's face became ghastlier, with beads of sweat popping out on his forehead. Li Go, you promised. I only need to lead you to the cave entrance. Li Go kicked the limping man into the cave. Speak again, and even your current good leg will be broken. A few people entered the cave, lighting up its cavernous belly with the glow of their torches. As they ventured deeper, an oppressive atmosphere gripped the group, making them all nervous. Li Go, you'll stick to your word about the gem, right? The limping man took small steps forward, speaking in trembling tones. Shut up, Li Go scolded. If there were any monsters in here, speaking would draw their attention. But I'm scared. You know me, as long as I talk I won't be so afraid, the limping man said in a whining and shaking voice. Shut your mouth. Look, there is a gem over there, the limping man suddenly exclaimed. 2 meters ahead of them on the ground, in the middle, lay a ruby the size of a little finger. The expressions of Li Go and his men instantly lit up. There really were gems here. They were going to be rich. Li Go picked up the gem, wiped it with his clothes, and checked it was indeed a gem before joyfully putting it into his pocket. Keep moving forward. Fellas, we are going to be rich, Li Go whispered, urging them to move forward. They reached the end of the cave, where there was a wide open space. The open space was very flat and clean. There were no beasts as they had imagined, no bodies or animal bones. Nor were there any piles of gems. There was nothing, just a normal cave. What happened? Where are the gems? Li Go turned around and found that the limping man was standing far away, trying to extinguish the torch in his hand. What are you doing? Get him back here, Li Go said. Seeing Li Go's men walking towards him, the limping man hurriedly extinguished the torch, yelling anxiously, I led them here. You can come out now. Please, come out. Hearing the limping man's cry, Li Go and his men instantly got nervous. At this time, they also realized that they had fallen into a trap and been deliberately led here. They pulled out the weapons at their waists and prepared for battle. But the open space was just so big, where could any other people be hiding? A few breaths later, nothing had happened yet. Li Go chuckled, it seems that your partner isn't following the plan, huh? Whoosh. He had barely finished speaking when a sound came from behind him, the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. He quickly turned around and saw that the man holding the torch in their team had been slashed across the neck. He slowly fell onto the ground. At this moment, everyone saw the enemy, a woman with a slim figure. A shapely woman appeared behind the group unnoticed. The men had no idea when she had arrived. Her slender waist and feminine aura helped diffuse the tense atmosphere significantly. So you brought a bitch to deal with us? Sneered Li Go, tossing his cleaver nonchalantly. It was clear that the woman had come prepared, blocking the only exit. However, could one woman possibly be a threat to his side? Are you Li Go? She asked calmly. Why? Looking for me? Li Go passed his torch to his henchman, rubbing his pockmarked scar. Know me from somewhere. Speak up, at least I'd know who you are. While Li Go and the woman were talking, one of his henchmen, unseen by the woman due to Li Go's shielding body, was slowly stretching his crossbow and loading the arrow. Duck! The henchman shouted. Li Go instantly bent down. Wham! The crossbow string twanged, and the released bolt flew towards the woman with a whistling sound. All this happened so suddenly. But the woman's figure seemed to dissolve like scattered ink and disappeared. The bolt passed through where she had just stood, shooting through the tunnel and beyond. What the hell? Where did she go? Ligo and his men blanched, realizing they were up against a formidable opponent. As they panicked, shadows began to stir. A blade flashed out from the darkness, skewering a henchman through his chest. There you are. The men lunged at the shadow, only leaving traces of their swords on the cave walls. The henchman impaled on the sword slowly fell, already lifeless. The battle was far from over. The dimly lit cave became the woman's battleground. The men kept falling, struck at vulnerable parts of their bodies. Each strike was lethal. Run! Run out quickly! Ligo yelled in panic, starting to flee. The remaining two henchmen followed, throwing their torches on the ground and running out in desperation. Thud! A man fell as the woman lunged from the shadow. Ligo felt the woman was right behind him and swung his blade around. But all he heard was his own henchman screaming. Looking back, there was neither the woman nor her shadow, only his blade slicing through his henchman's belly. Blood was gushing from the wound. Boss, take me with you. Clutching at his wound, the henchman pleaded with Ligo to leave with him. Damn it, crazy bitch, cursed Ligo as he stumbled along in his effort to flee. Now the daylight could be seen at the mouth of the cave. Just a few dozen meters and he would be outside. The horses were tied outside. Once he got out, he could escape far away from the crazy woman. As Ligo sped towards the exit, he felt a sudden warmth at his ankle and fell forward. As he tried to get up to continue fleeing, pain shot through his foot. That's when he noticed his foot had been slashed by the woman, probably severing his Achilles tendon and disabling him. Please, don't kill me. I can give you, he began. Bang! A dull sound followed by a heavy blow at the back of his neck. His eyes rolled back and he blacked out. The cacophonic clamoring in the cave subsided. The woman dragged Ligo towards the exit. After a while, a limping man staggered out of the cave. Ligo and the woman were gone. Only a money bag sat on a stone by the entrance. It was the agreed reward from the woman. Frantically looking around, the limping man picked up the money bag and hobbled away. Elsewhere. Fang Hao's team had arrived at the second map location, Bandit Camp. 10 bone dragons circled the not-so-large camp. Their gigantic, ashen heads peeked over the wooden walls, looking down at the terrified bandits below. Bang! The camp gate was roughly swung open and Grey Bear strode in, tailed by bandit underlings and dozens of skeletal soldiers. Who is the boss here? Grey Bear roared. The bandits in the camp all hid in their respective rooms, peeping through the cracks of their doors. Grey Bear, you're breaking the rules, came a man's voice from the room in the center of the camp. Grey Bear followed the source of the voice and found its owner. The man wasn't tall, but he was built like a tank. Skin Monkey, so you're the one who set up a camp here, Grey Bear sneered. Skin Monkey has been a notorious bandit for a long time, not lacking capable followers. A month ago, Liss City began its campaign to purge bandits in the surrounding mountains, and their base was destroyed, losing more than half of their forces in the process. Fortunately, the scattered bandits in this area were quickly regrouped, and a new team was formed here to establish a new camp. Grey Bear, what is the meaning of this? What's going on with these undead? Skin Monkey asked coldly. Grey Bear didn't answer Skin Monkey's question but continued to speak. Skin Monkey, bandits can only get so far. This place will just be swept clean by the military again by this time next year. This statement was not only for Skin Monkey but also for those hiding in the rooms. What good would establishing a camp do now? By this time next year, it would still be cleared by the army of Liss City. Oh, does Grey Bear have a better idea? My camp is now affiliated with Prool City and belongs to an official village. If you follow me, we will no longer have to keep hiding, Grey Bear bellowed. Whisper. The crowd began to murmur, speaking softly among themselves. So you're here to poach my people, but Grey Bear, if you're going to make up an excuse, make a good one. With these undead claiming affiliation with a human city, do you think we're idiots? Skin Monkey responded loudly. Both of them were leaders. Despite his disadvantage, Skin Monkey was quite defiant against Gray Bear. Just as Gray Bear wanted to explain further, Fang Hao and Angia walked over. Why bother with him? Black Sword, bring him out, Fang Hao gave a direct order. Yes, Master, Black Sword complied. He made his way to the leader's hall straight away and kicked Skin Monkey out, dragging him to their feet. Human Warrior, Tier 6. Skin Monkey was only Tier 6, not as high as Gray Bear. I'll give you to the count of 3 to submit or I'll kill you, Fang Hao said flatly. Hearing the skeleton bird talk, Skin Monkey's face instantly changed. Before he could react, Fang Hao continued, all right, time's up, kill him. Black Sword immediately raised his longsword, ready to strike. I'll submit, I will submit. Skin Monkey wailed in panic, afraid that the sword would cut him down. Gray Bear, have him sign the slave contract. If anyone doesn't toe the line, kill him, Fang Hao instructed. Angia took a blank slave contract from her bag and handed it to Gray Bear. He took it and promptly had Skin Monkey sign. This time, Skin Monkey was quite obedient and did not utter a single word. With this, Gray Bear gained 2 more leaders under his command. One was Dark Wolf, now called Dog, and the other was Skin Monkey. Afterward, things were much simpler, and all the bandits submitted. The camp was also dismantled, with everyone moving to Gray Bear's village. All the money and materials from the bandits' hideout were taken away, almost 100 carts were filled with goods. Fang Hao and his group got away with money and a black iron treasure chest. Night fell. Angia and Black Sword, riding the bone dragon, returned to their territory. The spoils this time weren't significant. Besides some gold coins from the bandits, there were just 2 treasure chests. A golden treasure chest and a black iron chest. Fang Hao, as a kneeling gray bird, could only bring the chests back for him to open. Standing before the 2 chests. Open the black iron chest. Received. Axe blueprint, black iron scythe blueprint, animal collar blueprint, 12 warfire coins. Black iron scythe and animal collar were blueprints that he did not have. Continued to open the golden chest. Received. Demon mask orange glay rolling stone skill scroll, 3 essence of the abyss, 102 warfire coins, 8 demon stones. Orange equipment. Fang Hao's eyes lit up in an instant. Fang Hao, who hadn't held much hope, suddenly brightened. As if he had been energized, he seemed more spirited. An orange equipment appeared. The last time an orange equipment appeared was from a platinum chest. The quality of this gold chest is so high. Demon mask orange. Type. Mask. Effect. Magic erosion, shape-shifting creature. Magic erosion. If a non-abyss, living creature, wears it, flesh and blood will be eroded by abyss energy. Shape-shifting creature. Wearing the mask allows you to transform into a small or medium-sized humanoid, living creature, recorded by the mask. After clothes and equipment change, you can't possess corresponding attributes, and the durability drops by 30% when attacked, which makes it impossible to maintain the transformed state. Description. The rulers of the abyss, often appearing in different images in various dimensions. They offer enticing prices, reaping corrupted souls. Looking at the properties of the mask, Fang Hao frowned again. A mask that can transform into the target image. This should be similar to the shape-shifting monster he encountered during the day. No wonder the shape-shifter monster turned into a gray bear instead of a member of his undead army. It only works on living creatures. Transforming into a skeleton with an empty chest cavity still poses some difficulty. If it were in the modern world, having this mask to make face payments would allow him to buy anything he wanted. Fang Hao was looking at the eerie black mask in his hand. Then he noticed an option in the ability. Magic erosion. He read it again and his previous excitement cooled off a bit. Except for abyss, living creatures, flesh will be eroded by abyss energy if worn. Can't he wear it himself? It doesn't mention undead. Undead should be able to wear it. Although he is in the undead faction, he is still a living being. Undead are not afraid of toxins, diseases, or blindness. But he is. It appears that this mask has excluded him, at least before his transformation ceremony, he can't wear this mask. Putting away the demon mask, Fang Hao continued to check the rewards below. Black Iron Scythe. Wood 2, Iron 1, Cast Iron Block 1. Description. Short handle scythe, can accelerate crop harvesting efficiency, can also be used for mowing and other purposes. No introduction needed for the scythe. Fang Hao has been encouraging village expansion of farmland cultivation, he can make these for them later. Animal collar. Leather 1, metal parts 1, spun yarn 2. Description. It can be used for animal pets. He got a leather collar from the chest before, Fang Hao didn't use it. Now he has another animal collar. Fang Hao glanced at the bunny girls carefully, they're not considered animals, right? After checking the equipment and blueprints, there was only one skill scroll left. Glay Rolling Stone. Type. Earth Elemental Magic. Level 3. Capabilities. Summon a 2-meter diameter glay stone ball to launch a rolling stone charge at enemies, rolling directly up to 20 meters causing damage. Glay Rolling Stone cannot become Glay Stone Man, it will dissipate after rolling stone charge. Description. Be careful of that rolling stone, it will crush your bones. A skill scroll. It's been a long time since a skill scroll appeared. So much so, Fang Hao had almost forgotten that he was a mage, not a logistics assistant. He had seen the effect of Glay Rolling Stone. The power of a 2-meter diameter stone ball was tremendous when rolling downhill. The shield wall defense of the skeleton warriors was like paper, knocked flying everywhere. It rushed into the back of the formation and attacked the rear. The skills of the Glay Rolling Stone, though unable to transform into a gray stone man, still had a decent effect when taking form as a stone ball. Breaking through enemy lines, or defense measures, should yield good results. He began to learn the skill directly. As the Glay Rolling Stone's skill scroll transformed into a ray of light and entered Fang Hao's body, it signified that the skill had been learned. He had already witnessed the effect and power of the Glay Rolling Stone during the day, so he decided not to deploy and check it again. After dinner, Fang Hao leaned back in the bone throne. Even though he didn't leave the house all day, the mental exhaustion from God's presence still left him feeling tired. He wondered if going to the hot spring right after he just finished eating would lead to indigestion. Tip, tap, tip. Just as Fang Hao planned to dip into the hot spring, then return to his room to rest. Subtle footsteps were heard outside the door. Skeleton tailor Soy walked in, holding a stack of neatly folded fabrics. Good evening, my lord. Soy gave a slight bow. Good evening, Soy. Fang Hao sat upright, his face showing a light smile. Soy sat down in a chair beside him, put the fabric onto a side table, and said, my lord, the ceremonial suit customized in Lis City is nearing completion. It should be done soon. Everyone has worked hard. Fang Hao nodded his head. A few hundred tailors were working around the clock, making this quite a fast pace. Once this ceremonial suit was completed, Fang Hao planned to promote Cheongsam and several other dress styles to Rebecca. Finally he found a wealthy woman who could also advertise his soon-to-open cloth shop. He's definitely going to milk this opportunity. It's what we should do. Soy continued to unfold the fabric he brought, saying, Sir, these are stockings made from Nightfall silk and a designed dress from last time. The quality of the Nightfall silk was no less than that of the Holy Snow silk. Fang Hao has already asked Soy to make a few pairs of black stockings at the very start. These were not only for Rebecca, but also for Era. The dress design was also discussed with Soy. Fang Hao allowed the maids to go for a walk in Proul City once a week. Wearing a maid outfit and a sailor uniform seemed a little inappropriate for the occasion. Moreover, these maids represent the Lord's manor, so they should be dressed a little more appropriately. Bearing that in mind, they designed this retro French mid-length dress. The top half of the dress was fitted, with the bottom spread out to the calves, flashing the wearer's temperament and figure. Era. Fang Hao gave a slight call. Era poked her head out from a room on the first floor. Master. Soy sir has brought a set of clothes, you can try them on to see the effect. Said Fang Hao. Oh, okay. Era joyfully received the dress and went to a room to try it on. After a short while, when Era came out, she had already changed into the dress and stockings. The white dress wrapped around her curvaceous figure, extending down to her calves, revealing the black stockings. Both looked good, but the dress looked more like vacation casual wear, while the stockings were a bit more formal. Pairing them together felt a bit odd. Not bad, looks good. Fang Hao praised. Era's cheeks turned slightly crimson, turning to look at her own dress. My lord, should I make the same style for the other maids? Soy asked. You can. Okay. I won't disturb you anymore, my lord. Soy gave another slight bow and headed for the exit. Just as he reached the door. Whoosh. A large bat wing appeared in everyone's line of sight, and the beauty of the lonely night, Lorana strode in. As they brushed past each other, Soy halted and gave a slight bow. Lorana nodded. She walked straight into the living room, sat down on a chair and asked, "You've taken my sky canopy treasure box." Rolana's first words revealed the purpose of her visit. The Sky Vault, a purple sand table artifact, could enshroud a certain area of territory with perpetual mist. The mist that had engulfed Crescent Heights, the Blood Clan's territory, was the effect of the Sky Vault. Seeing its effect firsthand, Fang Hao had directly taken it. He didn't expect Rolana to ask for it. I do have it. With the commotion at the Blood Castle, I just decided to take it, said Fang Hao. After speaking, he took out the Sky Vault from his storage space and tossed it to Rolana. The Sky Vault was indeed a rare treasure. But after taking it back to his place, Fang Hao hadn't found a use for it, so it had been sitting around like a collector's item. Even if he acquired an intricate sand table in the future, it wasn't certain he would utilize the box to shroud the city in perpetual darkness using the mist. At the very least, he wasn't fond of living in darkness for years at a time. Rolana could make better use of it. Rolana caught the box and directly pocketed it without saying much. Her expression was still cold. Have you taken care of your business? Fang Hao asked curiously. At the same time, he glanced outside. He didn't see the Red Duke's corpse with her. It's taken care of, said Rolana matter-of-factly. So what about the Red Duke? Fang Hao continued. She wouldn't still feel sentimental about him and let him go, right? If she could let him go after all this, that would mean her intelligence was simply lacking. He'd have to arrange for someone to kill the Red Duke. At the mention of the Red Duke, a murderous crimson aura instantly spread from Rolana, causing the temperature in the room to drop dramatically. After hesitating, she replied coldly, "Dead." Oh, Fang Hao nodded. He certainly preferred the Red Duke was dead. Otherwise, given the Duke's cunning nature, he could become a problem. Thinking about it, Fang Hao asked in a probing manner, "Where did the Red Duke die?" Rolana raised her eyebrows. "Does it matter? Considering the Blood Clan's impact on the human clan, I'll arrange for someone to handle it." Fang Hao made up a quick excuse. Rolana seemed to have forgotten his order to bring back the Red Duke's corpse to create a skeleton hero. Or, perhaps, she hadn't even taken it to heart to begin with. Rolana snorted in response. After a moment's silence, she said, "He is in a cave located in a valley on the east side of Crescent Heights. He's deader than dead, that much you can be sure of." "Do you know the valley's name?" Fang Hao continued to ask. "No." "How far away?" Rolana's brows subtly furrowed. "Not far, about a kilometer away." "Oh." Fang Hao stroked his chin, keeping these details in mind. Once Rolana left, he would send someone to check the valley on the eastern side, to see if they could find the Red Duke's corpse. This, after all, was an orange hero. Once turned into a skeleton hero, the overall strength of his territory would increase substantially. He hoped that Rolana hadn't destroyed the Red Duke completely. Fang Hao gave a noncommittal reply and the room fell quiet again. Rolana still sat there, showing no signs of leaving. "Ahem. Rolana, have you eaten yet? You could have something here if you want." Fang Hao tried starting a conversation. Maybe there was a chance to grow closer to his dark gold hero, a chance to increase her loyalty. "Give me some human beings. I need to rebuild the Blood Castle," Rolana suddenly interjected. This statement startled Fang Hao. She was demanding humans from him. He knew a bit about the human situation at Crescent Heights. Under Red Duke's rule, the humans were essentially food storage for the Blood Clan. Not only did they have to live in perpetual darkness, they had to pay a blood tax. Many died from excessive blood extraction. Now Rolana was asking him for humans, which made him immediately suspicious. Even if he was trying to improve her loyalty, he would not offer humans to be drained by the Blood Clan. I have left over 700,000 undead soldiers for you in the Blood Castle, enough for you to get the reconstruction work done, and without complaints, Fang Hao said with a smirk. Reconstructing the Blood Castle. 700,000 skeletons, you have ample to erect a new castle. What else could you ask for in the name of population? I need living people as well. I wouldn't want the citizens of the castle to be just myself and a group of motionless undead, Rolana insisted. Fang Hao's expression turned stern. He directly rejected the proposition. Rolana, I am quite willing to help you rebuild the Blood Castle and live the life you want, but this particular demand of yours for living beings, I can't agree to it. Oh, why not? Rolana didn't get angry. Instead, she was curious. Because of the Red Duke's reign, the human beings living in Crescent Heights became reserved food. I won't agree to send humanity back to Crescent Heights, and hand them to you to manage. Having said that, Fang Hao decided not to hold back anymore. You think I would suck their blood? Rolana frowned slightly stunned. Then, a faint smile appeared on her cold face. Before Fang Hao could ponder the reason for her smile, Rolana suddenly disappeared from her place and the next second she was right in front of him, her glossy lips aiming for Fang Hao's neck. The nighttime made Rolana's attributes even stronger. Everything happened too fast. Fang Hao was startled, blocked with his left arm, and in a blink of an eye, pulled out the light feather short sword from his waist, aiming directly at Rolana's lower ribs. If he could land a hit, the length of the light feather short sword would be enough to pierce her heart. But, although Fang Hao was ready, Rolana's reaction speed was just as quick, and she caught the incoming short sword. And the next moment, she bit Fang Hao directly on his forearm. The pain of the bite made Fang Hao's face even more gloomy. Fang Hao kicked towards Rolana's chest and pale blue elemental energy began to converge, frost armor protected his body. However, this kick was nothing but air. Rolana had already returned to her seat and gracefully sat down. At this moment, Demetria and the others rushed in, alerted by the maid who had seen the two of them fighting and had gone to fetch the other heroes. The moment the heroes barged in, they immediately protected Fang Hao. Rolana, how dare you lay a hand on me? Fang Hao stood up abruptly, shouting angrily. The atmosphere in the room immediately tensed. He had gone to the trouble of reviving this woman and helping her. Fang Hao was truly angry. If Rolana were really ungrateful, he would kill her on the spot, even at the cost of the territory's loss. Becoming a vampire, he might as well accelerate the transformation ceremony and become undead himself. Faced with Fang Hao's accusations, Rolana didn't change her expression. Even though Demetria and the other heroes had drawn their weapons, she still sat calmly in her chair. Her long, slender legs were crossed as she counter-questioned, "Attack you? When did I ever attack you, my lord?" Fang Hao frowned. He opened his clenched fist to reveal a bite mark on his forearm. There were 2 clear rows of tooth marks, but no blood hole as he had imagined. What the hell? No fangs. Lord, how could you distrust me so much? Or should I say, what are you afraid of? Rolana counter-questioned. It seemed Rolana had always been aware that Fang Hao didn't trust her, or to be precise, watchful of her. If a vampire suddenly lunged at you, you'd probably be startled too. Fang Hao defended himself. The main reason Fang Hao didn't trust her was because she didn't trust him. How could a hero whose loyalty level never increases and who has great strength not be daunting? Only those vampires who have been transformed are dependent on blood. You are in the lordship position and you still don't know this. The Eternal Night clan had stolen the power of eternity. Similarly, as punishment, they were ostracized by the living creatures, forsaken by the gods. Even though eternal, they would only live in darkness and solitude. In order to thrive better in the old castle, the Eternal Night clan began to require dependents and servants, giving their blood to those living creatures who craved eternal life. transforming them into the long-lived blood clan. And the price of this extended life is the dependence on blood. It can also be called bloodthirst. The blood clan began to prey on humans, thus affixing them with the title of vampires. And it is believed that all members of the blood clan drink the blood of living creatures. Of course, Fang Hao didn't understand these things. He couldn't distinguish which ones were vampires and which were not. The media he had contact with suggested that all vampires drink blood. In his territory, the only one who might have an understanding was probably Nelson, but Nelson worked in the Viscera Museum. Otherwise, one could ask about the validity of these things. So you bid me just to prove all this. Fang Hao sat back down on his chair. But his heart was still uncontrollably pounding violently. Everything had happened too quickly. It also proved that when facing a hero like Lorana alone, Fang Hao had no strength to resist. Otherwise, would you believe me if I told you? Lorana's tone remained steady. She's crazy. Fang Hao cursed in his heart. Even if Lorana said she didn't drink blood, Fang Hao still wondered whether her fangs were retractable. But after calming down and thinking about it, Lorana had no need to lie to him. Even if she went to prey on humans, it would be hard for him to stop her since his two orange heroes can't fly. Can't fight the one who can fly, so what could he do? Can I take it that you simply wanted more activities in Blood Castle, therefore needed population? Fang Hao continued to ask. You can think of it that way. Crescent Heights once had a substantial population too. She's really afraid of loneliness. Fang Hao rubbed the spot where her teeth had marked, and began to think. Lorana had no reason to lie to him. Right now they still maintained the relationship of a lord and a hero. If Lorana didn't have the idea to use humans as a food reserve, then he could develop Crescent Heights. Otherwise, this vast expanse of land, with only Blood Castle and Kong Yong's small village, was actually a waste of land. What's more, he needed the land for cultivation to increase the grain production. The heavens curtain, what's your plan? Humans need sunlight. The thick fog would shorten their lifespan. Fang Hao said again. I can make the fog cover only the sky above Blood Castle. You don't have to worry about that. Fang Hao nodded his head. There didn't seem to be a problem with that approach. Last point. Speak. Lorana said plainly. Since only vampires depend on blood, you cannot develop the blood clan at will. At least discuss it with me first. Okay. Good. I agree to this, and will arrange for the population to move into Crescent Heights as soon as possible. After all the negotiations, Fang Hao finally agreed. Crescent Heights is vast, and the village and castle are ready to use. When the time comes, he could move the population there and the existing buildings can be put into use directly. Lorana stood up and gave a small bow. Thank you, my lord. The beauty of the lonely night. Lorana and Tobias' loyalty to you has increased by 1 point, the current loyalty is 26. The loyalty had increased, but it had always been going up by 1 point at a time. When in all hells would he finally increase loyalty significantly? 26 was still quite risky. Fang Hao didn't show much reaction to Lorana's bow, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This madwoman, like a lunatic, was either good or bad without any in-betweens. Lorana, now that you're planning to go back to Blood Castle, tell me what you might need so I can get my people to prepare it, Fang Hao said, reclining in a more comfortable position. He thought to himself, once he could take care of her needs, she would finally leave his place. Back to her Blood Castle. Oh, Lorana's eyes darted over to Aira, giving her several glances before responding softly, I don't need anything from Blood Castle, I just need some clothes to wear. Fang Hao immediately understood her hint. No wonder her gaze kept drifting towards the maid. Fine, Aira, please prepare some changes of clothes for Lorana. Include a variety of styles in the ones you wear, Fang Hao instructed. Oh, all right, master, Aira agreed, promptly heading to the clothing storeroom. Soon, Aira returned with 2 other maids. They each carried a stack of neatly folded clothes in their arms. Miss Lorana, these are the clothes we have prepared for you. They are different styles and there are extras for you to change into. Aira put the clothes on a side table next to Lorana. Great, thank you, Lorana thanked her with a smile. It seemed Lorana was much kinder towards Era than she was towards him. Once the clothes were packed up, Lorana didn't plan to stick around any longer. She saw Fang Hao yawning several times. She stood up and said, "Then I'll be leaving first." Upon hearing her, Fang Hao immediately stood up to send her off. "Take care on your way. If there's anything, just send a message through the Blood Hunter, you don't need to go back and forth." Lorana gave him a noncommittal glance. She left the mansion, unfolded her giant bat wings, and flew directly into the sky. A bone dragon circled the air and then quickly sped off with Lorana. With Lorana gone, Fang Hao sighed a breath of relief. He had finally sent this crazy woman away. After sending off several heroes, Fang Hao left the hero, Giant Wall, behind. He roughly explained to him where the Red Duke had died. He asked him to take some troops to look for the body, and if they found it, to bring it back. If not, then to just forget about it. Giant Wall agreed, and summoned a few skeleton soldiers to ride the bone dragon to the valley where the Red Duke had died. Having done all that, Fang Hao also went back to his room to rest. The next morning, as the sky gradually brightened, there was a gentle knock at his door. Following it was Era's voice, "Master, Miss Hilda is back and she's brought a prisoner." Fang Hao opened his eyes at that moment, dumbfoundedly staring at the ceiling. His brain still hadn't fully woken up. It took him a while to understand Era's words. Hilda was Little Yu. It seemed that Little Yu had returned with Li Go. He sat up, put on his clothes, and left the room. Era, who had been standing at the door waiting for a response, was about to go in when Fang Hao emerged. "Era, where's Little Yu?" Fang Hao asked. "She has been sent to the blood prison," Era replied. "Well, I'm going to take a look." After a quick wash, he walked out of the mansion and headed straight to the blood prison. Blood prison. The dim underground was filled with a cold aura. In the first room of the blood prison, a sturdy man was hung up high by iron fetters. The man's face was covered with twisted scars. It was the man he had been looking for, Li Go. "Sir." Little Yu saluted. Little Yu, you've worked hard," Fang Hao replied. Hanging Li Go, hearing the sounds of conversation, slowly opened his eyes. Their conversation helped to rouse Li Go from his stupor. Gradually, in his daze, he was able to make out the two figures before him. He saw the woman who had attacked him, as well as the dark-haired man beside her. His pupils abruptly constricted when he managed to identify the man's face. He was instantly alert. This was a man he had noticed before. In the tavern, with an orc girl accompanying him. With black hair and black eyes, he had caught his attention instantly. Noticing the man's gaze on him, Li Go closed his eyes again, feigning unconsciousness. "Is he still alive?" Fang Hao asked after checking Li Go's condition. "He's alive," Little Yu responded. They both noticed the eyelids of Li Go rolling under them as they spoke. He was clearly awake already, just pretending to be unconscious. Fang Hao turned his back, calling two skeleton warriors over from outside the blood prison. He commanded them to pick up the whip conveniently provided in the blood prison. "Help him fully awaken," Fang Hao said. The skeleton warriors stepped forward, their stiff arms swinging the whip onto Li Go's body. Crack, crack. With the crisp sound of the whip echoing through the room, Li Go screamed from the pain before the third lash had even landed. Upon opening his eyes, he saw two towering white skeletons punishing him. His pupils widened in disbelief. Even the whip lashing against him was temporarily forsaken for a scream. Once the shock subsided, the surging pain all over his body prompted Li Go to beg, "Stop. Stop. Just tell me what you want." Despite this, the skeleton warriors didn't pause, continuing to shower blows on him, leaving a trail of lacerations oozing blood on Li Go's body. Only when Fang Hao felt it was enough did he have the warriors stop. The two skeletons stood at attention to the side. Fang Hao seated himself across from Li Go, massaging his forehead. "Li Go, just talk. If you do, you might feel better," he said. Blood-stained and head drooped, Li Go questioned, "What do you want me to say? If I have upset you, I'll make amends, I'm willing to compensate." Running a gang and kidnapping people were Li Go's most polished skills. He knew well enough that being stubborn would only hurt himself. You've seen a lot of people like me, haven't you? If you manage to offend me, wouldn't I become your next captive? Fang Hao stated calmly. At these words, Li Go felt a pit in his stomach. How did this man know he had been planning to capture him? He was after a particular group of individuals. The most noticeable common feature among this group was their black hair and black eyes. He started plans to kidnap Fang Hao after accidentally spotting him in the tavern. However, by the time he rounded up his men, Fang Hao had already left Lis City. And now, he had fallen into Fang Hao's hands. What are you talking about? I don't think we've met before, Li Go feigned confusion. Hit him. The pair of skeletons on standby immediately moved to action, wielding their whips for another round of merciless lashes. The properties of the blood prison provided a 30% increase in the feeling of punishment pain. As such, the punishment Li Go was currently undergoing was significantly more painful than anticipated. With each echoing snap of the whip, Li Go's expression became progressively distorted. He roared, "Enough, I'll speak. What exactly do you want to know?" Fang Hao signaled the skeletons to stop once again. Why do you want to capture us transmigrators? Li Go's face darkened drastically. He didn't expect Fang Hao to know this much. Why would he know that? It shouldn't be possible. I like it when people play tough. If you spilled the beans too early, I wouldn't have an excuse to torture you, said Fang Hao casually. He then turned to the skeletons again, hit him. With that, Fang Hao walked out of the blood prison, leaving the skeletons to do as they were told. The bodies of the 5 transmigrators still loomed in his mind. Ripped flesh and unrecognizable faces. Just the sight of their wretched state was enough to send chills down his spine. Even though Fang Hao did not see transmigrators as having any special privileges, he could feel the fury in his heart. Abducting and torturing people just for information collection. Transmigrators are humans too, how could they be treated this way? If anything, he hoped that Li Go could hold back a bit and not reveal too much too soon. Breakfast was eaten. When Fang Hao returned, the sound of whipping was still going on, but Li Go seemed as lifeless as a dead dog, hanging limply in midair. The ground under him had turned into a pool of blood. Fang Hao signaled the skeleton to stop and went forward to examine. The breathing had become very weak and death seemed not far off. Fang Hao took out the unclean magnet talisman from the storage space and directly put it around his neck. A faint blood-colored glow enveloped Li Go. His split-open flesh began to mend visibly, slowly healing. This was the first time Fang Hao had seen the effect of the talisman. He didn't expect it to be this strong, visibly healing at a noticeable rate. He put away the unclean magnet talisman. Soon after, Li Go slowly woke up. Seeing Fang Hao sitting in front of him, his body shook violently, and with a crying voice he asked, "What exactly do you want? Why are you treating me like this? Why capture transmigrators?" Fang Hao reiterated his earlier question. After a brief silence, Li Go replied, "I don't know anything about transmigrators. The orders from above asked us to capture people with black hair and black pupils." "Who's above? Who are you referring to?" My boss." "Who's your boss? Give me a name," Fang Hao reminded coldly. He was not very familiar with these gangsters. The tavern owner had mentioned some gang-related incidents to him before, but he hadn't given it much thought. He hadn't taken much note. Lei Li, he's the one who asked me to do it. I have no idea what would happen after capturing them, Li Go said, somewhat agitated. Betraying his boss was a grave matter. If the truth gets out, he would be killed by Lei Li. But if he doesn't spill it, he would die right now. What about the others? Mention everyone you know. Fang Hao continued, this time etching the name Lei Li in his mind. I don't know the others, everyone's appearance is always concealed, I have no idea who these people are. But I am certain that they are from Lis City. Li Go answered swiftly this time. Fang Hao stared intently at Li Go. Since he had already betrayed his boss, the likelihood of him lying afterwards was low. It seemed that the people of the faceless cabin always concealed their identities from each other when they met, out of fear of exposure. As for those who took part in the abduction, tell me everything you know. Fang Hao continued. even if it was a transmigrator. For Li Go to abduct someone and keep them alive all by himself would not be an easy task, there had to be accomplices. All right. Li Go spouted several names. Fang Hao's shadow squirmed, and little Yu appeared. She took a pen and paper and wrote down all the names Li Go had given. Tell me about all the interrogation locations you're aware of. Fang Hao questioned finally. Without any hesitation, Li Go recited all the places he knew. Getting the information he wanted, Fang Hao appointed the skeleton to guard the blood prison. He and little Yu then left the blood prison. Li Go couldn't die yet, he had to be kept in the blood prison. Further questioning was still required for any information needed in the future. Back at the Lord's Hall, Fang Hao called down Demetria, Angia and a few others. He recounted every detail of the interrogation to them. With the future development of the territory leaning towards Lis City, the threat posed by the faceless cabin could not be ignored by Fang Hao. What's your plan, my lord? Demetria looked towards Fang Hao. The development plan for Lis City is unchanged. At the same time, I am thinking of assigning someone to disguise as Li Go to investigate all of the faceless, including Li Go's boss, Lei Li. Fang Hao thought for a moment and let out his plan. Disguise. Everyone looked confused. Fang Hao took out the demon mask, and said, disguise. Fang Hao had no intention of capturing Lei Li just yet. It could be confirmed from Li Go that more than just Lei Li resided in the House of the Faceless, including the elites from all sides of Lis City. That was also the means through which the House of the Faceless obtained information from all sides. Capturing Lei Li would not be difficult. However, once something happened to Lei Li, the Faceless House would definitely notice. At that time, it would be much more difficult to deal with others. Therefore, he planned to bide his time and fully investigate these people before dealing with all of them in one fell swoop. Naturally, this idea was challenging, but not impossible. This is a demon mask. It can change a person's appearance to that of a target, but it cannot be worn by living creatures. I am thinking of choosing someone from the undead, Fang Hao explained the function of the demon mask. The power of the demon mask was rather strong, but the fact that living creatures could not wear it was a limitation. Luckily, there was no mention of the undead, otherwise, no matter how good the mask was, it would only be a collector's item. My lord, I am willing to accept this mission. The towering figure, giant wall, spoke. It belonged to the undead troll, towering in stature and equipped with a shield like a city gate. During meetings, the shield must be kept outside and only collected when leaving. Giant wall, I understand your intentions, but this mission may not suit you, Fang Hao gently refused. Both physique and personality did not quite match Fang Hao's requirements for the job. Black Sword, who had been dispatched by Fang Hao to find the Red Duke's corpse, had not returned yet. Among the undead in his territory, only Giant Wall remained. My lord, I am fit to do it. I am, after all, a more suitable candidate for gathering information. At this moment, Little Yu suddenly spoke up. Yes, Little Yu was also a hero of the undead as well. Although she hardly differed from humans, she was still considered as undead in their faction. Her skills also retained the characteristics of a wandering spirit. Little Yu, are you sure you can handle it? Fang Hao sought her confirmation. Little Yu was indeed suitable. The other undead, once they removed the mask, would immediately reveal their skeleton form. They would cause panic and draw attention in a human city. This would not happen with Little Yu. Even in her normal form, she could move about in a human city. As long as she didn't get close to the temple, there shouldn't be a problem. I have no problem, Little Yu replied. Try it. See if it has any effect on you. Don't overdo it. Take it off if you can't handle it. Fang Hao handed the mask to her. Little Yu took it, and immediately put it on her face. The next second, the mask transformed into mud-like substance, enveloping Little Yu's entire body. Gradually, she appeared exactly like Fang Hao. The dressing style, even the short sword at the waist, became identical. Seeing this, everyone, including Fang Hao, was shocked. They were all very familiar with Fang Hao. The current Little Yu looked just like Fang Hao. And the one sitting on the white bone throne was also Fang Hao. The people looked back and forth between the two Fang Haos for a long while, but couldn't spot any differences. My lord, like this. Little Yu looked down at her own body. But her voice still sounded like a woman. Do you feel anything? Fang Hao stood up and walked down from the throne. Even Fang Hao could not see Little Yu's information now. Not only could this mask change appearances, but it could also deceive transmigrators. I feel like I'm wrapped up. It's a bit uncomfortable, Little Yu answered. However, this time her reply was in Fang Hao's voice, not the feminine voice from before. Are there any negative effects? No, Little Yu answered. It seemed that this mask was genuinely suitable for Little Yu. That's good. Then, I will leave this mission to you. Don't rush to Lis City. Get to know Li Go's habits and the people around him better first, so you are prepared, Fang Hao thought for a while and then instructed. In addition to looking like him, she also needed to understand Li Go's past habits. She mustn't let Lei Li or those around him notice anything. Otherwise, no matter how identical the appearance, they would get exposed. Understood, my lord. I will take care of it. Little Yu said, bowing slightly. While the two stood side by side, the crowd could only distinguish who was Fang Hao and who was Little Yu through their conversation. Well, it's all up to you now, be careful. Yes, my lord. Little Yu bowed once more and slowly backed away. As she moved backward, her disguise dwindled, revealing her true face. She headed directly out of the Lord's mansion and made her way to the blood prison for further interrogation of Li Go. The matter was now left to Little Yu. The meeting ended there. As for the subsequent progress, they would have to wait and see how Little Yu performed. If this path turned out to be a dead end, he didn't mind resorting to the use of force to eliminate everyone who knew too much. After having lunch, Fang Hao activated God's presence and possessed the skeleton Gray Sparrow. Along with Angia, he once again headed towards Gray Bear's camp. With a deployment of dozens of bone dragons, 67 skeleton trolls also descended. Lord, Miss Angia. Gray Bear came forward with his men to meet them. He wondered why the two of them were visiting again. Maybe there was another task for them. Yes, Millie, come over. Fang Hao, controlling the Gray Sparrow, flew down and shouted towards the dragon's back. A petite maid with a doll-like face hopped down and stood by his side awkwardly. Master. Gray Bear, this is my maid Millie. I want you to keep her with you for a while and let her participate in some actions. Fang Hao introduced Millie to Gray Bear. Last time, Era had suggested him to let Millie gain some experience outside. Fang Hao deliberated and found that there were no appropriate places around his territory. But as he was visiting Gray Bear's camp this time, it was a perfect opportunity to bring her along. Upon listening to Fang Hao's instructions, Gray Bear frowned and looked at Millie. A short bunny girl possessing overly developed breasts, such a creature was typically seen in a nobleman's bed. Since when did such a creature take part in the battlefield? My lord, you're not jesting, right? Gray Bear asked directly. This place was a bandit camp, not a creche. Millie is quite talented. In just 1 month she advanced to Tier 4. She just lacks combat experience. You can guide her, but also make sure she is safe. Fang Hao continued. Gray Bear was surprised at Millie's pace of progress. The advancement to Tier 4 within a month without any combat experience was out of the ordinary. Millie hid behind Angia and warily watched Gray Bear. The people here didn't seem very friendly to her. All right, my lord. Gray Bear agreed and said to Millie, stick with me from now on and get adjusted to the environment here. Oh, okay, Mr. Gray Bear. Millie replied in a low voice. Just call me Gray Bear. He corrected. Okay, she responded. Fang Hao, seeing them getting acquainted, proceeded to explain his intention for the day, which bandit bases are there around the village. Gray Bear was taken aback. During their last visit, Fang Hao had cleared out the newly established camp of the monkey bandits. Was there a need to clean up again this time? The frequency of these cleanups surpassed even that of the army of Belisi's city. My lord, we're running out of space in the camp. Gray Bear suggested in a low voice. No need to worry about that. I'm currently developing a new area and am short of hands. Any prisoners will be taken back by me. Fang Hao replied. It was clearly impossible to forcibly take people from the existing villages. However, these wandering bandits were indeed good candidates. Understanding Fang Hao's intention, Gray Bear nodded. There were indeed quite a few bandits in the vicinity, and the camp had spotted some scouts nearby. This implied that these bandits were planning an attack. It was indeed a good opportunity to use Fang Hao's help to eliminate these bandits. Yes, my lord, Gray Bear responded. One of his subordinates brought over a map of the nearby area, and Gray Bear marked the positions of several bandit bases for Fang Hao. 3 days later, in Lis City, on the commercial street. The tavern that had been closed by the guards has reopened today. But this time, not only has the owner changed, even the name of the shop is somewhat strange. Enjoyable Hotpot Restaurant. Early in the morning, a rabbit woman with the appearance of an orc was singing and dancing on a wooden platform set up at the entrance of the shop, making it quite lively. Not only did it attract the attention of the entire street, but even the shopkeepers from the surrounding shops had put down their work and stood outside to watch the performance. However, while there were many people watching the performance, there were very few people entering the shop to eat. Sir, it's still morning now, there will be more people coming into the store in the evening. Winnie smiled as she stood behind the counter, speaking to Fang Hao. Fearing that no one would enter the shop, Fang Hao was anxious. Don't worry, the taste of hot pot has already been verified in Prul, it's just a matter of time. It can be ascertained that the people here can accept the taste of hot pot, it's just that anything new takes time to be accepted. Slowly, as everyone gradually realized how delicious hot pot is, there would naturally be no need to worry about customers. Fang Hao was quite confident about this. You're right. Winnie continued to smile. Ever since she stopped running the tavern, Winnie's complexion had improved a lot compared to before. Today, she also wore some light makeup, coupled with her voluptuous and enchanting figure, she attracted the eyes of men like a ripe peach. All right, I'll leave this to you, I need to attend to other matters. Fang Hao instructed. As the hot pot restaurant opened, staying here wouldn't help much, it would be better for him to attend to his own affairs. Understood, sir. Leaving the hot pot restaurant, Fang Hao went straight to the city lord's mansion. Lis City, city lord's mansion. After stating his purpose to the guards, a maid led Fang Hao into the city lord's mansion, through the long corridor to the door of Rebecca's office. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she heard the sound of a man and woman arguing inside the room. It seemed that they were arguing inside. Fang Hao glanced at the maid, who awkwardly smiled and motioned for him to wait a moment. After a while, the door opened, and a tall, skinny man dressed in a green nobleman's robe walked out. His face was pale, and his eyes were deeply sunken and dark. He looked as if he was about to embrace the god of the undead. City Lord, sir. The maid slightly curtsied. HMPH. The man snorted coldly and left directly. Fang Hao was slightly taken aback as he stood in place. Was this the city lord? Rebecca's husband? He didn't seem very promising. As the man left, the maid knocked on the door again. Madam, Mr. Fang Hao has arrived. Let him in. The maid pushed open the door, and Fang Hao entered the room. The room was still decorated as a study. What brings you here this time? Rebecca sat behind her desk, rubbing her forehead gently. It seemed that she had encountered some troublesome matter. But that had nothing to do with Fang Hao. Madam Rebecca, the dress you're going to wear to the conference has been completed, I came to deliver it. Fang Hao began. Rebecca looked up. So soon. It doesn't seem like much time has passed since the last fitting. Craftsman, we have to speed up efficiency in order to eat. Fang Hao replied with a smile. Rebecca stood up and came over. Show me. Fang Hao took out the prepared dress and handed it to Rebecca. As she stroked the smooth fabric and admired the exquisite craftsmanship, her stern face gradually relaxed. Rebecca was a mature and charming woman, with the identity of the city lord's wife, combined with her temperament and appearance. Describing this woman as deeply elegant and luxurious was by no means an exaggeration. The maid came in, helping Rebecca take off her clothes, exposing her full, fair body. She slipped into the blue dress. At that very moment, Rebecca was like a radiant blue diamond, shining brilliantly. Rebecca and the maid stared stunned at the image in the mirror, surprised at the impact the dress had. Fang Hao stood quietly to the side, openly admiring the body of the most beautiful woman in Lis City and observing Rebecca's expressions. Seeing the smile creeping onto the corners of her mouth, Fang Hao was certain that she was satisfied. This dress was a success. After studying herself in the mirror for quite some time, Rebecca couldn't find a single flaw. Be it the style or the craftsmanship, everything was impeccable. The skeleton craftsmen, having honed their skills over endless years, were incomparable to mere craftsmen of several decades. Not bad. Rebecca had no intention of changing out of the dress and continued to stand by the mirror. For her to deem something as not bad was a rare compliment in itself. As long as the madam is satisfied. Fang Hao showed a small smile. When will the rest of the accessories be completed? There was still a month till the federal conference, so they didn't need to worry about the progress on Fang Hao's side. However, she wanted to see the effect of the full set on her as soon as possible. The accessories will take some time. I will deliver them to you as soon as they are ready. Fang Hao didn't know when Luke the goldsmith would be done with the accessories, as he didn't inform him. Being just a salesman, he was unable to estimate such details. By the way, I brought along a new pair of stockings this time. Fang Hao suddenly remembered the Nightfall silk stockings and took out them. The black silk shimmered with tiny, twinkling stars. The stockings alone were very attention-grabbing. Rebecca reached out her slender legs to slip on the stockings, and continued to examine herself in the mirror. Why did you come during the day this time? Rebecca casually asked. Oh, my shop had its grand opening today, so I just came by after it ended, Fang Hao casually answered. A fabric shop. Rebecca looked at Fang Hao in surprise. Did he always work at such a fast pace? It wasn't long since he bought the shop. How did the opening happen this quickly? No, a hot pot restaurant, Fang Hao answered. Oh, it's the restaurant you mentioned. Rebecca realized. Yes, it's very delicious. It's a specialty from my hometown. You should try it when you have the time. Fang Hao took the opportunity to promote it. That might be a good idea, to see if it's really as tasty as you claim. It seemed as if her satisfaction with the clothing had put Rebecca in a good mood. Her tone in speaking with Fang Hao had also become a little lighter. By the way, Madam Rebecca, I heard that you often attend balls and social events. I have a few more sets of dresses here. I am unsure if you need any. Fang Hao continued to promote his products. There was no money to be gained by handing over the conference dress to Rebecca. It could be understood that the exemption from 1 year's tax for his shop within the Lis City was the payment for the dress. Now, what Fang Hao was selling, he would be charging for. Oh really? Do you have new dress designs? Rebecca showed interest once again. Balls, dinner parties, operas, these were common evening activities among the nobles. Through these activities, the nobles discussed business deals and built connections. There would be 1 or 2, or sometimes even more, every week. So, having more dresses was always a good thing. Yes, I brought the design sketches for 2 sets today. Would you like to take a look? Sure, let me take a look. Rebecca walked over. She was also looking forward to Fang Hao's designs. All right. Fang Hao pulled 2 design sketches from his bag. One was a cheongsam, the other was a Western-style long-tail dress. However, both designs had been adjusted by Fang Hao to accentuate a woman's physique, belly retraction and buttock lifting, further highlighting a woman's figure. Rebecca looked at the sketch in her hands in astonishment. Although these 2 dresses weren't as complex as the one she wore, the effect they presented was nonetheless extremely daring. They sought to primarily emphasize the physique of a woman. These 2 dresses require a very good body figure to bring out their effect. They may not look as good on ordinary people. Fang Hao supplemented from the side. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, Rebecca felt a slight blush creeping onto her face. He was complimenting her physique. Rebecca's cheeks turned slightly pink. She felt embarrassed being bluntly praised for her body by a young man. Even though this man was a woman at heart. It seems you understand women pretty well, Rebecca whispered. Fang Hao's designs were bold, to the point where they clashed with the conventions of the time. Yet, these styles easily captivate women's hearts. Conventional corseted ball gowns can be stifling and lacking in allure. Even if a woman has a perfect figure, it can hardly be shown off under such clothes. Fang Hao's designs beautifully showcase women's figures and beauty by eliminating all the intricate workmanship. Of course, I understand better than those disgusting men. Why should a woman keep her well-kept skin and well-maintained figure to herself? Who came up with those ball gowns that look like huge covers put on oneself? Fang Hao said, standing up and twirling a finger. He did not forget the role he was playing. If Rebecca found out that his mild demeanor was a disguise, and that he had looked at her body multiple times, she would probably be furious. Hence, he had to keep playing his role. He was not at a loss anyway. You do have your own perspectives. Rebecca looked at him in surprise. She somewhat agreed with him. But given her status, there were some things she couldn't say. Of course, why should we listen to those men all the time? Women can hold up half the sky, Fang Hao declared indignantly. Rebecca sighed lightly when she heard this. Okay, I'll reserve these 2 dresses. How much? Rebecca decided to buy them outright. The first set is 240 gold coins, and the second set is 270 gold coins. Of course, this is the price for you. When the shop officially opens for business, the price will increase by 30% to 50%. Fang Hao revealed a smile. This price was set after Tabak gave him an understanding of the market prices. Among the dresses in the fabric shop, this price was quite high. However, if it were sold to nobles, this price would just be an average one, not considered high. If your product is too cheap given its quality, it will not be appreciated. Very well, I'll take them. Rebecca called her maid to bring the gold coins. She paid Fang Hao the full amount without any down payment and asked, "The production won't take too long, will it?" "Don't worry, you can trust the efficiency here," Fang Hao replied with a smile. After finalizing the purchase of the dresses, Fang Hao discussed some minor modifications with Rebecca. The embroidery patterns on the cheongsam were altered, and the waist part was made a little looser. After hashing out the details, Fang Hao did not immediately choose to leave. Instead, he asked Rebecca, "By the way, Mrs. Rebecca, are there any shops or houses for sale recently? I would like to see if there is anything suitable." This was one of his purposes for coming. Purchasing a house through the city lord's mansion would be more cost-effective, and would also save him the trouble of dealing with multiple parties. As for purchasing a shop, he planned to open a fabric shop. As for the house, aside from his own living arrangements, Winnie and the others would be staying there too. Fang Hao had no plans to put his maids in the commoner district or the employee dormitory. Apart from potential threats, Lis City was not all that safe either. There were quite a few gangs, and the rabbit girls attracted attention. A location near the affluent district would be safer. Someone. Rebecca called softly. "Madam." A maid pushed the door open. "Take him to check if there are any suitable houses and shops on record. If he likes any, sell them to him at the price set by City Lord's mansion," Rebecca commanded generously. "All right, madam." The maid looked at Fang Hao. "Mr. Fang Hao, please come this way." After saying goodbye to Rebecca, Fang Hao left with the maid. Property Registry Office. With the guidance of the maid, Fang Hao checked the list of shops and houses on record. They didn't have a suitable shop, but there was a mansion that looked rather good. It was located in the affluent district and very close to the city lord's mansion. The security and environment were all quite good. It had a courtyard and enough rooms for the maids from the hotpot restaurant to live in. "This one isn't bad. I'll take it." The maid at his side was somewhat surprised at the speed of Fang Hao's purchase. Is this decision made just by a glance? After the payment was made, a maid from the city lord's estate led Fang Hao and Angia straight to the mansion they had purchased. It was not far from the city lord's estate. After about a 5-minute walk, they arrived at the house. Once the main door was opened, a courtyard full of flowers, greenery, and a fish pond was revealed. Fang Hao led Angia inside, directly passing through the courtyard into a 3-story building. The rooms were somewhat messy. Traces of a quick search and a hurried tidy-up were apparent, but the furniture was still in place and wall decorations were intact. Has there been a burglary here? Fang Hao asked. The maid from the city lord's estate, who was standing at the door and had not entered, smiled and replied upon hearing his question, "This is likely the result of a guard's search. Sir, there is no need to worry about this." Oh, Fang Hao responded. Search. This word suggested that the maid might know something. Why did the original owner of this house leave everything behind? Fang Hao prodded further. Sir, due to some special circumstances, this house was put up for sale by the city lord's estate, the maid replied. There could only be two reasons for the city lord's estate to put a house up for sale. Either the house was consigned for sale by the city lord's estate, or the owner was jailed for a crime, and the house was confiscated. Fang Hao didn't ask any more questions. Given that the guard had searched the place, it must be the latter. He proceeded to survey every room in the house with Angia, climbing the staircase. Apart from the main building where Fang Hao would stay, there were also several other buildings nearby. There were plenty of rooms, more than adequate to accommodate the maids working in the shop. After a full round of inspection, Fang Hao was quite satisfied. They could have Winnie and the others move in today. Mr. Fang Hao, if there are no other issues, I will take my leave. The maid spoke up. Right, thank you. The maid nodded slightly and left the house, before climbing into a carriage and departing. As dusk approached, Fang Hao and Angia returned to the hot pot restaurant. They informed Winnie and the others about their purchase of the house. Once the shop closed, they could move to their new home. Upon hearing they were moving into the rich district, Winnie and the maids were thrilled. In any case, living there was much better than living in the shop. The hot pot restaurant remained open while Fang Hao went straight to the tavern. He sat down at the front desk, his eyes landing on the bulletin board nearby. What can I get you? Asked the tavern owner enthusiastically. Fang Hao casually ordered a few dishes before curiously inquiring, are there no new rewards or maps today? Lis City was such a large city, with presumably more merchants passing through. So why were there so few newly posted rewards and single-page maps? Are you looking to undertake some rewards? The tavern owner asked curiously. The tavern owner was observant. Fang Hao had come a few times and had always purchased maps, and the owner had noticed this. Yes, I like to venture out with a group of people to do some exploring, Fang Hao gave his reason. In that case, I have a suggestion you might want to hear. Oh, what suggestion? The city lord's estate has issued a new regulation, controlling the adventure rewards outside the city. You might want to form a mercenary group and take up reward tasks over there. The city lord's estate controls those too. Yes, I heard that, because of the high mortality rate in reward tasks and occurrences of people posting fake rewards to lure and kill others, the city lord's estate decided to enforce control. Fang Hao listened. It seemed to make sense. City lord estate's control would ensure the authenticity of the rewards. Any kind of mercenary can take it. Not those bandit mercenaries, but those who need to be filed with the city lord's estate. Fang Hao didn't exactly have a good impression of mercenaries. Whether it's the ones he had come into contact with, or the stories he heard from others. The profession of a mercenary was quite similar to that of bandits. Especially the last time, when he escorted the Tavix caravan, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps had even betrayed their employer to the bandits. They had struck a deal with Grey Bear, who was still a bandit at the time. Planning to collude from inside and out to rob the caravan, and then share the spoils. Luckily, Fang Hao discovered the plot in advance last time, otherwise the entire caravan would have been in danger. So, at heart, Fang Hao didn't like the profession of a mercenary. Are tasks only given to the mercenary corps? Fang Hao asked again. The tavern keeper revealed a smile, realizing that Fang Hao was from out of town. He explained, that should be the case. An area near the city's east gate is specifically designated for assigning tasks to the mercenaries. You can check it out when you're there. The east gate. Lis City was much larger than Prul City. Moreover, every time Fang Hao arrived, he would enter from the north gate. He had never been to the east gate. In the future, will there still be adventure bounties in the taverns? Fang Hao continued his inquiries. I'm not quite sure about that. That will depend on what the city lord's mansion says. I don't know the specifics either since all I got was hearsay from the customers, the innkeeper replied with an awkward smile. All right, thank you, innkeeper, Fang Hao thanked with a smile. Being an innkeeper, he was always quite hospitable to the patrons. To attract regular customers, he would occasionally share some inside news. However, incessant talkers like Winnie were a minority. Soon, the food and drinks were served. The two of them stopped talking and started eating. The sky became increasingly darker. At that time, the tavern door was pushed open, and a staggering figure walked in. Fang Hao recognized him. It was old Hodge, who had bragged about his encounter with a vampire. However, his left eye still had a blue bruise on it. It seemed like he had been involved in a fight. Old Hodge glanced around the tavern, his gaze finally resting on Fang Hao and the beast-eared girl. He hiccuped due to the alcohol, and staggered over. Young man, how about buying me a drink? He was direct, without any formalities. Although old Hodge's stories were rather exaggerated, the blueprint he gave Fang Hao as proof made it clear that he did indeed have a fight with a vampire. However, Fang Hao suspected that old Hodge was probably a part of the logistic team or a blacksmith, rather than a frontline fighter. This could explain why the location of his wounds constantly changed with each telling of the story. It was likely that the wounds he talked about were actually suffered by the frontline members, and he was borrowing them to show off. Regardless, the blueprint from old Hodge did prove to be somewhat useful in the Battle of Crescent Heights. Therefore, Fang Hao didn't mind expressing his gratitude to this drunkard. Of course, how many drinks are you planning to have? Asked Fang Hao, with a slight smile. Old Hodge's eyes brightened up. He hadn't expected that Fang Hao would ask how many drinks he wanted. 10 drinks, what do you say? Old Hodge looked at Fang Hao anxiously, fearing that he might have been too greedy and scare his benefactor away. All right, bring him 10 drinks. And some more appetizers, Fang Hao agreed readily. Old Hodge was thrilled, he grinned, revealing his 2 missing yellow teeth, and praised Fang Hao for his potential. The tavern keeper shook his head, resignedly preparing the beer for old Hodge. Being targeted by old Hodge wasn't exactly a pleasant thing. Did you get into a fight with someone? How did your eye get a bruise? Fang asked casually. What? A fight? I just tripped and fell a couple of days ago when I was drunk. I am not afraid of the Blood Clan, so why would I be afraid of that woman? Old Hodge defended himself. A woman? Fang Hao looked puzzled. Was he beaten up by a woman? No, I tripped over a woman and fell down, old Hodge quickly explained. Oh, then you should drink less. That's quite a fall that you had. Fang Hao did not expose him. Of course, he also suspected that the bruise was probably given to him by Grey Bear. Although Grey Bear had claimed that he got the blueprint in exchange for treating old Hodge to 20 glasses of alcohol. However, pounding him and snatching the blueprint was more consistent with Grey Bear's character. So, young man, what story would you like to hear from me today? I have a wealth of experience, which you young people couldn't possibly attain, old Hodge loudly boasted. He treated Fang Hao like his admirer. Anything, any story will do, said Fang Hao. Bang! Old Hodge slammed his cup on the table, stood up, and began to recount his story of dealing with the Blood Clan. His emotions were high, and his words were impassioned. He even portrayed himself as brave and fearless. As he walked out of the tavern, the night was deep and dark. Fang Hao looked at his watch, it was already 9 p.m. Old Hodge still had 3 glasses of beer left and was still in the tavern, gesticulating wildly as he recounted his encounter with the Blood Clan. He walked straight back to his place. The house was brightly lit, and Winnie had already arranged for the maids to clean up the rooms for Fang Hao and Angia. The original bedding had been replaced with new ones. Fang Hao left a few words with Angia, and then went straight to his room. 11 o'clock at night. Fang Hao opened his backpack and took out the skeleton sparrow inside. He cast God's presence and transferred his consciousness into the skeleton sparrow. He flew out the open window and headed towards the outskirts of the city. From Li Go, Fang Hao learned the locations of the 3 faceless men. The first location was a manor on the outskirts of the city to the west. According to Li Go's description, the owner of this manor was one of the Faceless Men, and inside the manor, there was a secret passage that led to the hiding place for the Faceless Men and a place for interrogating the victims. The manor wasn't too big, but it was elegantly constructed. He could faintly see people on guard, and lookouts hiding in the shadows. Fang Hao flew around the manor and slipped in through an open grid window. The inside of the building was dimly lit. He could barely hear the sound of respiration from various rooms. Fang Hao continued his search and soon found the hidden passage. Following it down, he arrived at an underground chamber. This place was a stark contrast to the luxurious manor above. It was dark and damp, with a faint hint of blood in the air. Fang Hao inspected the cells in the secret chamber and saw a man hanging in one of them. The man had been tortured and was hanging there like a corpse. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was still alive. So this was another person who had been interrogated. However, this golden-haired man didn't seem to be a transmigrator. Cough, cough. Just when Fang Hao was about to leave, the unconscious man began to cough violently and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the skeleton sparrow perched on the iron bar, staring right at him, the man's body jerked violently, causing the chains to clatter. However, he adapted quite fast. He calmed down quickly. "I must be dead," the man murmured weakly. "You're not dead, but you're close," the skeleton sparrow spoke. The man convulsed suddenly upon hearing the skeleton sparrow speak. Pain radiated from his injuries, spreading throughout his body. It seemed death was not far off for him. Seeing the man too weak to speak, Fang Hao continued to ask, "Who are you and how did you end up here?" He was here to investigate the matter about the transmigrator, but what he found was a native resident held captive. The blond man glanced at the skulled sparrow, before he answered, "My name is Browning. I'm a painter in the city." "A painter?" Fang Hao examined the man carefully, his gaze falling on his hands. "Why did they capture you?" "For some special formula for paint pigments," the man answered, enduring the pain. Having a conversation with an undead before dying wasn't so bad after all. Fang Hao nodded. That made sense. The Faceless One's den, eager for intelligence, would stop at nothing. They would not only infiltrate various power structures, but also extract information by way of kidnappings and interrogations. That's why their asking price was always high. They bore significant risks for each piece of intelligence. If things went sideways, they would be wanted and hunted down. "All right, you take rest now." The skulled sparrow uttered those words, and without waiting for a response, it flew away through the iron bars, disappearing into the night. The iron jail cell descended once more into silence, the man still hanging there. A bout of dizziness washed over him. The man suddenly couldn't tell if he had truly talked to a skeleton sparrow, or if it was a hallucination before his death. Fang Hao directly flew out of the estate. He checked out the second location that Li Go had mentioned, a general store in the commoners' district. And the third location, an abandoned warehouse. These two locations could also be confirmed as interrogation sites of the Faceless Ones, but they were empty. Fang Hao made a round and took his leave. 1 a.m. Rebecca, dragging her weary body, returned to her study. The matter of the Faceless Ones was giving her a headache. They were like a malignant tumor, relentlessly corroding Lis City. Rebecca had long sought to eradicate the Faceless Ones. However, the opposing side always managed to get word in advance and would destroy evidence and evacuate their personnel. Several attempts later, there hadn't been much progress. Repeated failures were driving Rebecca to frustration. She leaned tiredly against her chair and sighed. The trail of the Faceless Ones had gone cold again, leaving her unsure of where to strike. Dragging her body upright, she was about to go through the documents delivered today. But she noticed a folded piece of paper weighted down by a quill on her desk. Rebecca's brow furrowed instantly. She knew her habits well. She never folded her paper. The wrinkles on a neat piece of paper disturbed her. So, why was this paper on her desk? She opened it casually, revealing the crude handwriting, which read, 1 kilometer west of the city, there is a fruit plantation that serves as a base for the Faceless. In the southern wing of the main floor, there is a basement that holds a captive painter. Upon reading the information on the paper, Rebecca rose abruptly from her chair. Her wary eyes scanned the room for any lurking dangers. Someone had delivered this paper to her desk. It was hard to believe, even terrifying. If someone could deliver this message, they could also take her life. At this moment, Rebecca's anxiety spiked and she struggled to control it. After several moments, when nothing untoward happened and the room remained silent, Rebecca slowly resumed her seat, her attention returning back to the paper in her hand. The details of the location were described very clearly, even the positions of the secret passages and the occupations of the people imprisoned were laid out. This could be someone sending me a message, or a trap set by the faceless. Rebecca took a deep breath, her complexion returning to normal as she regained the demeanor of the city lord's wife. In a serious tone, she commanded, "Summon someone." "Madam." A maid opened the door. "Ask the captain of the guard to come. I have something to discuss with him." "Yes, madam." The maid agreed and quickly departed. Before long, a member of the guard team entered the room. Rebecca handed him the piece of paper in her hand. The next day, Fang Hao woke up early. Winnie and the others had already gone to their shop. After a quick wash, Fang Hao and Angia left the mansion. Crossing numerous streets, they arrived at the eastern gate area of Lis City. This place was notably different from the town's commercial street. It was a standalone area, and was starkly distinct from the rest of Lis City. Down the road, scattered here and there, were mercenaries clad in armor and carrying weapons. Some had simply laid out a cloth on the ground, selling some spoils of battle they had obtained. This sight reminded Fang Hao of the Manam Market at the Bronze Bull. The atmosphere was similar. "Fang Hao, I want to eat that." Angia pointed at a stall not too far away. Fang Hao looked in its direction. A man dressed like a mercenary was selling a food item that looked like grilled lizard. Smoked dragon meat. Very delicious smoked dragon meat. Only 2 portions left. The man selling the food was shouting loudly. Despite his hawking, no one stopped to buy. Moreover, the half-meter-long lizard, slightly charred on the outside, didn't look at all appetizing. "Do you want to eat it? It looks good," Angia said as she was about to walk over. Fang Hao quickly stopped her, surprised. "Which eye of yours sees this as something edible? Since they're selling it, it must be delicious," Angia stated her reasoning. Telling her it wasn't good to eat apparently wasn't going to work. Cough cough. Fang Hao cleared his throat, pointing at the sign on the stall, "Smoked dragon meat, tasty and affordable," it says here, "Orcs can't eat it, they'll get diarrhea." Angia rolled her eyes at Fang Hao. Irritated, she said, "The sign says, smoked dragon meat, tasty and affordable. If you don't want me to eat it, just say so. Why do you translate 8 characters into 9? Not only are you insulting my literacy, but you also believe that I can't count. Just joking with you, let's not eat this. I'll buy you something else delicious." Fang Hao gave an awkward smile. Angia snorted but didn't continue on the topic. They moved on and arrived at the mission hall. It was a 3-story building renovated from an inn. Upon entering the hall, they saw a few scattered mercenaries chatting in small groups. As Fang Hao approached the front desk, a guard dressed in the standard uniform of Lis City looked up at him. "Mr. Fang Hao." The guard directly addressed him by his name. "Do you know me?" The guard quickly explained. "Oh, I was just transferred from the city lord's mansion. I've seen you before." "Oh, so you've been promoted. Congratulations." Fang Hao congratulated with a smile. Thank you, thank you." The guard's smile was somewhat bitter. This was not a promotion, he had been demoted. Someone had sent a letter to Lady of the City Lord's mansion last night. Although the content was unknown, their group of guards was implicated as a result. All had been transferred away from the City Lord's mansion. He considered himself to be fortunate for being assigned here. "By the way, I heard that the City Lord's mansion is assigning tasks. I came to see if there are any suitable ones for me to take on." Fang Hao said. "Ah, you are here to take on tasks." The guard was taken aback. "But you're a cloth merchant, why would you come here to take on tasks?" The mission hall is a special building established by the City Lord's mansion. Its role is to regulate reward tasks and adventure maps. By banning their circulation among ordinary citizens, the number of deaths can be reduced. The guards looked at Fang Hao in surprise, unable to comprehend why a cloth merchant would ever need to borrow a mission here. These tasks all carry some risk, and even the city's army is reluctant to venture recklessly. What's the issue? Fang Hao inquired softly. Oh, Mr. Fang Hao, don't make a jest. You run a very successful business. You needn't take on tasks here, the guard politely replied. In his opinion, gaining recognition from Rebecca meant that one was already a prominent businessman in the city. Given his age, Fang Hao might not be a wealthy merchant, but he wouldn't need to take on such dangerous tasks to make a living either. I'm not joking. I have some workforce available, and I plan to take on some missions, Fang Hao replied seriously. The guard looked at him earnestly, realizing that he wasn't joking. He explained, Mr. Fang Hao, if you wish to accept a mission, you are required to register your team here. All right, no problem, said Fang Hao, following the guard to the side. Please state the name of your team and the names of the 3 individuals in charge. From now on, every mission will be reported to the city lord's mansion. Of course, in case of any issues, these individuals will be held responsible, explained the guard while pulling out a registration form. In Fang Hao's view, this method was much better than the tasks handled in the pub area. As the tavern owner had mentioned, the reliability of rewards and single-page maps wasn't high, and the level of danger was also impossible to measure. It was easy to come across false information, leading to casualties. Name the team as Bone Knights, and the people in charge are Fang Hao, Angia, and Demetria. Fang Hao responded as required. The team name was just a code name. It could be a mercenary group, a knight group, or any other kind of team. As long as the name didn't coincide with the official forces of the city. The guard took note of everything, and registered the 3 individuals in charge in detail. If this team were to face any issues in the future, the responsibility would fall on these 3 individuals. Wait a moment, Mr. Fang Hao. It will be ready shortly, said the guard before walking towards the counter with the registration form. In a short while, the guard returned. Sir, your registration is complete. Here are the current tasks, you may choose up to 3, said the guard as he pulled out a pile of single-page maps from beneath the counter. List City had about 7 or 8 taverns at least. Usually, single-page maps were sporadically distributed among them, and each tavern would only have 1 or 2 maps at most. But now that the maps were centralized in the city lord's mansion, their quantity was significant. Thank you. Fang Hao took the maps and began examining them one by one. Most of the maps near List City contained information about roaming bandits and their hideouts. Upon reaching the end, 2 maps caught Fang Hao's attention. Wilderness Cemetery, Mushroom Valley. Map. Wilderness Cemetery. Category. Single-page map. Notes. An abandoned cemetery, presumably inhabited by dark creatures. Presence of undead and undying creatures cannot be ruled out. Description. A map drawn by a traveling merchant, outlining the route and terrain of the Wilderness Cemetery. Map. Mushroom Valley. Category. Single-page map. Notes. The valley is filled with unusual fungal plants, exact details are yet to be identified. Description. A map drawn by a traveling merchant, outlining the route and terrain of Mushroom Valley. Both maps came with notes. It appeared that the city lord's mansion had already dispatched individuals to perform preliminary investigations. They confirmed the information and then issued the tasks. This aspect was admirable, at least it allowed one to have preliminary knowledge of the type of enemies or information when taking on tasks. Instead of taking troops over and exploring on their own. I'll take these 3 tasks. Fang Hao pulled out these 2 maps and another one about the bandits. The guard glanced at them and reminded, Sir, these 2 tasks are quite hazardous, are you sure you want to take them on? Sure. All right then, I'll register these for you. After completing the tasks, you may report back here. Your team's level will be recorded accordingly, and you will be able to take on higher level tasks, explained the guard. Okay, thank you. After recording the details, Fang Hao promptly put the maps away. The evaluation of the team's level didn't particularly benefit Fang Hao. What he wanted were the chests after the adventure. Having completed his purpose here, he exchanged a few words with the guard before turning and leaving the hall. The area outside the mission hall was still bustling with activity. Moreover, more people had set up stalls to sell materials or items obtained by their teams. The entrance to the mission hall had transformed into a miniature marketplace. Fang Hao and his companion didn't rush to leave but casually strolled along the set-up stalls. The items to be sold were laid out in front, for anyone passing by to see. The pair strolled down the path. They stopped in front of a stall. "What's the price?" The owner of the stall was a man of average build. He wore leather armor and squinted while observing people. "Which item are you asking about?" the owner inquired. "How much for these red and green gemstones?" Fang Hao picked up the red flame essence and nature essence, tossing them casually in his hand. "Diamonds, my ass. These are essences," the owner retorted. "Right, how much are these essences?" Fang Hao continued to inquire. 10 gold coins each. I can give you a discount if you buy more. What's your price if I take them all? If it's reasonable, I'll buy the whole lot, Fang Hao proposed. All of them. This isn't a place for kids to joke around, the middle-aged man warned. Of course, I'm not joking. It depends on your price. The middle-aged man fell silent, mentally calculating the cost before stating his price. There are 6 in total, 55 gold coins for all. All right, deal. Fang Hao took out 55 gold coins and handed them to the owner, promptly storing away the 6 essences. Essences were rather rare materials. Even in the trade sector, essence materials didn't appear often. So as long as the price was reasonable, a little more or less didn't matter. After walking around a bit more, Fang Hao bought some materials he was interested in while Angia ended up with several kinds of snacks in her hand. Thankfully, upon Fang Hao's insistence, she didn't buy the smoked dragon meat. Just as they were about to depart, someone bumped harshly into Fang Hao's shoulder. A figure cloaked in a hood, carrying a large package, walked inside. It seemed like they were planning to set up a stall to sell their goods. Half-demon alchemist. Fang Hao casually glanced over and spotted a rather strange title. Half-demon alchemist. Both terms were enticing on their own, and when linked together, they left Fang Hao standing dumbfounded. What happened? Did he steal something from you? Angia traced Fang Hao's gaze, also looking at the figure under the hood. Let's follow him and take a look. Fang Hao turned and started to discreetly tail the hooded figure. As expected, the hooded figure found an empty spot, spreading out a beige linen cloth. They started to bring out the items they intended to sell. The cloaked man paused momentarily, looking at the two standing before his spread-out display. Just as he finished setting up his wares, these two had already showed up. Subconsciously, he adjusted his hood slightly, speaking softly, "What can I do for you two?" From his voice, he seemed to be a young man under the cloak. Probably not much more than 20 years old. Not much. Just curious about what you're selling. Fang Hao casually replied. Oh, these are just a few small potions that I've concocted, the cloaked man responded nonchalantly. He then began to take out his concocted potions from his bag and displayed them on the linen cloth in front of him. Unlike the glass bottle potions made by the Alchemist Guild, the cloaked man's potions were packaged in crude pottery jars. They looked like potions concocted by some amateur. Some passing mercenaries glanced at his potions briefly and then turned to leave. Potions could certainly save lives, but they also posed some risks. Given the same ingredients, potions might turn into poison depending on the alchemist's mix ratio. Who would dare to gamble with their lives, especially in a life or death situation? Fang Hao picked up a bottle casually to inspect. Physical enhancement potion. Category: Level 2 potion. Effect: enhances physical strength. Description: physical enhancement potion created by alchemist, can enhance physical strength when taken, no usage requirements. Seeing the potion's properties, Fang Hao's eyes lit up slightly. The crude pottery bottle felt rough and uneven in his grasp, but the potion's properties were quite exceptional. He had always envied Zhang Bin and the others for their enlightening potions, that endowed them with exceptional physique. Especially after Rolana's recent attack on him, he realized his own inadequacies. If he ever faced an enemy, his ability to defend himself would be quite limited. Mages were still at a disadvantage in close combat. However, this physical enhancement potion that he held didn't have any user requirements, which meant that even he could use it. Fang Hao held the potion in his hand, not interjecting or interrupting him. When the man finally took out all of his 6 potions, each one was quite crudely packaged. Physical enhancement potion, seal potion, magic power potion, and 3 healing potions. Seal potion. Category: Level 2 potion. Effect: underwater breathing plus 10 seconds. Description: physical strength enhancement potion created by alchemist, can enhance physical strength when consumed, no usage requirements. The seal potion must fall under the category of special potions. Those adventuring near Lis City would seldom encounter situations requiring underwater exploration. The remaining potions were for healing injuries and restoring magical power. Fang Hao had seen these before. The cloaked man only had 6 different potions, but based on their properties, they were all up to the standard of enhancement potions. They were in no way inferior to those produced by the Alchemists Guild. "Do you need anything, sir?" the cloaked man asked in a soft voice as he looked down. He noticed that Fang Hao had not moved, but remained standing, selecting items from his spread-out goods. "Are these all made by you?" Fang Hao squatted down to ask. The cloaked man tugged his hood lower again. "Yes, sir. They may look a bit rough, but I can assure you their effects are similar to regular potions." The cloaked man was well aware that his potions didn't look that appealing, and paled in comparison to those sold by the Alchemists Guild. "How much are they?" Fang Hao continued to inquire. "The life potions and magic potions are 50 gold coins each, and the remaining level 2 potions are 200 gold coins each," the cloaked man replied somewhat hastily. He seemed like a first-timer in potion selling and was visibly nervous. "Good, I'll take them all. Please pack them for me," Fang Hao stated directly. You're taking them all." The cloaked man looked up in surprise, meeting Fang Hao's gaze, before quickly lowering his head again. However, in that one fleeting moment, Fang Hao saw a young man under the cloak. Still, half of his face was of a strange dark red color. It looked like the scale of some red phosphoric serpent he had seen before, mildly disturbing. "Yep, if you have any stock, I can buy it all." Fang Hao stood up, shaking his slightly numb legs. Given the price of alchemy potions, this one was unbelievably cheap. Without the ability to check attributes, Fang Hao would never have dared to buy such a cheap, simply packaged potion. Even if its praises were sung, he wouldn't dare to drink it. But as a transmigrator, he could check its attributes and, as such, relieve this concern. The effects were all labeled, there was no chance of buying poison. "Oh, okay, thank you very much for your generosity." The cloaked man hurriedly turned around, pulled out a linen bag and put all 6 potions inside. Fang Hao took out 600 gold coins and handed them over when he received the bag. "By the way, if you still sell potions in the future, I'd like to continue dealing with you." Fang Hao did not leave right away. The cloaked man froze. With his head slightly lowered, he seemed to hesitate. "Sir, while I can make potions, the materials are difficult to come by. It may take some time before I can produce new potions." Fang Hao thought for a moment, then said, "In that case, there is an enjoyable hotpot restaurant in the city, which I own. As long as you can deliver the potions to the restaurant, they will buy them at a fair price." "Ah, so that's your shop." He had seen the rabbit girls performing in front of it yesterday. It was quite a lively scene. "You can also make some higher-level potions. I will purchase them at their cost price when the time comes." Fang Hao continued. "All right, sir." The cloaked man slung his backpack over his shoulder, thanked Fang Hao, and quickly left. Fang Hao watched him as he went. For such a strictly managed place as Lis, it's surprising that a half-demon expert in alchemy lives there. Really surprising. After spending another day in the city. The next morning, Fang Hao left Lis and set up a few troop hiding caves in a gray bear village along the way. He rushed back to his territory by dusk. After dinner, the skeleton merchant, Dujin, entered the hall. Lord. Dujin bowed slightly, holding a parcel. Dujin, have a seat and speak. Fang Hao smiled. Instead of sitting, Dujin handed the parcel to Fang Hao. He said, My lord, these are the sound transmitting shells you ordered from the Alliance. The deal was finalized yesterday. It had been several days since he had placed the order for the sound transmitting shells. If Dujin hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten about them. Fang Hao took the parcel. There were 5 sound transmitting shells inside. Oh, good. Has anything been going on with the trade alliance lately? Fang Hao asked casually. Everything is smooth, my lord. Dujin replied. Oh, that's good. The two chatted for a while, then Dujin left the hall. Now, Fang Hao was alone in the hall. He took out the body enhancement potion he bought today, stretched his body, opened the cap, and gulped it down. The cool liquid slid down his throat. He could feel his body starting to heat up, then prickling, and finally unbearable pain. It felt as though countless iron spikes were piercing his flesh. He writhed for a while on the white bone throne, but the pain gradually faded. A sense of strength pervaded his body. Pulling off his shirt, he revealed his well-defined muscles. Just as Fang Hao was admiring his physique, the system notification suddenly sounded. Random event. Path of the Brave accepted. Book of Lords function unlocked. Team up function. Random event. The Path of the Brave accepted. Book of Lords function unlocked. Team up function. Team trial task begins in 10 hours, with a maximum of 3 people allowed per team for the trial. This trial is a Lords trial. Heroes and troops not allowed to come along. Team up status. Maximum of 3 people per team. Team members will be auto-transported to the team leader's territory. Event countdown. 9 hours 59 minutes. Good luck. The sudden alert caught Fang Hao off guard. It had already been a while since the last event task. He had not expected a new team-up event task to be triggered all of a sudden. Based on previous experience, team tasks can be understood as one type of test trial given by the system for transmigrators. Getting through the trial could result in rewards such as potions or skill-based equipment. While facing risks, it also gave an opportunity to enhance one's own capabilities. Ding. The private message alert on the Book of Lords rang. It was a message from Dong Jiayu. Brother Hao, are we teaming up again for this one? He hadn't been in touch with Dong Jiayu for quite some time. Looking at the tone of her message, it seemed she was in good spirits. Sure, it'll be you, me, and Zhang Bin. Get yourself ready, and let me know if you need anything in advance. Fang Hao agreed straight away. The last team trial experience they had had together was a synergy. Dong Jiayu, who appears to be a frail young woman in particular, exhibited battle prowess that was entirely contrary to her physical appearance. At the end of the last task, she even managed to kill the Doomsday Terror Wolf boss with a single lance thrust. In terms of her combat power and battle tactics, she ranked higher than both Fang Hao and Zhang Bin. Alright, Brother Hao, we'll meet up tomorrow then, Dong Jiayu said. Sure, see you tomorrow. Ending the chat with Dong Jiayu, Zhang Bin reached out almost immediately, and he asked about the team arrangement for tomorrow as well. Besides Fang Hao, who already had exposure to the Alchemist Guild, for the majority of the other lords, team trials serve as their only chance to improve themselves. If missed out, the next opportunity could be at an uncertain date. Fang Hao told him that the team lineup hadn't changed, and advised him to get ready too. After notifying Zhang Bin, the territory's communication channel started buzzing. Fu Lei. Boss, any plans for the team task? It appeared that Fu Lei also wanted to become a teammate of Fang Hao's. With Fang Hao's strong combat power, it would certainly make him feel safer. Fang Hao spoke bluntly, I already have a fixed team. You can team up with Kong Yang, and see if there are other suitable candidates. With a team limit of 3, not everyone could be included. Oh, got it, I will need to rely on Brother Kong then, Fu Lei acknowledged. I'm not any big deal. Let's just support each other. Find someone we both know to join us. It's safer than having a stranger on board, Kong Yang also sent a message. Following that, The two of them began discussing their team for tomorrow's task. Fang Hao observed their chat for a while. Then he exited from the channel, had a hot spring bath, and went to bed. Waking up at 6 a.m. the following day, Fang Hao had breakfast and began preparing the equipment necessary for the task. For weapons, he chose the Starfire Wand, the Black Iron Knight one-handed sword, and a light feather short sword. The armor was a full suit of leather under a robe of magic. He didn't pack any heavy metal armor this time. In the storage space of the Book of Lords, besides several life-saving potions, there were also several sets of alternative equipment. Just in case of any special circumstances. Having ensured everything was in order, Fang Hao called Demetria and Angia. He informed them about his absence to prevent them from panicking because of his sudden disappearance. At sharp 7 a.m., Fang Hao used the Book of Lords to send a message to Zhang Bin. "It's getting late, let's form the team." "Sure, boss." Zhang Bin responded instantly. Following that, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. "Zhang Bin has sent you an invitation to his team. Do you accept?" "Accept." Fang Hao was enveloped in a soft glow. When he opened his eyes next, he found himself in the city manned by Zhang Bin. All the roads in the city had been converted to stone pavement. They had also constructed flower beds on either side of the roads. It had improved significantly since the last time Fang Hao visited. "Boss." Zhang Bin came forward with a smile on his face. "Great, send Jia Yu the invitation now," Fang Hao ordered. "Okay, boss." Zhang Bin then opened the Book of Lords and sent a team invitation to Dong Jiayu. In a short while, a ray of light appeared before them. Once the light faded, Dong Jiayu appeared before them. Dong Jiayu was wearing full metal armor, one hand holding a helmet while the other was carrying a war spear. She had a dagger on her waist and the box of steel fire muskets she had received from Fang Hao on her back. It appeared she had also made ample preparations for this task. "Brother Hao, Brother Bin, you both seem to be doing well," Dong Jiayu greeted them with a smile as she stood before them. She then noticed the changes in Zhang Bin's city. She exclaimed, "Brother Bin, your place has changed so much. You even have paved roads, and what are those tall buildings?" Like a curious child, Jiayu was looking around with wide eyes. "Oh, that's a flour mill for grinding grains," Zhang Bin answered cheerfully while standing by the side. The feeling of being looked up to was not bad at all. "Wow, you're amazing," Dong Jiayu exclaimed. On her side, she had received support from Fang Hao's skeleton trolls and also had 2 subsidiary territories. Her development could be said to be smooth. However, compared to Zhang Bin's territory, her place seemed like a poor countryside village with fewer inhabitants. The two were in entirely different phases. After listening to Zhang Bin, Jia Yu shifted her gaze to Fang Hao. She was aware that Zhang Bin's territory was a subsidiary city of Fang Hao's. If a subsidiary city could be developed to this extent, wouldn't the main city be even more impressive? She still remembered her agreement with Fang Hao that she would become a subsidiary city of his during the next team trial task. "Brother Hao, you've become more handsome lately," Jia Yu greeted Fang Hao as she moved closer to him. Fang Hao, who was caught off guard, touched his face subconsciously. "Really? Could be that I washed my face today. Hee. Yes, you've indeed become more handsome. Brother Hao, remember you promised you'd cover me before. You haven't forgotten that, have you?" She then changed the subject. Fang Hao remembered what she was referring to very well. He reminded her, "Keep this in mind. Once you swallow the Book of Lords, you will no longer be a lord." "Stop the nonsense. Hurry up, the task is about to start," Dong Jiayu urged. "Oh." When Fang Hao received the Book of Lords Level 2, from Dong Jiayu, a system prompt appeared again. The Book of Lords, owned by Dong Jiayu, turned into a beam of light and integrated itself into Fang Hao's own Book of Lords. Swallowing was successful. The current level of your Book of Lords is 5, upgrade requirement 5/10. You have obtained the decision-making authority of Dong Jiayu's main city and 2 subsidiary cities. Occupy, abandon. Occupy. It will become your subordinate territory that can continue to develop. Abandon. You will obtain 50% 80% of the territory resources, and this territory will be abandoned. Occupy. You have occupied this territory and automatically become a subordinate city. In the Book of Lords, you can appoint an acting governor. After choosing to occupy, he filled in Dong Jiayu's name directly as the governor. Then, a Book of City Lords split off and was handed into Dong Jiayu's hands. After consuming Dong Jiayu's Book of Lords, surprisingly, no new blueprint was unlocked. On the contrary, Dong Jiayu received a string of system prompts on her side. They were all the blueprints that Fang Hao made public to subordinate city lords. Dong Jiayu had a beaming smile on her face. Her decision was indeed correct. She had expertly managed to shear the wool off Fang Hao. Another hour has passed. The system prompt appeared again. Historical event. Battle of Nesburg. Mission description. Help the young Mullen become a city lord. Trial task transport countdown. 3, 2, 1. The light enveloped the three of them, and the next second, they appeared in a tent. Outside the tent were a rowdy set of voices engaging in conversation. The three glanced at each other and peeked out from a slit in the tent. The sky was gloomy, as if it might rain at any moment. Outside the tent, a well-equipped team was resting. After a rough estimate, there were around 200 people. They didn't seem to intend to set up camp, probably planning to continue after their rest. Thump thump thump. Footsteps were heard outside the tent, and Fang Hao let the tent down. Then, a voice came from outside the tent. Gentlemen, young Master Mullen requests your audience. The three of them opened the tent. Lead the way. A soldier led the way with the trio following behind. The trio was led to a tent in the middle of the camp and stopped. Master Mullen, your guests have arrived. A young voice came from inside the tent. Come in. They opened the tent and walked in. The ground in the tent was covered with a few rugs, and two people were sitting on them. One was an officer clad in iron armor, and the other was a chubby young man in a purple nobleman's robe. The officer was a burly middle-aged man with a brown beard, giving off a calm and stable aura. He glanced at the trio and gave a slight nod as a form of greeting. Human warrior, Tier 7. The officer had the strength of Tier 7. The chubby young man was naturally the young Master Mullen the soldier had spoken of. His robe was tight around his chubby figure, forming ring after ring of folds. It was quite comical to look at. Young Master Mullen. Having been chosen as the team leader, Zhang Bin is tasked to trigger some missions. Ah, come sit, my name's Mullen, and this is Commander Hoyle. What may I call the three of you? Thanks to you all this morning, our troop avoided the mountain bandits' ambush. Mullen's overly familiar manner invited the three to sit. So, the middle-aged man was Hoyle. My name is Zhang Bin, these are Fang Hao and Dong Jiayu. Zhang Bin also introduced himself. From what Mullen just said, they could infer the scenario before their arrival. They had helped the troop avoid the mountain bandits' ambush and had been moving together since then. It's obvious that the three of you are very skilled, much more so than my guards. This time, I'm here to take on the position of the City Lord of Nesburg. I'll definitely make sure to express my gratitude to you all, said Mullen, thumping his chest and thus causing his flesh to wobble. I'm grateful to you, Lord Mullen, Zhang Bin thanked him. Their mission this time was to help Mullen become the City Lord, so they would naturally follow Mullen all the way. Leaving the team midway, or the death of Mullen, would both result in mission failure. To be honest with you all, my father has several sons, but due to some reasons, he doesn't prefer me, so he assigned me the territory on the borders, Mullen began to explain on his own. The three listened. Noblemen usually have numerous offspring. For those profligate nobles, they even had a large number of illegitimate children. With so many sons, property distribution has always been an issue. Everyone wants a larger share. And Mullen claimed that his father didn't favor him, which led the trio to suspect it was due to his size. With many sons, anyone would prefer the talented ones and wouldn't like their successor to be a tier -1 person who was fat as a ball. Seeing the three were silent, Mullen continued, but I believe, though I may be inferior in combat skills, I am not worse than others in abilities. I will become an excellent city lord someday. My city will be more prosperous, with more residents leading a better life than those foul-mouthed scoundrels. Then they will see who is the real pig. The three didn't think that the chubby boy in front of them would say such words. But it also made some sense. Not everyone possessed the talent for martial arts. Like those rabbit women who had taken the enlightening potion, some leveled up quickly, while others did not show significant effects. Going out to fight and risking their lives were tasks naturally done by their subordinates. All he needed to do was to become an excellent city lord, rather than a qualified warrior. Everyone needs to find their own position. Being a good city lord doesn't have much to do with tiers. This was something Fang Hao understood deeply. The reason his territory could expand rapidly was thanks to his soldiers and his heroes. He had been acting as a lord who commanded from behind. Assigning talented people to positions where they could shine was, too, a kind of ability. Young Master Mullen, you will become an excellent city lord. Zhang Bin continued to say. That's also what I think, and I am fully prepared for it. Mullen said confidently, patting his backpack. They chat for a while. Young Master Mullen, I think it's time for us to depart, said Hoyle, the regiment commander, standing up. We need to ensure that we enter the city before dusk, otherwise we'll have to stay in the open field for another night. All right, Commander Hoyle, Mullen agreed swiftly. Hoyle walked out of the tent and began to give orders loudly. The resting soldiers began to act, tidy up the place, and set off for their destination about 20 minutes later. Perhaps not many people were willing to hear Mullen talk about himself. All along the way, Mullen kept drawing back the curtain of the carriage, telling the three about his past. He talked about how his brothers mocked him, and how he would counterattack once he became a great city lord. As the team continued to move forward, the sky grew darker and darker. Fluffy dark clouds merged with the horizon, covering the entire land. Speed up. As long as we pass through the forest ahead, we can see the fortress of Ness, Hoyle shouted loudly, urging the team to speed up, as the rain was about to come. The gloomy weather and exhausting journey made everyone very irritable. No sooner had the order to speed up been given, than the team stopped abruptly. Fang Hao looked towards the front and saw an overturned carriage blocking the way. Dense forests lined both sides of the road, making it impossible for their carriages and wagons loaded with heavy goods to pass. It seems like it's time for the fight plot, Fang Hao said, looking at the carriage blocking the way ahead. Yes, how could it just happen that the goods were overturned here? Zhang Bin agreed. Go, tell Hoyle that it might be an ambush, Fang Hao ordered. Zhang Bin nodded and headed towards the front of the team. Fang Hao and Dong Jiayu quickly joined Mullen by his carriage. Zhang Bin and Hoyle whispered to each other. Hoyle's face darkened progressively, and he ordered the team to turn around, intending to leave the forest. Swish. Just as the team moved, an arrow shot out from the dense forest and hit the carriage with a metallic clang. The next second, swish, swish, swish. Arrows rained down on them one after another. The sudden shower of arrows startled everyone. Just as Fang Hao and his comrades had guessed, they were ambushed. Arrow after arrow shot out from the woods. Defend. Overturn the carts, block the arrows. Hoyle commanded loudly. The guards raised their shields while also toppling the carts laden with supplies, blocking the barrage of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. Before they could set up defenses, another hail of arrows shot out from the dense forest on the other side. A large number of guards were hit by the arrows, howling in pain as they fell into pools of blood. The rest quickly took cover in the center of the carts. Fang Hao and his two companions were even more prepared than the others. The moment the arrows were fired, they quickly found cover, avoiding the incoming arrows. Boss, this mission ain't going well, said Zhang Bin, leaning against their cover with a serious look. Fang Hao nodded. Considering the intensity of the enemy's arrow fire, the number of enemies definitely exceeded their own. Another group of guards had just fallen. They were clearly at a disadvantage. Wait, where's Mullen? Fang Hao suddenly realized that the main character of the mission was missing. The three immediately looked towards the noble carriage 5 meters away. The originally luxurious carriage was now full of arrows, looking like a giant porcupine. Simultaneously, Mullen's heart-wrenching screams could be heard from the carriage. "Commander Hoyle, save me, I've been shot in the thigh, it hurts." "Damn, this fat man didn't get down." Mullen's cry for help lured enemies from the forests on both sides. Yet another barrage of arrows rained down on the noble carriage. Even the sturdy carriage began to collapse and fall apart under the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, ah. Mullen screamed loudly in fright. Upon hearing Mullen's cries, Hoyle cut off the rope connecting the horses with a single slash of his sword, called 2 guards, and lifted a flipped cart for cover, advancing to the front of the carriage. The 2 carriages formed a low wall, each blocking incoming attacks from one side. Bang! Kicking open the carriage door, he dragged out the flailing and wailing Mullen from the carriage. Then he continued to use the cart for cover, returning to the group with Mullen. Commander Hoyle demonstrated his extraordinary determination, rescuing Mullen quickly and without hesitation. After putting Mullen to one side, he immediately instructed the group to set up defensive positions. After the shower of arrows would come close combat. "How are you? Do you have any healing potions?" Dong Jiayu approached with her bandages ready. There was an arrow in Mullen's thigh and another in his arm. Perhaps because he was fat and had a massive amount of blood, he was now completely dyed red with his own blood. It was a rather scary sight. He was the mission target and he could not die here. "Yes, I only have 2 bottles, I was worried about facing danger on the road, so I." "Shut up and drink the potion," Dong Jiayu sternly interrupted, bandaging Mullen's wounds. Meanwhile, Fang Hao, hidden behind the cart, had summoned his frost armor, cloaked in a pale blue aura. His second spell, Swirling Mist, was also ready. As the magic wand radiated light, a thick mist spread around them, blocking the enemy's vision. The incoming arrows instantly decreased by a large extent, greatly relieving the pressure on everyone. Some warriors even took advantage of the mist to drag over their wounded companions. Hoyle, the commander, looked at Fang Hao in surprise and merely gave a slight nod without saying anything more. "Boss, let's hit them with a meteor smashing into earth," Zhang Bin said softly, noticing the effect was good. He was referring to the innate skill, Starfire, of the Starfire wand. It could summon a meteor to attack a specific region, causing an explosion. Starfire was indeed powerful, but it had clear drawbacks: slow formation and high consumption. Fang Hao also wanted to hit them hard and send them packing right then and there, a one-way ticket to the afterlife. He was just about to open up the magic potion, drink it and release Starfire. Suddenly, Hoyle said, "Prepare for hand-to-hand combat, they're about to make their move." All the soldiers drew their longswords from their waists, waiting, their faces serious. At this time, Fang Hao and the others also noticed that the arrows from both sides had stopped. Without needing confirmation, they could hear rustling from the bushes around them and footsteps steadily closing in. Fang Hao immediately switched the spell he was consolidating from Starfire and summoned wood element spirits instead. With a flash of light, 3 wood spirits appeared before them. The footsteps were getting louder, close enough to reach them. Fang Hao pulled out the knight's sword from his waist and tightly gripped the wand in his other hand. Zhang Bin and Dong Jiayu also took out their weapons, preparing to face the impending attack. Kill. With the first enemy getting past the wagon barricade, the battle cry rang out. Release. Entanglement. Fang Hao commanded. The 3 wood spirits released the skill, Entanglement, in 3 different directions. Vines grew from the ground, binding the enemy's feet, stopping them from advancing. This presented the guards with an opportunity to counterattack. Going past the wagon, they attacked the immobilized enemy. Bang! Fang Hao's fire arrow formed and immediately hit an enemy who was pouncing towards them. The enemy flew backward, knocking over his companions behind him. His other hand, gripping the knight's sword, relentlessly slew enemies, reaping their lives. The 3 stood back to back, killing the charging enemies. The combined effects of the wood spirit's entanglement and the swirling mist gave their side a significant advantage. After a fierce fight, the size of the enemy forces significantly dwindled. When the last enemy was slain, the battle was declared over. The mist had considerably dissipated. Mournful groans from the wounded could be heard all around. Treat the wounded. All enemy wounded are to be executed, Hoyle commanded coldly. All the soldiers, weary as they were, sprung back into action. Those enemies who were still alive were executed, one by one. Lord Mullen, are you okay? Fang Hao squatted down and asked Mullen. I'm fine. Are all those men dead? Bandits again. Mullen sat on the ground, still dazed, but managed to ask. Fang Hao shook his head. Judging by their attire, they don't seem like bandits. They look more like the city guard from a nearby city. Upon hearing this, Mullen's expression quickly became anxious. The city guard from a nearby city had ambushed them, waiting for their movement. The identity of this group would not be too hard to guess. Why is everyone opposing me becoming city lord, not giving me even one chance? There was a sense of defeat in Mullen's voice. Every successful person in the past had to go through trials. This might be your trial. Now that we've come this far, you must become the city lord. Otherwise, it would not honor the soldiers who died escorting you. Fang Hao leaned over and encouraged him, fearing that he may give up his chance at becoming city lord. Mullen lifted his head, looking at the severely wounded and decimated troop of soldiers. Out of 200 men, only dozens were left. Is all of this worth it? That depends on whether you can become an excellent city lord, Fang Hao responded, grabbing a magic potion and drinking it. Mullen looked at the rough clay bottle in Fang Hao's hand, opened his backpack, and took out a glass bottle with an elixir. Drink this, Mullen said. Fang Hao wasn't seriously injured, but he had consumed a considerable amount of magical power. After examining the healing potion in Mullen's hand, he shook his head and gave a signal to Hoyle. Hoyle was the leader of this team, and in the future, Mullen would rely more on Hoyle's protection. He was not far away, dressing wounds while commanding the soldiers to take action. The cost of producing the healing potion was pretty high, so it was difficult for ordinary soldiers or leaders to own such a potion. Mullen immediately understood Fang Hao's intention, and quietly said, "Thank you, Commander Hoyle, for saving me just now." At the same time, he handed over the healing potion he held in his hand. Hoyle turned around and looked at Mullen somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Mullen to express gratitude. When he saw Fang Hao sitting next to Mullen, it seemed that he understood something. "Thank you, young Master Mullen." Hoyle softly expressed his gratitude, received the potion from him, and turned back to continue commanding the clearance of the battlefield. The injured parties had been bandaged up, but the team still couldn't stop moving. They needed to reach the city before dusk. Otherwise, the heavy night rain would claim the injured's lives. The team set off again, helping each other and moving towards the fortress city. The horses and carts had been damaged in the recent battle, so Mullen could only follow them with his injuries. Fortunately, after taking the healing potion, his injuries had significantly improved. "Mr. Fang Hao, I didn't expect you to be a mage." Mullen quickened his pace and walked beside Fang Hao. "Just some basic magic," Fang Hao replied. "How did you manage to cast 3 types of elemental magic?" Mullen seemed to have recovered from the recent danger, and started to make conversation again. "I didn't have a formal magic teacher, so I had to learn various basic magic piecemeal. I got to where I am because of this incidental learning." Fang Hao expressed this in a way that was easy to understand. He naturally didn't have a magic teacher. The skills he had learned had all been from the scrolls he randomly got and studied by himself. He seldom used magic in his daily life, and he didn't consider himself proficient. But in Mullen's eyes, he was close to being a genius. "Mr. Fang Hao, once I become a qualified city lord, I will find you a formal teacher for magic study," Mullen said. "Okay." Fang Hao did not say much and smiled in agreement. After the task was done, they would leave this place. They wouldn't wait for Mullen to become a city lord or for him to find a magic teacher for Fang Hao. The team continued moving forward. Mullen went and chatted with Zhang Bin for a while. He returned to Fang Hao and excitedly said, "Mr. Fang Hao, do you also have a city?" He must have learned from his conversation with Zhang Bin that Fang Hao also had a territory. Yes. Fang Hao didn't hide the fact. Although what he had was not a city, but a territory. It was much larger than his father's. After getting confirmation from Fang Hao, Mullen began rummaging through his backpack. He took out a notebook with a brown leather cover from inside and handed it to Fang Hao. "This is for you. It will be helpful for your future city management." Fang Hao was surprised and took it instinctively. Mullen's City Lord Summary. Category: Special Item. Effect: City Law and Order Governance plus 5%, Population Fertility plus 5%, Food Industrial Production plus 5, Military plus 2%. Description: Learning and reflecting on the previous generations' efforts will bring you closer to your set goals. An item. Fang Hao casually flipped through the notebook. The densely packed words on the pages recorded decisions and feats of successful lords and city lords. It was filled from cover to cover. "Did you write all this?" Fang Hao asked in astonishment. This notebook unexpectedly had many properties. If it were to be rated, it would probably be a purple-level treasure. "I copied it from books. After reading many books, I recorded what I felt was useful." Mullen replied with an awkward smile. "So, if you give it to me, what will you do?" Fang Hao continued to ask. "I have memorized it. I've gone through it countless times on this journey. I hope it will be of help to you," Mullen said confidently. It looks like the preparation that Mullen had mentioned previously referred to this notebook. Mullen didn't know Fang Hao's background, but at least he himself was of noble birth and had the chance to look at those books. Fang Hao had already shown the talent of a mage, but didn't even have the opportunity to find a magic teacher. The city he managed was probably a small peripheral city. This notebook could possibly make up for the lack of knowledge Fang Hao had. All these were Mullen's assumptions, and they seemed quite accurate. "Okay, thank you. I'll take it then." Fang Hao directly accepted the notebook. This summary of the city lord was a good treasure. Its effect was quite similar to his own white bone throne. It would take effect once placed in the territory, and didn't need to be an equipped item. On passing through the dense forest, they could see the silhouette of a city in the distance. That was their destination, the Nazburg. After traveling for 10 more minutes, they found a river several meters wide before them. A stone bridge, 4 meters in width, connected the banks. On the other end of the bridge, they could see soldiers waiting in strict formation and roadblocks and checkpoints set up. The identities of these people were not difficult to guess. Their armor and attire matched those of the people who ambushed them just moments ago. Them gathering here now was an obvious sign of their intentions. They wanted to stop them from crossing the stone bridge. "Ask about the situation." Hoyle signaled to a soldier at his side. Understanding, the soldier stepped forward and shouted, "We are a merchant caravan on the way to Nezburg, please let us pass." A man came out from the back of the group and shouted back, "Stop playing dumb, you're not crossing this bridge." Hoyle stopped the soldier from continuing the conversation. He came to Mullen and said, "Young Master Mullen, it seems the nobles of Nezburg are not very welcoming towards us. There will be a battle on the bridge. Be careful." Mullen's gaze held more resolve than before. "Commander Hoyle, I'll be careful," he replied. Just like Fang Hao said, they had already come this far. There was no turning back for him. Either he entered Nezburg and became its city lord, or he died here. Hoyle nodded. "Line up." The soldiers began to organize, preparing to attack the stone bridge. The fighters raised their shields, forming an impenetrable wall of steel. Both sides lacked in long-range attacks, but the enemy still had the upper hand in numbers. One mistake could lead to their defeat in battle. "Advance," Hoyle ordered. The convoy formed a tidy square, moving forward steadily and in unison. In front of them was a well-fortified wooden roadblock, behind it, more enemies. The convoy continued to advance, reducing the gap between them to 5 meters. Fang Hao stood in the third row, flanked by Zhongbin and Dong Jiayu. His starfire wand glowed with a light yellow aura. "Scatter!" Fang Hao barked. The soldiers in the front 2 rows quickly retreated to the sides, leaving a gap of more than 2 meters in the middle. At the same time, Fang Hao's magic conjured the Glay Rolling Stone. A boulder 2 meters in diameter appeared in the middle. Fang Hao pointed his wand forward, and the Glay Rolling Stone sped towards the enemy line. Thump, thump, thump. The roadblocks along the way were crushed one by one, and the enemy formation was instantly shattered under the impact of the rolling stone. The enemy's formation was crushed, and many were thrown off their feet, causing many casualties. Charge! Break through their lines, Hoyle bellowed. The soldiers charged forward with their shields up, slamming into the enemy lines. They swung their weapons fiercely at the enemy. The skirmish lasted for more than 20 minutes before it finally began to wind down. The stone bridge was piled high with bodies, the ground turned red with blood. Blood seeped through the cracks in the bridge, dribbling into the river. Stage reward. Human clan influence plus 100, healing potion 3, magic potion 1. Special team reward. Choose 1. Fire protection potion, enlightening potion, thunderburst battle axe blue. Selection countdown. 59, 58. The stage reward appeared. Fire protection potion. Category. Potion. Effect. Fire resistance plus 10%, duration 15 seconds. Description. A potion crafted by the alchemist, consumption can enhance resistance to fire elemental. This was the first time Fang Hao had seen the fire protection potion. Although it boosted fire resistance, it came with a time limit, making it a consumable item. Given the potion's properties, it wasn't much help to Fang Hao. If any real danger were to come, he would rather rely on his skeleton warriors than risk using this kind of resistance-boosting potion. Yet he feared that there might be more to the plot. It might be possible that Mullen would need to use the potion. Boss, which one should we pick? Zhang Bin asked as he approached. Pick the first one, just in case there's a special plot twist later, Fang Hao replied. Okay. Zhang Bin immediately agreed, choosing the first option. The fire protection potion appeared in his hand and was handed over to Fang Hao. Fang Hao accepted the potion right away. After a brief rest, the team hit the road again. Who knows what the time is now? Drizzle started to fall from the sky. In front of them stood the towering wall of Nesburg City. The soldiers on the city wall wore armor similar to the enemies they encountered on the way. Now, Mullen had reached Nesburg. The people in the city also lost their best chance to kill Mullen. The death of the Lord's son at the hands of bandits on the road and in the city are two different matters. No one dares to lay a hand on Mullen in full view of the public. If Mullen dies in the city, all the nobles of the city will be implicated. Hoyle stepped forward and showed his identity to the guards. This severely wounded team slowly entered the city. Countless eyes were fixed on Mullen. The latter maintained his composure, his body already soaked with sweat. I always feel like their gaze at me is not friendly, Mullen said in a suppressed voice to the side. Fang Hao certainly noticed those looks. Since Mullen had already entered the city, it also means that these people didn't have the courage to act immediately. Of course, it doesn't rule out the possibility that they will use other means. It's normal for the city's nobles to be unwelcoming to you, but you should also be careful of those who are unusually kind, Fang Hao said softly. Okay, I will. The team went straight to the city lord's mansion. Hoyle arranged for the guards and took over the defense of the city lord's mansion. When Mullen sat on the city lord's throne, the three of them received a system prompt. Historical event. Battle of Nesburg completed. Reward distribution. Freeze skill scroll, mental enhancement potion, Forgotten Scholar's robe, blue, storm wand, blue. According to the experience from last time, the appearance of the system prompt means that the task has been completed. Return countdown. 3, 2, 1. Fang Hao nodded at Mullen on the throne. The light appeared again, enveloping the figures of the three of them. The next second, they disappeared on the spot. When Fang Hao opened his eyes again, he was back in his own territory. Era heard the noise and came out of the city lord mansion. Master, you're back, do you need me to prepare lunch? Yes, please prepare it. The time in the trial space does not sync with this one. He looked at his watch, it was 1:40 in the afternoon. While Era went to prepare lunch, Fang Hao began to check his rewards. Do you want to learn the skill, Freeze? Yes. The scroll turned into a ray of light and went straight into Fang Hao's body. Freeze. Type. Water magic. Level. Tier 3 magic. Ability. Condenses water elemental magic to attack enemies in a small range, causing an extra 50% freeze damage, and entering a frozen state. Closing square bracket. After reading the skill introduction, Fang Hao was slightly pleased. Finally, he had a second attack skill. Not only does it provide control, it also deals freeze damage, which can greatly enhance his own combat strength and self-defense ability. Even if he can't beat the opponent, freezing them and running away is a good method. Fang Hao raised his hand, cast Freeze on a passing skeleton warrior. A cold breath ran along his palm, hitting the target skeleton. The next second, the skeleton warrior and the leather in his arms were instantly wrapped in ice, frozen in place. About 3 seconds later, the ice shattered, the skeleton warrior stood with his knight's sword, searching for his target in confusion. I slipped, there's no enemy, go back to work. Fang Hao said. The skeleton warrior put away his sword, picked up the fallen leather and carried on delivering it to the warehouse. After testing the freeze skill, Fang Hao felt rather satisfied. He continued to check the remaining 3 rewards. The Forgotten Scholar's Robe, blue. Type. Armor. Defense. Level 1 defense. Effect. Magic condensation plus 2%, magic attack plus 2%. Description. An old-style mage's robe. Although the style is a bit outdated, the quality is still good. The blue mage robe is perfectly suited for his own use. What a shame it's not a blueprint, otherwise he could equip the Undead mage group. Storm Wand, blue. Type. Wand. Damage. Tier 3 damage. Effect. Air magic condensation plus 5%. Description. Wand born in the storm. He was even awarded a blue quality wand. The blue wand had pretty good attributes. The mainstream gear within the channel was still in the category of green equipment. Some green equipment could sell for a respectable price in the regional channels. This blue wand was genuinely a decent reward. However, compared to his Starfire wand, both the attributes and supplementary skills were far inferior. It seemed that this wand could only be given to the Undead mage to use. It was a pity that only one was rewarded, not a blueprint. Next, he looked at the final item of reward, a mental enhancement potion. He had recently been introduced to enhancement potions. The physical enhancement potion he had purchased from a half-demon alchemist, which had enhanced his body upon consumption. In today's task, he had demonstrated melee capabilities, which had always been a challenge for him before. Examine the attributes. Mental enhancement potion. Category. Level 2 potion. Effects. Enhances mental capabilities. Description. Body enhancement potion created by an alchemist. Upon consumption, it enhances the mind. No usage requirements. Indeed, it was a level 2 potion. Fang Hao didn't immediately consume it. He was about to have dinner and didn't want to consume such a stimulating potion before his meal. In a short while, Era called him to eat. The luxurious spread allowed Fang Hao to feast to his heart's content. After lunch, at 2 in the afternoon, Blackfoot Cat, Lori, was stealthily peeking out from behind the door. Lori, are you looking for Angia? Fang Hao asked with a smile. Lori stepped out from behind the door and said somewhat shyly, No, could I have some of your time, sir? I have something to discuss. Looking for me? Fang Hao was slightly surprised. Every time Lori came, she would go out to play with Angia. It was different this time. Come in and talk, then. Fang Hao invited her in. Lori walked into the hall and took a seat on a chair. What is it? Asked Fang Hao. Well, sir, do you still remember my tribe's migration? You promised to help us establish a village. Lori answered while looking down and playing with her fingers. Of course, Fang Hao remembered this matter. The reason why Lori had come here was to help her tribe find a stable place to live and rebuild their village. The agreement between her and Fang Hao was that he would help establish a village for her people within his territory, and provide them with shelter. However, after arriving here and seeing the bone-white undead scattered across the mountains and fields, Lori felt that she had stepped into a pitfall. Since then, she never mentioned the matter of her tribe. Neither did Fang Hao. Lori has been living in the territory for half a month, running all over the place with Angia every day. She had also gained some understanding of Fang Hao's character. Today, she finally decided to speak to Fang Hao about bringing her tribe over. To find an appropriate place to establish a village. Lori had already come once in the morning, only to find that Fang Hao was not there. I remember. So, do your people want to come over? Fang Hao asked curiously. No. Lori answered with her head down. Sir, do your promises about establishing the village still stand? Of course, the territory is vast. There is plenty of room for you to establish a village. Fang Hao answered. Inside the territory, there was large expanses of desolation. Fang Hao had no objections to the Lori tribe moving in, especially since they did not have many people. Upon hearing Fang Hao's answer, Lori's face instantly lit up with joy. Oh, thank you so much, Lord. Can I go and bring my tribe over in a few days? Sure. Is it a long journey? If it is, you can ride the purple-scaled horse or the bone dragon back. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said. The orc territory was not very safe. What was an orc village today could become a bandit camp by tomorrow. So Fang Hao was a bit worried about Lori's safety. Riding the bone dragon was relatively safer, as the risks along the way could largely be avoided thanks to its ability to fly amongst the clouds. Upon hearing she could use the bone dragon, Lori instantly showed a delighted expression. Really? I can ride the bone dragon back? Of course, but don't lose the bone dragon. Absolutely, absolutely, Lori quickly assured. Inside, she was already thinking about how prestigious it would be to ride the bone dragon back. Can I set off today then? Lori asked again. Sure. Be careful on the road. Oh, can I take Angia along with me? Lori asked again. No. There was no room for negotiation. Whenever those two were together, the danger increased significantly. This was more dangerous than encountering a robber on the road. Seeing that Fang Hao's expression had turned serious, Lori immediately backed down. Then I'll be off. Lori left the hall and directly ran towards the bone dragon. Along the way, she flaunted to the rabbit maids she encountered that she was allowed to ride the bone dragon alone. After seeing off Lori, Fang Hao satisfyingly soaked himself in the hot springs. He also took the mental enhancement potion. The next day, early morning. Fang Hao woke up from his sleep. Aira was curled up like a little kitten in his arms, with her arm around Fang Hao and her fair and round leg resting on his body. He wanted to move the leg that was pressing against him, but Aira was quicker. She turned over and sat directly on top of Fang Hao, her cheeks immediately reddish as she cooed in a seductive voice, "Good morning, sir." Clad in a bunny girl outfit that was half off, she exposed her perfect figure. So energetic first thing in the morning. Fang Hao glanced at her. Aira's face turned red, and her body wriggled slightly. She retorted, "Not as energetic as you, sir." At 7 o'clock, Fang Hao and Aira left the room. The maids had already gotten up and started their work. Seeing Fang Hao coming out, they greeted him with smiles. After breakfast, Fang Hao called everyone out from the Lord's mansion. This included Angia, who hadn't completely woken up yet. The materials for upgrading the Lord's mansion were ready, and Fang Hao planned to proceed with the upgrade immediately. Level 8 City Lord's Stone Tower. Hardwood 8,500, stone blocks 11,000, iron 950, metal parts 750, brick tile 1,200. Start the upgrade. Once the upgrade was confirmed, light enveloped the Lord's mansion. 20 minutes later, the light dispersed and the level 8 City Lord's stone tower appeared before everyone. The main structure of the Lord's mansion was expanded, and the original flat roof was changed to a tile-slanted roof. A round tower was added to the left side. The hexagonal cone-shaped tile top of the tower reminded Fang Hao of the pointed roof of the Magic Academy from Harry Potter. Level 8 City Lord's Stone Tower. Owner: Fang Hao. Abilities: Produce Collect plus 3.7%, Troop Movement plus 4%, All Attributes plus 2.5%. Existing buildings: Level 6 Underground Cemetery, Level 6 Stable. Remark: Core building of the territory. Materials required for upgrading: hardwood 10,500, stone block 16,000, iron 1,100, metal parts 900, brick tile 1,800. The level 9 Lord's Stone Tower required an increased quantity of materials once again. The rest was somewhat sufficient, but there was still a shortage of tiles. When the time came, the number of kilns would be increased to boost the production of tiles. Era and Angia immediately went to visit the upgraded Lord's residence, while Fang Hao continued upgrading the other buildings to level 8. After being busy for a while, it was already 9 o'clock. Returning to his room, Fang Hao began to prepare his next plan. He lied on the bed and cast God's presence. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on the skeleton of a gray bear. It was the same bedroom as before. But now the room was empty. The skeleton was secured in place with a thin hemp rope to prevent it from flying around. Fang Hao called towards the door a couple of times but nobody entered. So he untied the hemp rope from his leg and flew out of the open window. It didn't take long for Fang Hao to spot the figure of the gray bear. At this moment, it was sitting on a stone step, and in front of the gray bear, Millie was brandishing the weapon in her hand. Sweat was dripping down her forehead, it seemed she was practicing. Fang Hao flew straight down to the gray bear's side and asked, "How is Millie doing?" Hearing the sudden voice, the gray bear immediately became alert. However, upon seeing the skeleton, its tense expression relaxed. It replied, "Millie is very talented, but she is somewhat frivolous. She only trains when being watched." This was also why Era asked Fang Hao to arrange tasks for Millie. In the main city, Millie was the most playful one. "Okay. Get ready. There will be a task soon." After saying this, he deactivated God's presence. At noon, 10 bone dragons descended from the sky. This time, the team was led directly by Black Sword, with Fang Hao again using God's presence on the skeleton. "Lord, Black Sword." Gray Bear greeted them. Fang Hao, controlling the skeleton, flew down. "Gray Bear, those are your new equipment, a total of 100 sets of armor. Check them and give them out. The rest will be sent to you next time." The bone dragons held huge bundles, which contained the complete Storm Fine Iron set. The Storm Fine Iron set was a blue armor set. Not only was each part a tier 3 armor, but it also had a good set effect. It boosted attack, life, and the success rate of skills. Gray Bear was not unfamiliar with the Storm Fine Iron set. During previous battles, skeleton warriors wore this dark metal armor. It was something they had always admired. The equipment dropped by the dead skeleton warriors during battles was quietly collected by them since Fang Hao didn't ask for it. Only Gray Bear and some key members of the stronghold had the privilege to wear it. The others could only envy, hoping that more skeleton warriors would die in the next battle. This time, Fang Hao directly sent 100 sets, and more will be sent in the future. Everyone showed excited expressions. "Thank you, my lord." Gray Bear immediately thanked and arranged for the storm sets to be distributed. There were just that many people in the stronghold, so priority was given to those who would be sent on tasks. After the equipment was taken away, Gray Bear continued to ask, "Are there any tasks this time, my lord?" Recently, tasks for the stronghold have been increasingly frequent. This time, we need to go to a place called Wilderness Cemetery. You organize some people. We will set off immediately. Fang Hao instructed. This time, he led the team to complete one of the 2 field missions called Wilderness Cemetery that were accepted from the task hall. The map didn't provide much information, only that it might be haunted by wandering undead creatures. Fang Hao was familiar with the undead, understanding of each of their skills. "Master." At this point, Millie came over and called out softly. "Well, I saw you training this morning. Have you made any progress?" asked Fang Hao. "Yes, Gray's sister took me hunting last night, and I killed a gray wolf myself." Millie raised her head, somewhat proud. Fang Hao thought it was funny. Millie had already reached tier 4. Killing a normal beast was not difficult at all. Killing a wolf was like slaying a dragon for her. Then you have to work harder. "When you reach tier 6 or tier 7, I will assign you some new tasks," said Fang Hao. "Really? What kind of tasks? Are they difficult?" Millie was still eager to try. Whether it's difficult or not depends on how skillful you are. At that time, you can also lead a team. How prestigious would that be to have a group of subordinates behind you? Fang Hao said as if he was deceiving a child. "Really? Then, master, can I have more people then? I want to be a bandit." "What do you mean by Be a bandit. Soon, Gray Bear finished preparing on his end. 100 underlings equipped with new armor were ready. Dozens of carts and some tools that may be used were also ready. Once everything was ready, Fang Hao gave the order to move towards the location on the map. The people here, like Gray Bear, were very familiar with the terrain. When they were bandits before, they had traversed these places countless times. After walking through several dense forests and traveling for about 2 hours, the team finally approached the destination of this mission, the Wilderness Cemetery. In front of them was an ancient stone castle. Its walls were dim, its doors and windows severely rotted, and odd-colored flowers bloomed from the vines crawling on its walls. In front of the stone castle was a rectangular open space. In the hollow there was an array of old and broken tombstones, densely packed like a low stone forest. They had encountered some wild animals along the way, but the closer they got to this place, it was as if it was a forbidden area with no wild animals at all. Even the woods on both sides were void of any chirping of insects or birds. It was eerily quiet. Fang Hao stood in the distance, observing the scene in front of him. He was reminded of the Shadowwind Castle of the Blood Hunter. It too was a stone castle, with rotten corpses set up outside to guard it. But the two were not on the same scale. The Shadowwind Castle only had about 100 or so tombstones, while this place had thousands. Gray Bear, are you familiar with this place? Fang Hao turned his head to look at Gray Bear, who appeared serious. Gray Bear frowned at the cluster of tombstones in front of him, while Millie looked somewhat pale, clinging tightly to Gray Bear's arm. Hearing Fang Hao's question, Gray Bear nodded and said, I've never been here, but I've heard some stories about this place. What kind of stories? Gray Bear recalled and said in a solemn tone, bandits once set up a camp here and were attacked by monsters. The camp suffered heavy losses and ultimately had to relocate, so this area is now off limits to the bandits. That's all. Isn't there any information about the type or number of monsters? Fang Hao continued to ask. I didn't hear about that. My camp has always stayed away from here. Gray Bear shook his head. Gray Bear's camp seldom had contact with others. They were at a certain distance from this area, and the information he had received were mostly unofficial news. He couldn't even remember the source of the information anymore. At this time, however, the monkey, standing behind Gray Bear suddenly spoke up. Sir, I've heard some things too, not sure if it would be of any help. Monkey wriggled his way through. Let's hear it. I heard that there used to be an orphanage run by the church there. Then for unknown reasons, everyone died there. Some people say that this place is cursed. Those who approach would attract misfortune and death, Monkey said in a low voice. His eyes occasionally darted towards the stone castle in the distance. Hearing Monkey's explanation, Fang Hao had a thought. He looked again at the stone castle not far away. On the mottled wall, he indeed could identify some symbols related to the temple. Without a doubt, it was a temple building. But it was once an orphanage, so then all these densely packed tombstones. How long has this place been abandoned? Fang Hao continued to ask. Monkey thought for a moment and then answered, at least over 30 years. He wasn't sure how many years it had been abandoned, but he made an approximate estimate based on his age and the time when he heard this rumor. Any monsters inside? Not sure. Monkey glanced at the gray sparrow skeleton. He wanted to say that if there were, they would be undead, but he held his tongue. He figured it was best to say less, as his life was still in their hands. Fang Hao nodded his head, without asking anything more. No matter how much he asked, they would still eventually need to go in. Go on, scout out the path, he said. As it was the usual rule, Fang Hao had the skeleton warrior on the side go in and scout the road. The skeleton warrior received the command without the slightest hesitation. It stepped directly into the cemetery. It walked around the entire area, even stepping on 2 coffins along the way. But there were no rotten corpses that appeared as expected. The whole cemetery just had the skeleton warrior walking back and forth. Could it be that it had been so long that the undead in the coffins had all rotted away? Wild undead won't do, for the embalmment was not up to par. Okay, come out, Fang Hao said. The skeleton warrior swaggered out and returned to its original position. Black sword, go in. Gray Bear, take your people along too. Fang Hao ordered. Yes, sir. The two nodded and agreed. The skeleton soldiers started to form a tidy line and directly walked into the cemetery. Still no danger appeared. Fang Hao started calling for people to collect shadowstones along the way. There were quite a few shadowstones in this area. Just what he needed. The team continued to approach the ancient castle unhindered. If there were no enemies outside, then they were likely inside the castle. Whoosh. Just as the team was near, a loud rushing sound came from inside the castle. The next second, boom boom boom. One by one, figures came rushing out of the castle gate and from the windows upstairs, jumping into the line and brandishing their long claws, launching an attack. Ghoul, Tier 5. The team was immediately thrown into chaos, and Fang Hao could see the attributes of the monsters that sprang out clearly. The ghouls resembled humans closely with bluish-green skin, sharp ears and fangs, and their tongues were long like a snake's letter. They were almost as tall as the skeleton troll, with their arms reaching past their knees. Their palms were exceptionally large, with sharp, elongated nails growing on them. These long nails reminded Fang Hao of Wolverine. Many ghouls jumped down from the second and third floors of the ancient castle. They directly leapt into the rear of our formation. Their enormous hands and sharp fingertips served as their weapons. They brandished them at the enemies before them. Growls rang out from their mouths, reminiscent of wild beasts. Even though the ghouls broke into the ranks, the undead at close combat units still faced them. The ranged archers and mages maintained a safe distance from the front line. Gray Bear, take your men to protect the archers and mages, the Black Sword commanded after severing a ghoul's hand, yelling at Gray Bear. Gray Bear's subordinates are mostly of Tier 3 or 4, but they still employ the fighting style of mountain bandits in battle. Despite being fierce, their combat power in this kind of battle was inferior to the skeleton soldiers. Seeing the ghouls directing their attacks to the rear line, he ordered Gray Bear to protect the back. Without hesitation, Gray Bear shouted loudly, "Hold back these monsters." The bandits stood in front of the rear line, forming a human wall. They obstructed the ghouls who were charging towards the back. Only about 20 ghouls had rushed out of the ancient castle. Thankfully, the number was not overwhelming. Boom. The shield held by Black Sword knocked a charging ghoul out of the air. The entire body fell to the ground, and he promptly plunged his sword into it. Although pinned to the ground, the ghoul was still alive, its claws sparking against Black Sword's armor. Spurt. With one more stroke, he decapitated the ghoul and its struggling body gradually lost its strength. Black Sword continued to go after the next ghoul. This dead ghoul, however, was cannibalized by its own kind. Its limbs and skull were quickly devoured by the ghouls. Fang Hao felt a bit nauseous watching this and urged, Black Sword, pick up the pace and stop them from consuming the bodies. They can heal their wounds with that. Black Sword nodded. He urged the skeleton soldiers to hasten the pace of the battle. As the number of ghouls massively decreased, Gray Bear and his men began to initiate attacks instead of merely defending. Millie, with her flushed small face, was following Gray Bear, attacking an isolated ghoul. She stood beside the ghoul, her stature only reaching its waist. Hiss. The claws of the ghoul scraped against the iron armor, making a harsh noise. Millie's body instantly flew backward. She was thrown over 2 meters away but quickly struggled back to her feet. Wiping the mud off her face, she rekindled her resolve and rushed out once again. She quickly returned to Gray Bear's side and resumed the besiegement. Aim for its vital part. These creatures have a tremendous recovery power, Gray Bear kindly reminded her. Vital part. Millie tilted her head, looking at the towering blue monster before her. She directly aimed a thrust towards the ghoul's buttocks. Spurt. Her sword went in astonishingly smoothly. Without any resistance, she submerged the most of her blade into it. Ah! The ghoul let out a painful howl, and with a swipe of its claws, it again threw Millie several meters away. Even the sword in her hand stayed embedded in the ghoul. The battle finally came to an end. Fang Hao began giving orders to clean up the battlefield. It seemed the ghouls didn't belong to the undead, as their bodies didn't disappear after death, but remained intact. However, Several bodies had been cannibalized by other ghouls, making it difficult to piece them together. It doesn't matter if we couldn't reconstruct them. The main objective was to unlock the soldier type. The team took a brief rest, during which the bandits had some casualties. Gray Bear was directing his men to collect the bodies of their fallen comrades. "How are you doing?" said Fang Hao as he turned to Millie, who was quiet. She looked somewhat disheveled, her face covered in dirt, and several clear scratches were seen on the chest plate of her armor. "I'm fine," was all she said. Having been bought from slavers, Millie had seen just as much death as anyone else. "Okay," Fang Hao nodded, continuing to instruct Black Sword, "Organize people to enter the old castle. Gray Bear, stay and guard outside, inform us if something comes up." "Understood, sir," they both responded. The skeleton soldiers began entering the stone castle. The inside of the stone castle was rather dim, with deteriorated furniture, carvings of the temple on the walls, and a metal chandelier that had fallen off. Despite all wooden furniture rotting away, you could still tell that the place resembled a church, based on the traces left behind. The long, evenly arranged benches, and the podium on the elevated platform directly ahead. "Move up to the next floor. Be careful," whispered Fang Hao, patting a skeleton soldier on the shoulder. They encountered no danger on the first floor and began ascending the second. The number of rooms on the second floor was plentiful. A few of them were like dormitory rooms. The decaying single beds could still be made out. From the size of the beds, one could infer that this was, indeed, an orphanage, as Monkey had once said, and was inhabited by children. Upon reaching the third floor, it appeared to be the residence of the church staff. There wasn't much to find except for a few rusted metallic objects. "Sir, there is no enemy." After Heijian went through each room, he spoke up. "There are no enemies, nor treasure chests. How could that be possible? It is understandable that the enemies have been eliminated, but the absence of treasure chests is simply impossible. Move everything we can carry out and search again thoroughly," Fang Hao commanded. Yes. The skeleton soldiers began to act, moving all the items in the stone castle out. Fang Hao stood by the window on the first floor. As he watched the skeleton soldiers bustling in and out, he thought about what could have possibly been overlooked that led to the absence of treasure chests. Crack. Suddenly, a clear, crisp sound came from the front. Looking up, Fang Hao saw two skeletons dismantling a podium on the steps. As the podium was moved, a square slab underneath it could be seen slowly rising. With the slab's elevation, an opening slowly appeared on the ground above the podium. A burst of excitement welled up in Fang Hao's heart. Indeed, there was a place that had been overlooked. "Heijian, we have a situation. Send men over," Fang Hao said as he himself flew over. It was a 2-meter wide underground passage. The entrance was pitch black. Only the smooth stone walls on both sides and the stone steps leading downwards can be seen. "Sir, what's wrong?" At that moment, Heijian quickly walked over. He asked questioningly, but also noticed the entrance leading underground. "Did you bring the nightstones?" asked Fang Hao. Yes. Every time they ventured out, Fang Hao made ample preparations. Expecting caves or dark places, he would have the heroes carry nightstones. Heijian took 2 nightstones from his package. "Come on, let's go down and check." The 2 nightstones were hung on the necks of the 2 leading skeleton warriors. The downward passage was only 2 meters wide. With 2 skeleton warriors leading the way, 2 at a line, Fang Hao and Heijian took their positions at the 3rd row, and began their descent. As they continued downward, the passage grew darker. The nightstone's glow became more brilliant. On the stone walls on both sides, sunken lampposts started to appear, but they were all too corroded to be lit. They continued downward. About 3 minutes later, the path widened abruptly. This was a simple room, or a prayer room, to be exact. In the middle of the room lay a rotten hide carpet. Traces of dangling religious idols were left on the wall facing the room. What's going on? Fang Hao was somewhat puzzled. This building was originally a temple. Why would there be a prayer room underground? Glug, glug. Just as Fang Hao was pondering, a sound much akin to something wriggling suddenly came from a corner of the room. Even in his current skeletal state, he felt startled. If he had skin, it would without a doubt be crawling right now. Heijian, did you hear anything? Fang Hao said in a low voice. I hear it. It's in that direction, Heijian replied, pulling out his sword and pointing towards a corner. Skeleton soldiers rapidly descended the steps, spreading out in the room and waiting for the target to appear. Miss Adeline, are you here to pick us up? It's so dark and scary here. Suddenly, a voice resembling a nighttime cat's mournful wail sounded from the corner. After one sentence finished, Miss Adeline, are you here? Miss Adeline, we really don't like it here. Miss Adeline, did you bring us human meat? We're very hungry. A succession of sharp and irritating voices echoed simultaneously from the corner. At least more than 10 different voices were calling for Miss Adeline. Damn it! Fang Hao cursed under his breath. How could that corner possibly fit so many people? Who's there? Come out, said Heijian, who, as an undead, was devoid of fear. His longsword was pointing directly at the deep, dark corner. It's not Miss Adeline. It doesn't sound like Miss Adeline. It's outsiders. What did Miss Adeline say we should do if outsiders came in? It's been so long, and I've sort of forgotten. I remember. Miss said we should eat them. Right, eat them. I really like human flesh, especially mine. Eat him, quickly. The conversation in the corner was getting faster. Right after that, the wriggling sounds quickly approached. The next second, a monster that looked like a pile of flesh appeared under the glow of the nightstone from behind a pillar. Fear Devourer, Tier 7. The Fear Devourer was a nearly 2-meter-high heap of meat. The clumps of flesh were full of eyes and mouths. It wriggled forward like a mud monster, its bloated body propelled by several mouths biting the ground. What on earth is that thing? Fang Hao cursed once again. The Fear Devourer appeared quickly but halted its attack. What are these? Why are they so ugly? They're skeletons. After we eat those people, we will turn into this. But why are they standing? It's so scary. It's a monster. A monster has come in. The many mouths began speaking on the heap of flesh.